How dare a mere rogue cultivator like you challenge me? Truly, you're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly deluded. Now, I shall send you to the underworld." With those words, Long Chun could only watch in horror as his opponent thrust the icy long sword towards his chest. Faced with such a dire situation, despair consumed Long Chun. Although the instinct for survival compelled him to retaliate, he found himself utterly incapable of mounting any defense in that moment. Reluctantly, he conceded defeat. As the sword pierced his body, a wave of excruciating pain enveloped him. He could distinctly feel the flesh being violently torn apart. The sheer intensity of the agony forced Long Chun to stagger backward. With the blade embedded in him, Long Chun sensed the warm blood gushing from his wound, flowing rapidly out of his chest. He felt the warmth dissipating, slowly escaping from his body. At that moment, he realized he could do nothing to halt this grim fate. Long Chun crashed heavily to the ground, yet he could no longer feel the pain. His consciousness was ebbing away. As the blood drained from him, he sensed his life slipping away as well. Gradually, Long Chun found himself numb to the pain, as his sense of hearing began to fade away. Once he could hear the shouts and curses of the assassins pursuing him, but as his blood flowed, those voices grew increasingly indistinct until he could hear nothing at all, enveloped in an eerie silence. Slowly, Long Chun's vision began to blur. Everything before him transformed into hazy halos. Objects of various hues coalesced into vibrant glimmers, and eventually, all these distinct colors merged into a singular shade, an endless abyss of darkness, as he succumbed to an infinite void. It seemed as though everything had vanished, leaving only the boundless dark and silence. Yet Long Chun's consciousness remained. In the face of it all, he felt utterly powerless. He yearned to cry out, to wave his hands, to escape this torment. But no matter how fervently he struggled, he could no longer achieve any of it. Gradually, this profound stillness began to engulf him, gnawing at his very essence, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. As he gazed into the encompassing blackness, a realization dawned upon him. This was death. Yet, in that moment, Long Chun felt no fear. What haunted him was the lingering vengeance he had yet to fulfill. He could only resign himself to eternal regret. In this boundless darkness, Long Chun slowly lost all sense of time. Surrounded by an utter silence, it is uncertain how much time has passed, but suddenly, a sound emerged in Long Chun's ears, chirping birds and a whispering of the wind. A faint glow appeared before his eyes. The prolonged silence and darkness had rendered Long Chun particularly sensitive to these sensations. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with ecstatic wonder. Before him lay a completely unfamiliar scene. He seemed to find himself in an ancient village, clothed in animal skins. As he absorbed the extraordinary sights around him, Long Chun felt an overwhelming sense of novelty and magic. More importantly, he sensed the presence of life itself, as if he had been granted a second chance at existence. In this moment of realization, it dawned upon him. He had been reborn. In his previous life, Long Chun was merely an ordinary martial artist. Despite his efforts, he had barely managed to ascend to the ranks of the notable. However, as a solitary cultivator without any backing, he had once clandestinely claimed a treasured artifact capable of enhancing one's cultivation during a fierce competition for it. Yet, as the saying goes, a man is innocent, but possessing a jewel brings trouble. For a solitary cultivator like him, to possess such a treasure was certainly envy-inducing. Consequently, Long Chun became the target of relentless pursuit by a formidable martial artist, forcing him into a desperate flight. Since that fateful encounter, he had been relentlessly hunted, embarking on a harrowing life of evasion, plagued by constant unease and trepidation. Despite facing relentless pursuit from enemies both ahead and behind, Long Chun managed to evade capture for over a year through a series of fortuitous encounters. Alas, The multitude of pursuers and his own insufficient strength ultimately led to a tragic demise after a desperate struggle. The efforts of this lifetime culminated in a bitter departure from the world, marking Long Chen's existence as profoundly lamentable. In the face of his current predicament, Long Chen found himself unexpectedly taken aback. Yet, at this moment, he unmistakably sensed a peculiar stirring within his dantian. Subsequently, he redirected his spiritual awareness to investigate the state of his own body, and a familiar sensation filled him with a surge of elation. Could it be because of that? Long Chen pondered, his heart racing with excitement as a jubilant expression graced his features. Within his dantian, a seed the size of a fingernail floated gently, radiating a delicate golden light that ebbed and flowed around it. It was this very seed that had been the cause of Long Chen's demise in his previous life, as he had sought to seize it. Indeed, it is a treasure of unparalleled worth, capable of granting me rebirth, Long Chen mused, his emotions aflame. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he declared, "If heaven has not forsaken me, I shall surely rise again and avenge my past grievances. You best safeguard your life, for the day will come when I reclaim my honor and take yours." He understood all too well the formidable nature of his enemy's powerful figures wielding vast armies and dominion over the realm, their influence immeasurable. Nevertheless, despite this, Long Chen harbored no fear towards his adversary. At this moment, his heart brimmed with hatred, yearning to avenge past grievances and personally exact retribution upon his foe. Long Chen wished he could subject this opponent to 1,000 torturous deaths to repay the deep-seated enmity that festered within him. Though he had been granted the opportunity of rebirth, the memories of his previous life lingered vividly in his mind, allowing him to recall each adversary and enemy with clarity. The animosity from his former life had not waned with the passage of time. Instead, it had intensified. After a brief moment, Long Chen's complexion gradually returned to normal, and he began to slowly attune himself to this new body. His sensations began to permeate through his physical form, yet upon perceiving the state of this vibrant vessel, Long Chen could not help but smile wryly. The potential of this body is indeed commendable, alas. It has been poisoned, resulting in obstructed meridians. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that conflicts of interest are inevitable regardless of the setting, even in such a primitive and backward tribe. The scheming and intrigues were inescapable. Long Chen felt a profound sense of regret, even in his previous life. He had witnessed the darkness of human nature and the treacherous machinations of others, only to find himself in a similarly dismal predicament upon his rebirth. Chapter 2. Memory fusion. Although Long Chen was largely certain that he had been reborn, the surrounding environment remained entirely unfamiliar to him. While his consciousness had taken possession of this body, he was yet incapable of fully comprehending the current setting. Slowly, Long Chen began to scrutinize the room he found himself in. The decor was old and dilapidated. Despite the room being impeccably clean, it still exuded an air of decay and neglect. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a woman clad in coarse linen entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. This woman appeared to be in her middle years. Although she was approaching middle age, her face still retained a vestige of grace and beauty. One glance at her countenance revealed that she must have been extraordinarily beautiful in her youth. However, at present, her features were marred by weariness, her brows furrowed, and her expression heavy with sorrow. "Chener, you're awake?" The woman, initially overtaken by distress, was quickly transformed by a look of joy upon seeing Long Chen sitting on the bed, her previous sorrow dissipating in an instant. Perhaps influenced by the memories of this body's original owner, Long Chen instinctively felt warmth and affection towards her. A smile graced his face as he softly spoke. "Mother, you've worked hard." This woman was none other than Long Chen's mother, Zhao Tianxuan. Upon hearing his words, tears welled in her eyes. But she was determined not to reveal her grief in front of her son. She quickly turned away, discreetly wiping her tears, and forced a smile as she said, "Mother is fine. As long as Chener is safe, that is enough. Come, drink this medicine. The clan doctor said it can temporarily suppress the poison within you. With great care, She raised the bowl of medicine towards Long Chun, her movements gentle. As she fed him, Zhao Tianxuan could not help but express her indignation, saying, "How could they be so ruthless to have harmed you like this? Truly a pack of beasts. Our family has always kept to ourselves and treated others kindly. I never imagined we would fall victim to such treachery." As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes once more. For her, such an occurrence felt like a calamity. Her most cherished reliance had always been her son, and now, witnessing Long Chun in such a state left her devoid of hope. Yet, she did not wish to display her emotions in front of him, forcing herself to suppress the tempest of anger and sorrow within. Long Chun gazed at the medicinal brew in his mother's hands, a bitter smile forming within him. He was all too aware of his predicament. The poison coursing through his veins was far from simple. These remedies were utterly insufficient to stifle its spread. The nature of the poison was too vicious, beyond the remedy's capability to heal. Before Zhao Tianxuan could stop him, he dashed out of the room. At that moment, an intense pain surged through his head, driving him to the brink of madness. Though this woman was not his biological mother, Long Chun understood that she was the mother of this body, and so he refrained from revealing his true condition before her. He fled, seeking to escape her gaze. As Long Chun exited the tent, the excruciating pain engulfed him, tearing at his very being. With the onset of this torment, he felt as if the world was spinning around him, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision. Amidst this encroaching darkness, fragments of unfamiliar scenes began to surface within the depths of his consciousness. Gradually, Long Chun started to comprehend the experiences of this body's previous owner. It seemed that his thoughts and consciousness were beginning to merge with those of this individual. The glimpses that flashed before him were the memories of a life once lived. Time became an abstract concept as the slideshow of memories finally came to a close. With this culmination, Long Chun had fully assimilated the entirety of this body's memories. As he traversed the tribe, infused with these memories, a tempest of fury swelled within him. Once, he had been the most illustrious figure among the tribe's youth, the most promising disciple, a paragon of excellence. Yet, after 3 years of stagnation, he found himself trapped at the third level of the dragon body cultivation. The brilliance that had once surrounded him had dimmed, leaving him a source of ridicule. Previously, as the favored child of destiny, Long Chun had enjoyed abundant resources and privileges, standing out as the tribe's finest young warrior. However, following his misfortunes, he was deprived of the resources once afforded to him, and even the family residence had been exchanged for a dwelling meant for the lowly. "Oh, is that not Long Chun?" A harsh voice pierced the air, and a young man adorned in animal skins approached, a look of feigned surprise crossing his face. "I heard you succumbed to poison and perished. How is it that you're still alive?" 2 other youths followed closely behind, smirking as they regarded Long Chun. Long Chun raised his head, his gaze locking onto the approaching youth, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. This boy was named Long Hu, the son of the tribe's third elder. With his newfound memories, Long Chun recognized that it was this father-son duo who had secretly poisoned him. The sight of Long Hu's arrogant face ignited a blaze of rage within Long Chun. Encountering an enemy stoked the flames of animosity deep in his soul. Chapter 3. The situation is dire. Through the merging of memories, Long Chun realized that he now found himself within the Dragon Clan, where the chieftain is always the foremost warrior of the tribe, a tradition that has persisted for many years. In the past, Long Chun exhibited extraordinary talent, surpassing all the youth of the tribe, and it was rumored that he had been predetermined as the next chieftain. However, he was not the only young prodigy within the Dragon Clan. Before him stood Long Hu, the son of the third elder, endowed with innate strength and exceptional aptitude. Yet he remained overshadowed by Long Chun. This was utterly intolerable for the third elder, who, in his desire for his son to ascend to the chieftaincy, secretly poisoned Long Chun. Thus, Long Chun found himself in his current predicament. The third elder controlled the distribution of resources and supplies within the Dragon Clan, and in Long Chun's memories, the servants who attended them were all dispatched by the third elder. Moreover, as the overseer of the clan's medicinal elixirs, any disciple needing medicine had to go through him, allowing him to tamper with the potions. Long Chun's unfortunate condition stemmed from consuming a tainted elixir. All thanks to Long Hu. After poisoning Long Chun, Long Hu showed no mercy, using his power to oppress Long Chun's family, expelling them from their home and withholding even the most basic resources for cultivation, exacerbating Long Chun's dire situation. Once Long Hu surpassed Long Chun in strength, He relentlessly sought to torment him, often beating him mercilessly and publicly humiliating him. Under the relentless torment from Long Hu and his subordinates, Long Chen's original host suffered severe injuries and, burdened with a deadly poison, ultimately perished in bitterness. By a stroke of fate, Long Chen seized the opportunity to inhabit the body of this warrior, thus beginning anew. While he was on the verge of departing from this world, fortune smiled upon him, granting him a second chance. Now, endowed with the memories of two distinct lives, Long Chen's insight had sharpened considerably, allowing him to analyze the entire situation with remarkable clarity. At that moment, upon seeing Long Hu approach with his entourage, Long Chen was not inclined to greet them amiably. He coldly commanded, "You wretched scoundrels, begone." Long Hu, incensed by this insult, retorted, "You little beast, whom do you dare to curse?" A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Long Hu's eyes. He could hardly believe that Long Chen would dare to speak to him in such a manner. "How dare you insult Brother Hu? You must think yourself invincible. Just like 3 years ago." The two young men following Long Hu sneered as they advanced toward Long Chen, completely subservient to Long Hu. They sought to align themselves with the power of the third elder, willing to follow Long Hu as they aspired to rise within the clan. Long Chen's current plight was not solely his own burden. These individuals bore their share of responsibility. In Long Chen's memories, they were no innocuous figures, and their presence filled him with a seething rage, a desire to exact revenge upon them. As they drew closer, a cold smile crept across Long Chen's lips. "You insolent fools, do not blame me if I show no mercy." A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. "You little beast. It seems you've grown complacent after 2 days without a beating. Did you think I wouldn't dare to end your life? Today, I shall see you perish, and none shall stand in my way." Long Hu roared, his fists clenching with fury. For Long Hu, Long Chen's defiance was utterly intolerable. Once, at his peak, Long Chen had overshadowed Long Hu, which had long irked him, and he now regarded Long Chen as his foremost adversary. After poisoning Long Chen, the latter had become a laughingstock, while Long Hu ascended to the status of the tribe's greatest prodigy, relishing in the role of tormentor. Under the effects of the poison, Long Chen should have perished long ago. Yet, seeing him still alive was surprising to Long Hu. However, whether Long Chen died today or tomorrow mattered little to him. The poison would eventually claim Long Chen's life, and for now, his lingering existence merely provided Long Hu with further opportunities to humiliate him. Long Chen's audacity to challenge him was insufferable. Observing the approaching figures of Long Hu and his companions, Long Chen felt no fear, his eyes brimming with disdain. "You simpleton, do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" Long Chen's response only served to infuriate Long Hu further. Hearing such insolence, Long Hu's rage boiled over. He yearned to shred Long Chen into pieces. For Long Hu, each additional second of Long Chen's life was a profound humiliation. "You worthless wretch, how dare you defy me at your last breath? You seek death, and I shall oblige. I will ensure you and your 2 elderly relatives accompany you to the grave." Long Hu roared, like a frenzied beast, lunging at Long Chen. As the second strongest warrior of the tribe, Long Hu's prowess was palpable, and Long Chen felt the intensity of his assault. However, despite the ferocity of Long Hu's attack, Long Chen regarded it with disdain. He had already devised a plan to counter this brute, which was why he had dared to provoke him so openly. As Long Hu's strike drew near, Long Chen stood resolute, his gaze icy and filled with lethal intent. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Long Hu's chest. In that moment, Long Hu's attack was formidable, exuding raw power. Even before contact, the force generated a faint sound of air being displaced. Yet, Long Chen's response was subtle and restrained, lacking the ostentation of Long Hu's blow, devoid of any superfluous flourish. As the 2 fists collided, the disparity between them became starkly evident, and Long Chen's situation appeared perilous. In the 4th round, a breath was released. Upon witnessing the scene, the originally furious face of Long Hu revealed a sinister smile. He had not anticipated that Long Chen would confront him head-on. Being a cultivator at the 9th level of body refinement, Long Hu was significantly more powerful than Long Chen, who was merely at the 5th level. Furthermore, Long Hu's physical strength was exceedingly formidable, making it challenging for ordinary warriors to compete with him. Observing Long Chen's response to his attack, Long Hu felt assured of victory. Convinced that Long Chen was indeed overestimating his capabilities and courting death. As Long Chen summoned his power, his fist generated a gust of wind, Yet Long Hu dismissed it entirely. Practicing the tiger roar fist, Long Hu unleashed a strike infused with the sound of a roaring tiger, meeting Long Chen's fist with overwhelming force. At that moment, Long Hu's grin deepened. As he envisioned Long Chen's bones shattering, he bellowed, "Since you are so eager to meet your end, then I shall." However, before he could finish, a shadow flashed before his eyes, and in an instant, it appeared right in front of him, accompanied by a fierce wind that stung his face. Caught off guard, Long Hu found that his powerful punch had struck nothing but air. The vast space that had seemed to welcome his blow vanished in an instant, leaving him staggering. In his moment of confusion, an excruciating pain surged through his chest, as if his body were being torn asunder. The sheer agony caused his vision to darken, rendering him unable to even cry out. The immense pain flushed his face crimson, and with a forceful impact, his body was sent crashing to the ground. Long Hu felt as if he were a leaf, swept away by the wind, his body no longer under his control, propelled backward at great speed. As he hit the ground, a violent pain coursed through his limbs, each muscle and bone screaming in agony. "You worthless fool! How dare you howl before me?" Long Chen observed Long Hu sprawled on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. Long Chen harbored a deep aversion towards this man, and he approached, delivering a heavy kick to him before departing. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even Long Hu's two disciples bewildered and unable to grasp the entirety of the confrontation. When they finally regained their senses, they discovered that Long Hu had been sent sprawling far away, evidently grievously injured. Yet, they had not witnessed the exchange nor comprehended how Long Chen had struck. They merely saw Long Hu lying on the ground, severely wounded. Staring in disbelief at their fallen leader, the disciples rushed to assist him once Long Chen had vanished. They could scarcely fathom that the man they deemed a waste, Long Chen, had single-handedly brought Long Hu down. It was well known that Long Hu had long held the title of the strongest among the younger generation in the tribe, a position he had maintained since Long Chen's arrival, regarded as an unparalleled figure. Now, regaining his composure on the ground, Long Hu roared, "Long Chen, that worthless scoundrel dared to injure me. You are simply courting death, and I shall kill you." After his outburst, he clutched his chest and coughed violently. His injuries were severe and would not heal quickly. Though Long Chen had already departed, he heard Long Hu's furious roar, yet felt no concern. He regarded this spoiled heir with utter contempt. Despite Long Hu being 4 realms above him, Long Chen had once been an exceptionally powerful warrior in his previous life, having engaged in countless battles. The wealth of experience he possessed in combat was unmatched by Long Hu. Although the Tiger Roar Fist was indeed formidable, to Long Chen, it was riddled with flaws, presenting many openings that were easily discernible to him. Should Long Chen wish for Long Hu's life, it would be an effortless endeavor. At the moment Long Hu had issued his threat, Long Chen genuinely contemplated ending his life, but he ultimately refrained. The reason for his restraint lay in his current status, which was insufficient to bear the repercussions of killing Long Hu. A figure of significant authority within the tribe, Long Chen did not desire to eliminate all possibilities of future interactions. His victory over Long Hu was merely a means to vent his pent-up humiliation, for Long Hu had indeed gone too far in his bullying. To Long Chen, this was an affront he could not tolerate. Had it been his former self, Long Hu would have undoubtedly paid a life-threatening price for his arrogance. Yet, after assimilating into the memories of this youth, Long Chen had gained a measure of calmness and compassion. When he acted, he did so with remarkable composure, avoiding any irreparable consequences. This time, Long Chen's actions were solely to avenge the original owner's grievances, to release a pent-up fury, and to humble Long Hu's haughty demeanor. Chapter 5. Falling Sunset Mountain. After assimilating the memories of the original owner, Long Chen has acquired a comprehensive understanding of his surroundings. He currently finds himself within a relatively primitive tribe, predominantly composed of individuals bearing the surname Long. Hence the tribe is referred to as the Long clan. However, for Long Chen, the immediate priority is to expel the toxins that reside within him. These toxins pose a continuous risk of spreading and erupting, representing a significant threat to Long Chen at all times. The former owner of this body succumbed to death due to the toxins overwhelming his heart and mind. While these toxins may not be immediately lethal to Long Chen, they nonetheless present a considerable danger, characterized by a profound instability. Notably, after striking the tiger with a powerful punch, he felt a disconcerting stagnation within his internal energy flow, a terrifying side effect brought about by the toxins. which looms as a grave menace for Long Chun. The malevolent nature of these toxins is evident, as they are insidiously designed to harm. Long Chen's expression turned cold as he realized he had been afflicted with a chronic poison known as the severing veins powder. Initially, this poison slows the flow of his internal energy, eventually leading to the blockage of meridians, culminating in the severance of all energy pathways once a critical accumulation of toxins occurs. Regrettably, Long Chen's current cultivation level is insufficient to withstand such a toxic assault. With a sigh of resignation, he mused, "It seems I must undertake a journey to Falling Sunset Mountain." In his previous life, Long Chun could have eradicated such toxins with a mere breath, but now, reborn with diminished powers and severely lacking in spiritual energy, he finds himself in dire straits. Having integrated the memories of this warrior, he has gained profound insights into the local customs and the myriad circumstances surrounding him. Falling Sunset Mountain is also etched in the warrior's recollections, although he was aware of the antidote. The depth of his poisoning rendered him incapable of dispelling the lethal toxins within his body. This mountain teems with ferocious beasts and precious herbs, serving as a vital resource for several nearby tribes. Long Chun is determined to embark on a quest to Falling Sunset Mountain to seek out the spiritual herbs necessary for his salvation. His objective is to locate a herb known as freshening grass, which is pivotal for his detoxification process. While this herb is relatively common, its specific properties remain largely unknown to the general populace, often regarded merely as an ordinary plant. However, for Long Chun, freshening grass is the key to purging the toxins from his system. Without hesitation, he promptly prepares to venture towards Falling Sunset Mountain, which lies a mere half-hour's journey from his current location. As he hastens his pace, Long Chun swiftly traverses the dense forest, moving with the grace and speed of a swallow, defying the notion of being an ailing individual. Upon arriving at the fringes of the lush thicket, he feels a surge of excitement at the prospect of exploring his youthful body, marveling at the serendipity of his rebirth. In less than half an hour, he stands before the majestic Falling Sunset Mountain, a colossal range of peaks that rise and fall in an endless expanse. Yet, at this moment, Long Chun has no time to admire the scenery. His sole focus is on locating freshening grass to expel the toxins from his body. Without a moment's pause, he plunges into the thicket, his figure darting through the underbrush with exceptional speed. Despite his rapid progress, Long Chun's keen eyesight allows him to perceive everything around him clearly, as he diligently searches for the elusive freshening grass. Delving deeper into the verdant forest, the already dense foliage becomes even more impenetrable, with towering ancient trees obscuring the sunlight. The once desolate terrain transforms beneath Long Chun's nimble feet as he dances through the forest with the agility of a bird, simultaneously extending his consciousness to seek out his quarry. As he navigates through the undergrowth, Long Chun remains vigilant, unwilling to overlook the essence of any herb in his vicinity, embodying the role of a hunter in pursuit of his prey. After a swift journey, he reaches the deeper recesses of Falling Sunset Mountain. Finding no sign of freshening grass at the mountain's edge, he presses onward into the heart of the mountain. In such desolate heights, spiritual herbs have the potential to thrive amidst the wilderness. Yet, this remote region is not devoid of peril. Formidable beasts roam here, their strength formidable. As Long Chun advances, he remains on guard against possible dangers. Fortunately, he encounters primarily lower-tier beasts, easily dismissible by his capabilities. He presses on, resolutely searching for freshening grass. Although this herb is not scarce within Falling Sunset Mountain, its discovery is not without challenges. After all, these spiritual herbs possess a certain sentience, appearing randomly, not readily found in every corner. Suddenly, as Long Chun speeds forward, he is startled by a thunderous roar that shatters the tranquility of the forest, sending flocks of birds soaring into the sky. The force of the roar reverberates through the air, shaking Long Chun to his core. With the sound echoing in his ears, he senses the formidable aura of the beast ahead. Yet before he can catch a glimpse of its true form, another tremendous roar fills the atmosphere. Chapter 6. A life hanging by a thread. Long Chun could distinctly hear a deep, resonant roar of a tiger, a sound imbued with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. He felt the beast's ire directed at him, a clear demonstration of its dominance. Long Chun understood the implication. After all, one must not provoke a tiger, especially when encroaching upon its territory. The tiger's roar was a proclamation. "This is my domain. Long Chun surmised that this creature was likely the most formidable beast in the vicinity, for there were scarcely any other monsters in the area. Only this solitary tiger claimed this territory as its own. Initially, Long Chun had ventured here merely to seek fresh herbs. Yet he found himself unexpectedly confronted by such a powerful entity, leaving him somewhat astonished. Recognizing the beast's reaction, Long Chun realized that it had sensed his approach. Hence the display of aggression. His purpose for being here was to locate medicinal herbs to heal his injuries, and he had no intention of engaging in battle with the tiger. Ignoring its furious roar, he continued in another direction, determined to find the herbs. Though he had yet to lay eyes on the creature, the mere sound of its roar indicated that it was undoubtedly a tiger of remarkable strength. At this moment, he felt its presence, and it was inevitable that the tiger sensed his as well. However, as Long Chun delved deeper into the jungle, the tiger's growls grew increasingly ferocious, heightening Long Chun's alertness. Initially, the tiger had only roared to assert its dominance without charging at him, as the distance was too great to ascertain their relative strengths. Yet, as Long Chun ventured further into the dense foliage, the tiger began to approach him stealthily. Although its movements were not swift, Long Chun could clearly sense that the creature was testing him. Now, the tiger had ceased its roaring and was silently advancing towards Long Chun. He had planned to penetrate deeper into the forest in pursuit of the herbs, without the intention of confronting this beast. However, with the tiger's actions, Long Chun understood that it was preparing to ambush him. Long Chun continued to advance quietly into the depths of the jungle, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the beast's movements, ready to engage in combat if necessary. Both parties were observing each other, silently gauging the other's strength. Until the balance of power was clarified, they remained in a standoff. Finally, they encountered one another. Long Chun could feel the immense power radiating from the tiger, which was evidently superior to his own. The creature stood tall, over 10 feet in height, a colossal figure that dwarfed Long Chun, who had to look up to meet its gaze. The tiger's muscles were exceptionally well-defined, its chest nearly the size of Long Chun's head, and each step it took resonated with the sound of thunder, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. The tiger's fur was adorned with striking stripes, and it scrutinized Long Chun with eyes ablaze with fury. Long Chun sensed that he had disturbed its midday slumber, and the creature's lingering annoyance was palpable. This magnificent white tiger, with a coat as resplendent as silk and shimmering in the sunlight, was a paragon of strength, dwarfing ordinary tigers by several magnitudes. Long Chun appeared diminutive before it, as the tiger glared menacingly. Its claws were razor-sharp, glistening ominously, and despite Long Chun's reluctance to engage in battle at this moment, the situation had escalated to a point where further action was inevitable. He understood that in circumstances such as this, conflict was unavoidable. After all, these beasts could not comprehend human speech, leaving him no choice but to confront it. In the spirit of preemptive action, Long Chun hesitated not a moment longer and launched an assault, aiming a piercing strike at the tiger's face. In that instant, as Long Chun's sword clashed against the tiger's paw, a tremendous force reverberated through him, leaving him momentarily stunned. The tiger's strength was far beyond what Long Chun had anticipated, its powerful paws effortlessly deflecting his strike. Long Chun was taken aback. This creature was not to be underestimated, fueling his intrigue. Originally, Long Chun had hoped for a swift resolution to the encounter, yet given the circumstances, it became clear that he could not easily defeat this adversary. Seizing the advantage, the tiger leaped high into the air, launching itself at Long Chun, intent on overpowering him with sheer force. Although Long Chun could have evaded this move, he chose to test his strength against the beast, unwilling to retreat. Instead, he leaped upward, wielding his sword with both hands to counter the tiger's powerful claws. Their clash was met with a thunderous crash, and Long Chun could see sparks fly as his sword met the tiger's talons. The impact sent a jolt of pain through Long Chun's hands, the pressure overwhelming as both combatants fell to the ground, locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. Long Chun understood that even in a moment of fatigue, he could employ his agility to escape. He was aware that the tiger's speed was not on par with his own, and he sought to continue their contest of strength. However, at that moment, the tiger suddenly intensified its assault, and Long Chun found himself hurled backward by the beast's might. Caught off guard, he lost his balance, propelled away by the tiger's ferocious attack. In the face of such overwhelming power, Long Chun struggled to maintain his footing, opting to roll away to evade the tiger's onslaught. Yet, The tiger did not grant him such respite. It seized the opportunity to launch another attack, intent on cornering Long Chen and delivering a fatal blow. At this juncture, Long Chen's predicament had turned perilous, his life hanging by a thread. Chapter 7. The fiery blood battle. The tiger had cunningly reserved its strength, not exerting itself fully in the initial confrontation, seeking to catch Long Chen off guard. This sudden surge of power shattered the precarious balance, as the tiger demon swiftly overpowered Long Chen, pinning him to the ground. Long Chen could even detect the foul stench of the tiger's breath. In that fleeting moment of negligence, Long Chen felt his life teetering on the brink, as the tiger prepared to maul his face. Cold sweat poured down his brow. Though the opponent had him firmly in control, Long Chen instinctively summoned all the strength in his legs to kick at the beast. It was his only means of resistance. To his astonishment, his desperate kick landed squarely in the tiger's most sensitive area. The tiger yelped in pain, leaping back and instinctively clamping its legs together. Seizing the opportunity, Long Chen sprang up from the ground, ready to face his adversary. It dawned on Long Chen that his earlier kick had struck the tiger's vulnerable point. Even a man could scarcely endure such excruciating pain, and the once dominant tiger was now forced to retreat from the confrontation. The force of Long Chen's kick was extraordinary, rendering the tiger momentarily incapacitated. What was meant to be a fatal blow against Long Chen had turned into a desperate situation for the tiger, which had been unexpectedly struck in a most dishonorable manner. Although martial practitioners continually enhance their physical capabilities, everyone has their weaknesses, and Long Chen had fortuitously struck at his opponent's Achilles heel. He felt a surge of relief, recognizing that had he hesitated for but a moment, his life would have surely been forfeit. The tiger's fangs were razor-sharp, and Long Chen understood that a single bite could have split his skull open. Though he had narrowly escaped, a chill of fear lingered within him. Covered in mud from the earlier tussle, Long Chen chastised himself for his earlier complacency. Realizing that his underestimation of the tiger had nearly cost him his life, he understood that he had survived only by sheer luck, striking his opponent's weakness entirely by accident. This newfound awareness compelled him to regard the tiger with greater respect. Long Chen resolved never to underestimate any opponent again, regardless of their apparent inferiority. The two combatants found themselves locked in a tense standoff. Long Chen understood the pain his attack had inflicted upon the tiger. As a man, he could empathize with its suffering. Yet, he dared not take it lightly any longer. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he tightened his grip on his sword, preparing for another assault. Meanwhile, the tiger circled around him, searching for the perfect moment to strike. But Long Chen was now resolute, unwilling to grant it another opportunity. As they circled each other, Long Chen discerned the tiger's weakness, its abdomen. He realized that attacking its back was not feasible, and his best chance lay in targeting its underbelly. He had already learned the hard way that striking between its legs was fraught with peril, so he understood that to prevail, he must maneuver around its claws and fangs to strike its belly. Long Chen knew that if he could land a single blow with his sword, it would be a fatal one. He was determined not to let the tiger escape again. He understood that the outcome of this battle was a matter of life and death, an inevitable confrontation with no room for retreat. In a moment of inspiration, Long Chen recalled how the tiger had lunged at him earlier, a perfect opportunity to target its abdomen. He prepared himself, waiting for the tiger's next attack. Suddenly, the tiger halted and lunged at him, but this time it did not leap from above. Instead, it lowered its body and charged at him. Long Chen understood the brute strength of this creature. He was unwilling to meet it head-on again. He quickly raised his sword for defense while retreating. He could not afford to absorb the tiger's onslaught directly. The lesson from their previous encounter was still fresh in his mind. Recognizing the tiger's formidable power, Long Chen knew that victory could only be achieved through cunning, not brute force. He deftly evaded the tiger's lethal strike. However, the tiger had anticipated this and did not relent. It leapt high into the air once more, aiming to pounce on Long Chen again. As the tiger soared, Long Chen caught sight of its vulnerable belly. Realizing this was the moment he had been waiting for, he steadied himself and transformed his grip on the sword into one poised for a thrust. He decided to aim for the tiger's most defenseless area. Utilizing the leap fish step, he propelled himself at maximum speed, employing the Shaxian sword technique with all his might to stab at the beast. Yet, the tiger's size was significantly greater than his, and before he could reach its abdomen, the tiger's claws were poised to strike his face. Long Chen recognized his miscalculation. In the tiger's beastly form, he could not reach its belly with his sword. With no other recourse, he leaned back with all his strength, while simultaneously thrusting his sword upward to slash at the tiger's arms. The tiger's claw grazed Long Chen's face, leaving shallow wounds but not deep enough to cause significant harm. At that moment, Long Chen's sword found purchase against the tiger's paw, slicing through its flesh. Blood dripping onto Long Chen's face. The massive body of the tiger loomed over him, and Long Chen was determined not to find himself in a perilous situation again. He exerted all his energy to roll aside. For the moment, he struggled to find a way to defeat this formidable beast. The tiger was far more powerful than he had anticipated, and Long Chen realized that overcoming this creature would be no simple feat. Both combatants remained locked in a desperate and bloody struggle. Chapter 8. A critical situation. The tiger suddenly missed its target, its forepaw severely injured by Long Chen, leaving 2 deep gashes that bled profusely. Long Chen fared little better. His face bore 3 wounds from the tiger's claws, his blood mingling with that of the beast, staining him from head to toe. He had narrowly escaped death once again, his quick reflexes allowing him to evade the tiger's dual strikes. Otherwise, he would surely have met a gruesome fate. However, the tiger was in dire straits, its front leg wounded, rendering its most powerful claws incapable of delivering their full might. Both combatants were utterly exhausted from nearly an afternoon of fierce confrontation, yet neither dared to let their guard down. To do so would invite the opponent to exploit any weakness, leading to a fatal strike to the throat. Long Chen, despite the opportunity to flee, knowing the tiger could not pursue, was determined to vanquish his foe. He readied himself for another assault, recognizing that the tiger's injuries presented a rare chance. He positioned his long sword horizontally before him and advanced swiftly, intending to deliver a decisive blow that would cripple the tiger's ability to retaliate. With a powerful swing, he aimed the sword at the tiger's head, unleashing a strike of tremendous force. Fear flickered in the tiger's eyes, though it was the king of the forest. It could not withstand such relentless combat. Despite its injuries, the tiger crossed its claws in a desperate attempt to block Long Chen's nearly full-powered strike. The clash of blade and claw sent tremors through both their bodies, the immense impact causing them to stagger. They were now engaged in a desperate struggle, each fighting with the last remnants of their strength. Long Chen could feel the tiger's waning power, its might diminished significantly compared to the beginning of their battle. Seizing the moment, Long Chen activated his leapfish step, summoning his remaining strength for a final push. The tiger's claws, strained from exertion, began to bleed anew, its blood dripping to the ground. In agony, the tiger gritted its teeth, its strength waning further. This time, it could not withstand Long Chen's assault and was overturned. With its soft underbelly exposed, Long Chen understood that his moment had arrived. This was his final chance to strike with all his might. Though he could surely defeat the beast if the struggle continued, Long Chen was reluctant to prolong the engagement. Doing so would be perilous, for he could feel the toxins in his body rapidly spreading, a consequence of their fierce battle. Initially suppressed, the toxins were now surging within him, disrupting his vital energies. He sensed the tumult within him, a chaotic blend of blood and spiritual energy, all thrown into disarray by this fierce adversary. If the fight dragged on, it would become exceedingly dangerous for him. Thus, Long Chen resolved to end the battle swiftly. The tiger's retreat had left its vulnerable abdomen exposed, and he stepped forward, plunging his sword deep into the beast's chest. The tiger emitted a final weak roar before succumbing to its wounds. Its heavy body collapsed to the ground, marking the conclusion of this brutal confrontation. Long Chen, nearly drained of all vitality, felt the initial ferocity of the tiger's attacks had nearly overwhelmed him. Though victorious, he was far from relieved. The fierce combat had exacerbated the toxins within him, which now seeped through his body with alarming rapidity. Long Chen recognized that his condition was deteriorating rapidly. He could not afford to delay any longer. Breathing heavily, he sank to the ground, covered in the beast's blood. While his own injuries were relatively minor, his greatest losses were in spiritual energy and stamina, necessitating a brief respite. Despite having slain his foe, the perilous nature of the encounter left him unnerved, as he had narrowly avoided death multiple times. He turned to glance at the now lifeless tiger, a once majestic creature now reduced to a mere corpse. Its powerful form and pristine coat were a testament to its strength, yet Long Chen felt no joy in this victory. He was acutely aware of his deteriorating state. The toxins were spreading rapidly within him. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Looking down at his palm, he noticed the faintest hint of blackness, a sinister sign of the poison infiltrating his bloodstream. propelled by the turbulence of his energies. Time was of the essence. Delaying any further could prove fatal. If the toxins were allowed to spread unchecked, they would threaten his very life. Long Chun needed to quickly find a remedy, lest he succumb to the dire consequences of his injuries. Chapter 9. The successful detoxification. Although the toxins began to spread, they were not immediately fatal for Long Chun. Thus, he swiftly set forth, hastening through the verdant jungle in search of the refreshing herb. The deeper he ventured into the falls of Twilight Mountain, the more Long Chun marveled at the exquisite beauty of the surrounding wilderness. Towering peaks loomed majestically, enveloped by lush primeval forests. However, Long Chun found himself devoid of the leisure to admire the scenery. His sole focus was to locate the refreshing herb as soon as possible to counteract the poison coursing through his veins, lest it worsen with each passing moment. The appearance of the tiger was entirely serendipitous. Long Chun had no desire to tarry, longing only to find the herb and depart, but circumstances compelled him to engage. As he delved deeper into the mountains, he gradually discovered that this secluded area was rich with spiritual herbs. Just as he moved swiftly onward, he suddenly spotted a cluster of vibrant green plants directly ahead. This seemingly inconspicuous patch of grass was unremarkable amidst the grandeur of Twilight Mountain. Yet to Long Chun, this small cluster of herbs held immense significance, for it was the very refreshing herb he had so ardently sought. Indeed, Twilight Mountain proved to be a treasure trove. Long Chun had tirelessly searched, only to find his desired remedy without effort. Although this herb was not particularly rare, it had taken him considerable time to finally uncover these few specimens. At this moment, all other concerns faded from his mind. He was determined to consume the herbs quickly, to purge the toxins from his body and restore his health. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Chun uprooted the refreshing herb and hastily consumed 3 roots, chewing and swallowing them. A wave of coolness spread throughout his being. As the essence of the herb permeated his body, he perceived a gentle, invigorating force coursing through his veins. With no hesitation, he began to guide the influx of these elements. Under his direction, the medicinal energy flowed into his meridians, expelling the hidden toxins that lurked within. As the herbs took effect, the toxins accumulated within Long Chun's body began to be expelled, gradually seeping through his pores. Initially, this process was exceedingly slow and silent. However, as the potency of the herbs intensified, the toxins began to emerge at a visibly accelerated rate. This expulsion unfolded rapidly within Long Chun, gaining momentum under his guidance, as if sweeping away all obstacles in its path. With the medicinal influence, the toxins within Long Chun's body swiftly permeated outward. As the expelled toxins accumulated, they formed a layer of black residue around him, emanating a faint, unpleasant odor. These were the toxins he had endured, though highly toxic. They had a nemesis, the refreshing herb he had discovered. In mere moments, Long Chun succeeded in expelling the toxins from his body. Gradually, a layer of oily black substance surfaced on Long Chun's skin, releasing a noxious stench, a byproduct of the expelled toxins. This process persisted for approximately half an hour, after which Long Chun felt a significant alleviation, realizing that the toxins had nearly been entirely purged and his body had returned to its optimal state. With a sigh of relief, Long Chun declared the ordeal a resounding success. After half an hour, Long Chun opened his eyes. Now revitalized and free from the afflictions of before, his body was brimming with vigor. He channeled the spiritual energy within him to shake off the remnants of filth. And as he did so, the impurities fell away, leaving him entirely rejuvenated. With a smile on his face, he felt an exhilarating lightness within. The flow of his star power now smooth and unimpeded. Noticing the sun still high in the sky, he resolved to seize the moment to enhance his cultivation. In 3 days, the tribe would hold the adult ceremony, and he needed to elevate his cultivation from the 5th level of body refinement to the 9th before that time. Although there was a significant gap of 4 realms, Long Chun, with his vast experience, regarded it as a manageable challenge. Moreover, despite 3 years of stagnation, his foundation remained remarkably solid. Throughout these 3 years, though burdened with poison, Long Chun had never abandoned his training, ensuring that his fundamentals remained intact. The realm of body refinement he now occupied required the infusion of the world's spiritual energy to temper his physical form. The process of body refinement was a painful trial for every practitioner. After all, a powerful physique could not be acquired overnight, but rather through relentless forging and perseverance. The body refinement technique Long Chen practiced was rooted in the memories of his past life, a path he had diligently explored over time, rendering it familiar to him. This technique, though not of high rank, was perfectly suited to his current needs. Now, Long Chen was prepared to harness the spiritual energy of the universe to refine his physical body, purifying himself by absorbing the essence of the world and expelling impurities. Although cultivation typically required a gradual approach, Long Chen had been stagnant for far too long and was now ready to unleash his accumulated potential. He held immense confidence in his ability to enhance his strength, recalling his past prowess that had once eclipsed others. Adjusting his state, he began to fine-tune his blood and spirit energy, acknowledging that physical preparation was equally vital. As he laid a solid foundation, he understood that each step must be taken with care, ensuring that he was fully prepared for the breakthrough that lay ahead. Chapter 10. The King returns. As Long Chen gradually entered a state of focus, he began to guide the spiritual energy within his body, preparing for a breakthrough in his cultivation level. With the energy of the heavens and earth converging toward him, Long Chen distinctly felt the rapid increase of spiritual energy within. Simultaneously, a powerful aura erupted from his body, marking his successful ascension to the 6th level of body refinement. In less than the span of an incense stick, Long Chen had elevated his power significantly. Though he had advanced a level, Long Chen keenly sensed that the spiritual energy within him was still surging, showing no signs of calming down. It appeared that further opportunities for enhancement awaited him. Thus, without any hesitation, Long Chen continued his pursuit of advancement, seizing the moment to strive for yet another breakthrough in his abilities. At this juncture, Long Chen felt the spiritual energy coursing through his body, and his momentum continued to rise. This process unfolded within him, bringing him immense comfort. Gradually, he reached the 7th level of body refinement, and soon thereafter, the 8th. Such rapid progress would be deemed astonishing by any ordinary observer. After all, Long Chen had transitioned from the 5th to the 9th level of body refinement in less than an incense stick's time, a remarkable leap in power that was exceedingly rare. However, to Long Chen, this velocity still fell short of his expectations. Once a formidable star among his peers, he had been a figure of unparalleled strength. Yet now he found himself starting anew. Nevertheless, he refrained from rushing, understanding that cultivation is a gradual journey. Should he be overly eager, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. Hence, after reaching the 9th level of body refinement, he halted his advancement and began to suppress the tumultuous energy within him. Gradually, his aura subsided, and after a brief moment, he opened his eyes, his complexion returning to normal. At this point, both his aura and strength had undergone substantial enhancement, restoring him to peak condition. The progress to the 9th level of body refinement had surpassed his expectations, largely owing to the diligent efforts of the original owner of this body, who had established a solid foundation through perseverance. Long Chen clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power coursing through his muscles, a sensation of raw strength. He admired the original owner's tenacity, despite 3 years of stagnation in cultivation. He had never ceased his training, resulting in an exceptionally firm foundation. Such dedication and resolve earned Long Chen profound respect, and deep within, he felt immense gratitude towards this warrior. Now, having purged the toxins from his body, Long Chen naturally experienced a resurgence of power, seamlessly attaining the 9th level of body refinement. He felt rejuvenated, brimming with strength. Compared to the debilitating poison he had previously endured, he now felt as if he had been reborn. Upon reaching the 9th level, Long Chen was eager to test his newfound strength. His body and abilities had transformed significantly, rendering his previous state incomparable. He set his sights on a massive boulder before him, which appeared to weigh at least 1,000 pounds and towered over him. To verify his prowess, there was no better method than practical application. However, lacking a sparring partner, this boulder was the perfect target for testing his strength. Long Chen began to channel the spiritual energy within him, preparing to unleash his current capabilities. With a swift shout, he executed a tiger roar fist, and as he struck, the punch was accompanied by a thunderous roar reminiscent of a tiger. The sound of the tiger's roar, blending with the whoosh of his fist slicing through the air, exuded tremendous intimidation. Though not as fierce as the earlier beast's cry, it still possessed remarkable deterrent power, far beyond the capabilities of any dragon or tiger. With a resounding crash, the boulder shattered before him, fragments scattering across the ground. The once formidable stone crumbled under Long Chen's strike, as if it were mere tofu. Satisfied, he nodded appreciatively, thoroughly pleased with his current strength. What brought him even greater satisfaction was the realization that having reached the 9th level of body refinement, he was now entitled to announce to the Long clan that the glory he once possessed still belonged to him. In his prime, Long Chun had been the most exceptional prodigy of the Long clan, a figure who commanded respect and held a promising future. Yet, it was the schemes of the Third Elder and the dragons and tigers that had caused Long Chun to plummet from his lofty heights. Their humiliation and targeted attacks had led to the disgrace and demise of the original owner of this body. This thought ignited a fiery rage within Long Chun. Upon inheriting this body, he became its rightful master, and his life trajectory intertwined with that of the young man who had originally inhabited it. Thus, the deep-seated enmity of this youth transformed into Long Chun's own vendetta. Although the boy had passed, Long Chun would not spare those responsible. He would ensure they paid dearly for their actions. Chapter 11. A breath of relief in the memories of Long Chun from this lifetime. The youth named Long, he was not only his childhood companion, but also the sole individual who treated him the same even when his cultivation had stagnated. Thus, witnessing the anxious expression on Long He's face, a sense of foreboding washed over Long Chun. What has happened, Long He? Why the haste? Long Chun inquired with concern. It's a disaster. Aunt has encountered trouble. Long He exclaimed, his eyes filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Long Chun's expression abruptly shifted, a disquieting sensation creeping into his heart. Without hesitation, he dashed towards his home, having realized from whence the danger originated. In this tribe, Long Chun had always adhered to kindness, and as such, his only adversary within the Long clan was the family of the Third Elder. Earlier that day, Long Chun had dealt with Long Hu, and given the latter's vindictive nature, Long Chun understood that this mischief was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. The thought ignited a furious blaze within Long Chun. The amalgamated memories made him vividly recall the malevolent actions of these individuals during his period of stagnation. They had relentlessly tormented him. Long Chun had long since comprehended their nefarious deeds, and now, the audacity of these ruffians to bully him was unforgivable. With fury surging through him, Long Chun sprinted towards his home. However, it was only then that Long He finally reacted, shouting after him, "Chun good Chun, don't go. It's dangerous, dangerous." But before Long He could finish his warning, Long Chun had already vanished from sight. Long He, desperate to stop him, found only an empty space where Long Chun had been, and with no other choice, he stamped his foot and hurriedly followed. Upon entering the small courtyard, he found the fence had been toppled, the main gate shattered. As Long Chun stepped into the courtyard, a scene of utter devastation greeted him. Everything within the home had been dragged out and smashed to pieces. The courtyard resembled a desolate battlefield, completely ravaged. Just as Long Chun entered, a mocking voice pierced through the air, followed by the emergence of two martial artists from within the house, those who had trailed Long Hu. Long Chun was all too familiar with these two. Previously, he had merely given Long Hu a lesson, causing these two to flee in terror. Now, witnessing their sycophantic demeanor, Long Chun instantly grasped that they were merely acting as Long Hu's henchmen, incited by his instigation. Scanning his surroundings, Long Chun noticed one of the disciples was holding the unconscious Zhao Yang, provocatively staring at him. "I should have dealt with you two lackeys today. Perhaps I have been too merciful. You have truly come seeking death." Long Chun's voice was chilling, his anger palpable, his gaze fixed on the two. A murderous intent emanated from him, unmasked and fierce. The two disciples felt a shiver run down their spines, acutely aware of the lethal intent reflected in Long Chun's eyes, which ignited a surge of fear within them. Yet, recalling that Long Chun was merely at the 5th level of body refinement, they found courage to suppress their fear, attempting to bolster their resolve. The leading disciple sneered at Long Chun, "You worthless fool. How dare you ambush Brother Hu? We are merely here to avenge him. Should Brother Hu choose to intervene, you ought to consider the consequences. Hurry and bow to him, beg for forgiveness. Perhaps he will grant you mercy and spare you a painful fate." The other joined in, "Exactly. How dare you offend Brother Hu? You're truly out of your depth. He is the son of the Third Elder, a prodigy of the Long clan destined to succeed the clan leader. We are merely here to settle a score. Should you continue to resist, a calamity awaits you." Long Chun was well acquainted with their arrogant demeanor, having suffered their misdeeds during his illness. They were Long Hu's minions, and he owed much of his current plight to them. Observing their ignorance of the consequences, Long Chun's anger turned to scorn as he replied, You two scoundrels should be condemned, yet fortune smiles upon you that your master is absent." The disciples' expressions shifted momentarily, but they quickly regained their composure, sneering. "How brazen of you! With your meager 5th-level cultivation, you dare speak so? It's laughable. Today, as I stand here, you think you can kill me, fool." With that, they prepared to strike Zhao Yang, revealing their malicious intent. Naturally, they disregarded Long Chen's words, believing him to be utterly powerless due to his illness, and considered themselves invulnerable as they were both at the 5th level as well. However, their arrogant assumptions were misguided. Today was not like any other day. Oblivious to the change, one disciple carelessly tossed Zhao Yang aside, and, with a sinister grin, they lunged at Long Chun from opposite sides, fists raised high to strike. In the face of such an assault, Long Chun exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, he regarded their attacks with cold indifference, an imposing aura radiating from him. Chun Golong He, who had just arrived, stood frozen at the entrance, eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed Long Chen's powerful punch. For so long, Long Chun had been shackled by his affliction, unable to unleash his true strength. Yet now, his attack was grand and commanding, entirely uncharacteristic of one who had been gravely ill. Long He was left utterly speechless, recalling the prodigious youth who had once flourished. As Long Chen's might was unveiled, terror washed over the faces of the two disciples, who were familiar with the feeble state he had been in. The overwhelming force behind Long Chun's strike was unlike anything they had encountered before, filling their hearts with dread. However, the distance between them was too close for an escape. They could only steel themselves to confront Long Chen's impending onslaught. The strength he displayed was far beyond that of Long Hu. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed chillingly through the air. Immediately, the two individuals were hurled through the air, crashing heavily into the corner of the courtyard, whereupon the entire area was filled with agonizing screams akin to those of a slaughtered pig. "Ai my! Ai! Ai!" The bodies of the two disciples thudded against the ground, their hands that had once attacked Long Chun now a gruesome sight, utterly unrecognizable as arms. The arm of the martial artist on Long Chen's right even displayed exposed, ghastly bone, the entire limb limply dangling on the ground, presenting a horrifying spectacle. Remember, in your next life, even if you are to be a dog, choose your master wisely. Long Chen's voice was frigid as he slowly approached the two. At this moment, the disciples finally realized that Long Chen's affliction had completely healed. Moreover, his strength now surpassed anything they had encountered before. Yet, it was too late for them to harbor regrets, for they could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from Long Chun. They understood that their lives now hung by a thread. Chapter 12. Revenge. A profound terror engulfed the hearts of the two men as they beheld Long Chen's demeanor. They were nearly paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating despite the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies. In that moment, distancing themselves from Long Chun was their most primal impulse. "Long Chun, you cannot kill us. If we perish, brother Hu will not let you off the hook." The disciples' faces were etched with sheer terror, desperately attempting to invoke the name of the mighty tiger to save their own lives. As they gazed at the advancing figure of Long Chun, he appeared to them as a harbinger of doom, their hands trembling against the ground as they inched backward. Fear had shattered their resolve. In Long Chen's eyes, they saw the specter of death itself. With each step, Long Chun drew closer, his gaze radiating a lethal intent that sent shivers down the spines of the two men, erasing any remnants of their former arrogance. They now regarded him as a reaper. Initially, these two had aimed to aid the tiger in punishing Long Chun, hoping to claim credit for the endeavor. However, witnessing Long Chen's ferocity had utterly demoralized them. He was unequivocally prepared to take lives. Enveloped by overwhelming dread, they could only instinctively retreat, devoid of any thoughts of resistance, consumed solely by the desire to survive. "You have brought this upon yourselves. Today I shall act as the hand of justice." With that declaration, Long Chun unleashed a powerful punch that pierced one disciple's chest, the impact resulting in a gruesome explosion of flesh. The man fell silent, his life extinguished in an instant. This was the very individual who had previously dared to challenge him while brandishing the white snow lotus. And Long Chun had resolved from the moment he witnessed this scoundrel's actions that he would spare him no mercy. The dying disciple's lips quivered, yet no sound escaped his mouth as the light in his eyes dimmed. Meanwhile, the other man had already lost all color in his face, witnessing Long Chen's brutality. He frantically scrambled backward, desperate to escape. But at this juncture, all efforts were in vain. "Please, don't kill me." The other disciple, now seemingly deranged, was driven to his knees by the horrifying scene before him, unable to fathom that Long Chun would dare to commit murder within the tribe. The two men, once so brazen, had been reduced to a state of madness in the blink of an eye. Even in death, they would scarcely believe how swiftly retribution had come for them. Yet Long Chen's gaze remained devoid of compassion. He felt no sympathy for the despicable actions of these sycophants. His decision to deliver such a fatal blow stemmed not only from a desire for revenge, but also from a need to eliminate a scourge upon the populace. Allowing these men to live even a day longer meant prolonging the suffering they inflicted upon others. Observing the remaining disciples' pitiful state, Long Chun felt no pangs of pity. Drawing from his experiences across 2 lifetimes, he understood the necessity of eradicating evil entirely. He could not afford to show leniency to a lackey who had served the tiger for so long. However, he refrained from ending the man's life just yet. Instead, he pressed his finger against the disciple's dantian. With a gentle yet forceful push, the disciple emitted a wretched wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This seemingly minor action had irrevocably crippled the disciple's cultivation. Long Chen's intention was to remove the claws of this sycophant. Watching the man limp away in a desperate bid for survival, Long Chun clenched his fists, the fire of rage in his eyes unabated. His hatred for the tiger and his followers had festered for far too long. While he had momentarily found satisfaction in slaying one warrior, it was still far from enough. Yet, Long Chun was not in a hurry. He would save all his revelations for 3 days hence, when he would expose the humiliation he had endured before the entire Long clan. For now, he merely needed to recuperate, which offered him a moment of relief. After all, this was his mother, and despite possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, he was still inclined to honor and respect her. At that moment, Long He, who had been pursuing him, hurried into the room. He had witnessed Long Chen's display of power firsthand, and was still in a state of shock. Despite Long Chen's stagnation and cultivation over the years, his recent display of strength had thoroughly astonished Long He. With tears welling in his eyes, Long He gazed at Long Chun, who felt a warm surge of affection in return. Although Long He was not Long Chen's biological brother, he had consistently supported and assisted him, making him one of Long Chen's closest friends. As Long He spoke, his voice trembled with emotion, truly delighted by Long Chen's recovery. Long Chun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, "Rest assured, my injuries have healed, and my strength has significantly increased." In his heart, Long Chun felt no need to conceal anything from his dear friend. He understood that Long He genuinely cared for his well-being. Upon hearing this, Long He nodded vigorously. His spirits lifted. After all, in the tribe, hunting a tiger was no small feat, and the value of its hide was immense. Without further ado, Long He departed the tribe, setting out in search of the tiger carcass that Long Chun had mentioned. Standing amidst the disarray of the room, and beside the unconscious Zhao Yang, Long Chun found an unexpected tranquility. The hatred from his past life was far beyond his current capacity for vengeance. However, having been reborn, he vowed to repay that debt in the future. The enemies before him would not be granted leniency. The oppression he had endured would be met with a far fiercer retaliation. Chapter 13. The rite of passage. Long Chen's act of slaying a subordinate of the Longhu was not driven by a loss of reason. Rather, it was a manifestation of remarkable composure. The fleeting passage of 3 days saw no whispers of his actions escape the confines of the Long clan, as if they had vanished without a trace, and Longhu refrained from pursuing further conflict with him. It appeared that both he and Long Chun harbored the same intent, to eliminate one another during the rite of passage. According to the customs of the tribe, the rite of passage is a momentous occasion, as each year it signifies a pivotal event for the clan. In the Long tribe, every disciple who reaches the age of 18 is formally recognized as an adult through this sacred ceremony, thereby assuming responsibilities toward the tribe. This grand ritual holds profound significance for the youth, marking a sacred milestone in their lives. In accordance with tribal tradition, during the rite of passage, each young martial artist must engage in combat to determine the strongest among the new generation. This competition is of paramount importance for both the tribe and the young warriors, as the Long clan adheres to a system where the most formidable among them ascends to the position of clan leader. Consequently, the victor of this contest becomes a candidate for the chieftaincy, earning the highest honor and access to the tribe's most abundant resources. The atmosphere within the expansive martial arts arena of the Long tribe was electric, with all members pausing their daily endeavors to congregate in anticipation. The rite of passage is crucial not only for the tribe, but also for individual families and every young martial artist, igniting a spark of eagerness among the participants. For each disciple, this competition is vital, as it largely determines their future status and, to a significant extent, shapes their destiny. The youths preparing for the rite wore expressions of barely concealed excitement, eager to prove themselves. They represent the pinnacle of talent within their families, shouldering the hopes of their clans. Father, mother, you need not worry. I will not disappoint you, Long Chun reassured his parents, exuding an unusual calm, devoid of any tension or exhilaration. Indeed, uncle and aunt, Chun Gu has fully recovered. He is now at the 9th level of body refinement. Just wait and witness his astounding prowess. Long, he whispered excitedly, having witnessed Long Chen's triumph over 2 5th-level disciples with a single strike, instilling in him unwavering confidence. Despite hearing Long Chen's words, Zhao Yin was still visibly anxious. With a motherly gaze, she implored, Chun'er, regardless of the outcome, prioritize your safety and protect yourself. These young martial artists are formidable, do not underestimate them. Seated nearby, Long Chen's father, Long Tianxuan, appeared far more at ease than Zhao Yin. Long Chun had always been regarded as a prodigy within the Long clan, a paragon among the tribe, and his recent illness had nearly claimed his life. Yet, by the grace of fate, Long Chun not only survived but emerged stronger, having ascended to the 9th tier of body refinement, which filled Long Xiangshan with confidence for the future. Long Xiangshan held steadfast faith in his son. Long Chun, however, chose to keep the truth hidden, for revealing it would be too cruel. The Long Chun they knew had, in a sense, perished. The being before them was merely a soul reborn in their son's body. Understanding their inability to accept such a reality, Long Chun resolved to guard this secret closely, forever honoring them as his true parents. Having been granted a second chance at life through their son's body, he felt an intrinsic bond with them. Thus, he fabricated a tale of a dream in which an elderly man revealed a herb within the Laoxiao mountain that could cure his ailment, leading him to seek it out and ultimately restore his health. Zhao Yin and Long Xiangshan, unwavering in their belief, were overwhelmed with joy at their son's recovery, which rekindled their hope. Chen'er, Long Xiangshan affectionately patted Long Chen's shoulder, speaking earnestly, as your father, I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. If you possess the courage, pursue your aspirations with abandon. I believe in you. His eyes were filled with fervor and faith in his son. Long Chun felt a lump in his throat. Since being marginalized by the family, his parents had endured ridicule within the tribe, and Long Xiangshan had been relegated to the hunting team, battling beasts day in and day out. The turmoil that befell their family stemmed from him. Yet now Long Chun was determined to alter their fate. He remained silent, vowing to strive harder and ensure his parents would suffer no longer. His gaze then shifted to a distance where Long, who had just arrived at the competition venue, immediately surrounded by a throng of admirers. These individuals were either followers of the Third Elder or those seeking to ally with the Long Hu family, drawn by their influential status within the tribe. Ever since Long Chen's injury, Long Hu had ascended as the tribe's premier young talent, positioning himself as a prime candidate for the chieftaincy, prompting eager aspirants to seek his favor. However, Long Chun regarded Long Hu with cold indifference, well acquainted with the family's deceitful nature and harboring long-standing resentment. Long Hu seemed to sense Long Chen's disdain, fixing his gaze upon him. As their eyes met, a sly smirk crept across Long Hu's face, his expression laced with malice. It was said that when foes encounter one another, the tension is palpable. Both Long Chun and Long Hu understood that today's battle resembled a duel between sworn enemies. Chapter 14. A strengthless existence. Although the venue was bustling with excitement, Long Chun remained unusually serene. Ever since the appearance of Long Hu, it had become apparent that this individual was destined to meet his demise at Long Chen's hands. After a brief exchange of glances, Long Chun turned away. Regarding Long, who was already dead, he was a man who had long since earned his fate. An elderly man with white hair strode confidently to the center of the elevated platform. Upon his arrival, the entire assembly fell silent, with the audience gazing solemnly at the elder, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the grand event. Esteemed guests, today marks the annual coming-of-age ceremony of the Long clan. I hereby declare the event officially opened, proclaimed Long Tianming, the clan leader, standing atop the martial stage. The future of our Long clan rests upon your shoulders. I hope each of you will perform admirably and live up to the expectations of our esteemed elders." Behind him stood a group of venerable clan elders, their hair white as snow, embodying the authority within the Long clan. Among them was the third elder, Long Tianxuan, who cast a satisfied glance at his son, Long Hu. Despite the fervor surrounding him, Long Chun's expression remained impassive, devoid of any visible anger or agitation. As Long Tianming concluded his speech, the martial arena erupted once more, marking the beginning of the coming-of-age ceremony. This event was not only a celebration, but also a pivotal moment that would determine the future leadership of the Long clan, fueling the anticipation of all in attendance. All participants in the ceremony were required to possess a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of body refinement, which was the standard set by the Long clan. Those below this level, while permitted to attend, were exempt from testing. Given that reaching the age of 18 without achieving the 5th stage implied limited potential for future accomplishments, the young generation within the Long clan was numerous. Yet true prodigies were exceedingly rare, creating an intensely competitive atmosphere. Strength was the ultimate measure of one's worth. A total of 278 disciples, including Long Chun, gathered for the first assessment, which would evaluate each disciple's strength. Within the clan, power was of paramount importance, for it was said that strength could conquer all. Before them lay a white stone, roughly the size of a basin, known as the strength testing stone. This remarkable mineral allowed practitioners to channel their power into it, instantly revealing their strength, a fair method of assessment that had been upheld within the Long clan for many years. You are prohibited from using any supernatural abilities. Strike it with your utmost force, instructed the elder overseeing the test to the first disciple in line. The disciple nodded, summoned his energy, and delivered a powerful punch to the stone, which resonated with 4 distinct sounds. 5th stage of body refinement. For units of strength, the elder remarked indifferently, as the disciple walked away, slightly disheartened. The subsequent warriors followed suit, lining up to undergo their evaluations. The atmosphere oscillated between excitement and despondency among the participants. When Long Hu approached the testing stone, the crowd erupted in cheers, and the gazes of several clan elders turned toward him. He was undoubtedly the center of attention, as he was regarded as the foremost talent among the younger generation and the son of the third elder. Currently at the 9th stage of body refinement, Long Hu was celebrated as the clan's top prodigy. Although there were a few others at the same cultivation level, none matched his combat prowess, which was widely recognized among the clan's warriors. Prior to him, the best performance from other 9th stage disciples had only achieved a strength of 8 units. As Long Hu drew closer to the testing stone, all eyes in the arena were irresistibly drawn to him, brimming with anticipation for his display of strength. He approached the stone, gathered his focus, and unleashed a powerful punch. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, eager to discern the extent of Long Hu's power. Boom. 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 As the resounding echoes pierced the stillness, a collective gasp arose as 9 distinct sounds reverberated through the air, signifying that Long Hu had achieved a strength of 9 units, a feat unmatched by any young warrior thus far. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Truly, he is the first prodigy of the Long clan. To attain 9 units of strength at merely 18 years of age is indicative of an extraordinary future. They marveled. This year's top honor in the coming-of-age ceremony undoubtedly belongs to Long Hu. Who else could possibly rival such prowess? He is indeed an exceptional talent, destined for greatness. Many disciples gazed at Long Hu with admiration. His formidable strength had long been the subject of whispers, but witnessing such a spectacle left them awestruck. The elder overseeing the test smiled, clearly satisfied with Long Hu's display of strength. With an air of pride, Long Hu descended from the platform amidst the adoration of the crowd, casting a provocative glance at Long Chun before leaving. However, Long Hu was taken aback by Long Chen's unexpected presence. He had anticipated that Long Chun would have succumbed by now, given the efficacy of the poison his father had employed. Yet, here stood Long Chun, seemingly in good health, which perplexed Long Hu. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought. Perceiving Long Chun as no threat, his mere presence offered Long Hu an opportunity to humiliate him further. This insignificant Long Chun was no match for him. As their eyes met, Long Hu noticed Long Chen's calm demeanor, devoid of any sign of disturbance, which only fueled Long Hu's contempt. Before long, it was Long Chen's turn to step forward. Long Chun has come to participate in the test? Does he still believe himself to be the prodigy of Yer? How amusing. Long Hu scoffed internally. It is truly a pity to witness a once prominent figure reduced to such a state. It seems fate is indeed unkind to the gifted. What a cruel twist of fate it is, that the talented are often envious of their prowess, and thus, the dragon and tiger family conspired to poison them. Otherwise, who could have foreseen the outcome of today's coming-of-age ceremony? Indeed, it is a lamentable situation. Before the discussion could continue, the third elder, seated quietly at the side, cleared his throat gently, prompting an immediate hush among the crowd, though some felt a sense of injustice for Long Chen's plight. The oppressive presence of the third elder and the dragon-tiger clan silenced their protests. Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Long Chen remained unfazed, focused solely on preparing for the test. I dare wager he won't surpass for units of strength, one disciple shouted. You hold him in too high esteem, in my view. Achieving 3 units would be a remarkable feat for him, another scoffed. After 3 years of stagnation in his cultivation, he still dares to partake in the test. He might as well join his father's hunting team. Long the genius, do be careful not to injure your hand. Came the mocking laughter from the crowd. Most of these individuals were either allies of the dragon and tiger clan or sought to curry favor with the third elder, hence their derision aimed at Long Chen. Yet, Long Chen remained impervious to their taunts, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion, wholly indifferent to their words. Having lived 2 lives, Long Chen possessed an unwavering resolve. The storms he had weathered were far beyond the ordinary. How could he be swayed by mere insults? Do not employ any supernatural abilities. Strike with your utmost strength. The testing elder remarked, slightly taken aback by Long Chen's composure. Nevertheless, he offered this counsel out of goodwill, aware of Long Chen's circumstances and feeling genuine regret for him. Though he kept his sentiments concealed, Long Chen nodded subtly, raising his right hand into a tight fist before delivering a direct blow to the strength-testing stone, and then turned to step away. His seemingly weightless punch appeared devoid of force. After a couple of breaths, silence prevailed as the stone remained unresponsive. Observing this, a warrior from the audience burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Is he here to entertain us? It feels as though he merely grazed the stone." It was only then that others began to comprehend the situation. They had presumed Long Chen would at least achieve 3 units of strength. Yet the stone's silence indicated that he had not even registered a single unit of strength. Chapter 15. Provocation of Long Chen upon witnessing such a scene. Those who had initially laughed were now even more exhilarated, for it validated their claims. The once formidable Long Chen had now fallen to a state inferior to theirs, which provided them with immense satisfaction. This exemplifies the most grotesque aspect of human nature. The sudden downfall of something that was once exalted, now trampled underfoot. The crowd, who once could only look up to him, realized that the figure they idolized had lost his former brilliance. In this moment, they all yearned to step on him, revealing the darker side of humanity. After Long Chen was injured and his strength stagnated, it played directly into the hands of these individuals, who saw this as their chance to revel in his misfortune. Although they bore no personal grievances against him, they all felt compelled to belittle him further. The more they could diminish Long Chen, the more it would soothe their egos. I always believed his reputation as a genius was mere luck. Perhaps he stumbled upon some dubious path to reach the 5th level of body refinement. Now he faces backlash and stagnation. Serves him right. Scoffed Long Hu. Indeed. How could a waste like him even compare to you, brother Hu? You are the true genius of the Long clan, while he, Long Chen, is utterly unworthy. Bang. Before the disciple who flattered Long Hu could finish his sentence, a resounding crash echoed around them. The once boisterous crowd was startled into silence, and confusion spread as they looked around. The entire venue, which had been filled with noise, fell so quiet that one could hear a needle drop. As everyone was stunned by the shocking spectacle before them, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Puzzled expressions adorned the faces of the onlookers as their gazes converged on the source of the sound. They collectively gasped, including the elder responsible for the testing, who wore a look of astonishment, for they had just discovered that the testing stone had shattered. The crowd was taken aback by the sight, as the notion of a single punch shattering the testing stone was an unprecedented terror. To break the stone, a martial artist must possess strength far exceeding its limits. A realization that left everyone speechless. While silence enveloped the gathering, Long Tianming, the clan leader, was the first to react. He turned to the elder beside Long Chen and instructed, "Investigate the cause of the stone's destruction." Long Tianming, a figure of great respect, could no longer remain composed. Though it was uncertain whether Long Chen's strength had indeed caused the stone to shatter, the occurrence was astonishingly unexpected. The elder in charge of testing carefully examined the fragmented stone, knowing from years of experience that such stones rarely malfunctioned. After all, they were spiritual artifacts of the heavens, typically impervious to damage. Though martial artists often struck the stone, it would dissipate the force, allowing it to endure for an extended period. The likelihood of a stone malfunctioning was minimal, if not entirely impossible, with the stone now shattered. The only plausible explanation was that Long Chen's strength had surpassed its limits. However, if this were true, the shock it brought would be far more terrifying than any malfunction, for Long Chen was merely 18 years of age. If he truly possessed such formidable strength, it would be a terrifying prospect. What kind of unimaginable prowess could he reach? The testing elder shook his head, as the notion seemed utterly implausible. Long Chen had been injured for years. Even if he had recovered, it would be an extraordinary feat. The idea that he might possess such terrifying strength now was nearly inconceivable, leaving the elder in a daze. After a thorough inspection, the testing elder reported, "Clan leader, the testing stone is not defective." Upon hearing this, the clan leader was momentarily shaken but chose to remain silent and resumed his seat. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in disbelief. After a brief silence, the martial arena was filled with a cacophony of astonishment. "Did I just see that correctly? The testing stone shattered?" A disciple murmured incredulously. Just moments ago, he had remarked that Long Chen might barely achieve the strength of 3 bulls, yet now, with a single strike, Long Chen had obliterated the entire stone. It felt surreal, as if reality had been upended. Another martial artist jumped to his feet, overwhelmed with excitement. How could Long Chen, who is merely at the 5th level of body refinement, possess such immense power? This exceeds even the limits of the 9th level. Those who had previously mocked Long Chen were now left aghast. The outcome was beyond their wildest dreams. Long Chen had shattered the testing stone, an unprecedented feat within the Long clan. Never before had a genius emerged at the age of 18 capable of such a display. This was utterly astonishing. As the uproar continued, those who had once derided Long Chen could no longer contain their disbelief. Long Chen, who had always appeared untouchable and the object of their envy, had now risen once more with such overwhelming strength that they found it impossible to accept. They had relished his decline, seizing the opportunity to belittle him, but now, with this display of power, they were driven to a frenzy, desperate to undermine him again. Impossible. He must have cheated. There's no way he possesses such strength. It's unfathomable. Long Hu's icy voice pierced through the chaos. In his mind, he could only muster the strength of 9 bulls, and how could he, who deemed Long Chen a waste, accept that Long Chen could surpass him? This was a notion he could not bear. For Long Chen should have been gravely injured and on the brink of death. How could a dying man wield such extraordinary power? It was utterly impossible. As he recalled the times when Long Chen had overshadowed him, Long Hu felt himself spiraling into madness. He was the true prodigy of the Long clan. Long Chen could not possibly eclipse him. Yes, he must have cheated. He must have cheated. The dragon and tiger, visibly agitated, exclaimed as if a sensitive nerve had been struck, their anger igniting. As soon as the words left his lips, a disciple immediately echoed, "The limit of the force testing stone is 12 cow strength. Even if he is at the 9th level of body refinement, it is impossible for his strength to exceed 12 cows. This is unequivocally a case of cheating." Such sentiments reverberated throughout the audience, gradually drawing a chorus of agreement from many disciples. After all, surpassing 12 cows of strength was utterly astonishing, a feat deemed impossible. Unperturbed by their shouts, Long Chen remained composed. Their skepticism could not sway his emotions. "Silence!" The testing elder commanded sharply, his voice imbued with authority. Such a significant occasion as the adult ceremony does not permit the chatter of ignorant youths. Is it conceivable that such a momentous event could be fabricated? His solemn tone brooked no dissent, and the previously raucous crowd fell into silence. Nonetheless, a seed of doubt lingered in the elder's heart regarding Long Chen's displayed strength. He understood well that if one truly shattered the testing stone through sheer power, the requisite strength would be formidable. Could Long Chen genuinely possess such might? If so, it was indeed an extraordinary anomaly for an 18-year-old to wield such terrifying strength. Yet, the prospect of cheating seemed implausible, for the quality of the testing stone was exceptionally robust. To shatter it through deceit was virtually impossible. The elder could now ascertain that Long Chun must indeed be at the 9th level of body refinement, yet his strength evidently surpassed that of his peers, perhaps even exceeding that of more powerful warriors. As the testing elder, he was well aware that the force testing stone had long served as a reliable instrument among the tribes, rendering any form of cheating inconceivable. Even if it were possible, it was beyond the capabilities of someone at Long Chen's level. If he truly possesses such strength, then let us procure another testing stone for verification, the dragon and tiger remarked coldly, their disbelief palpable at Long Chen's performance. Upon hearing this, the testing elder furrowed his brow, internally grappling with a similar notion. However, according to the rules of the current competition, Long Chen had already completed the test. If he declined to retake it, there was no recourse. His gaze turned inquisitively towards Long Chen, who remained remarkably serene, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding tumult. Having lived 2 lives, Long Chen had traversed trials and tribulations far beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. In his previous life as a Star Lord, his mastery of power was exquisite. The more formidable a warrior, the more precise their control over strength, and for Long Chen, this was merely second nature, devoid of difficulty. What appeared to be a nonchalant punch was, in fact, a culmination of power exerted to perfection, with no ounce wasted, all directed at the testing stone. Ignoring the elder's scrutinizing gaze, Long Chen fixed his eyes on the dragon and tiger, a mocking glint in his expression as he taunted, "You say redo? You certainly think highly of yourself." This remark was a blatant provocation aimed at the self-important young master, whom Long Chen regarded with utter disdain. Chapter 16. The battle intensifies upon hearing Long Chen's words. Long, who was immediately engulfed in fury, those words struck a nerve. This individual had long been under Long Chen's relentless pressure, and it was precisely this disdainful attitude from Long Chen that had driven him to act with such malice. Resorting to treachery, a scowl of anger crossed Long Hu's face, and he sneered, "It seems you have a guilty conscience." The crowd of his followers echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. I suspect he must have cheated. Otherwise, why wouldn't he dare to test himself again?" These individuals were eager to see Long Chen humiliated, and while they harbored some disdain for Long Hu, they felt powerless to confront him at that moment. Thus, they directed their animosity solely towards Long Chen. Observing these gestures, Long Chen regarded them with utter disdain, scoffing, "Merely a troop of buffoons. What significance do they hold amidst this clamor?" To him, their idle chatter was akin to the most trivial noise, and he could hardly be bothered to acknowledge them. He then turned his gaze towards his parents and Long He, offering them a reassuring smile. Long Chen was acutely aware that his family was watching him, and he wished to alleviate their concerns. Long Hu, watching from a distance, glared with venomous intent, growling, "Regardless of your authenticity, I will ensure you comprehend that you are ultimately but a waste." Uncle and aunt, what do you think? I told you that Chenggu would surely impress. Long He was brimming with excitement, feeling a sense of vindication for Long Chen's stellar performance. Over the years, their families had endured much hardship, yet Long Chen's current display had afforded them a moment of pride. He was their beacon of hope. The prior strength assessment had been designed to gauge each warrior's combat capabilities, for in the realm of martial arts, raw power remains paramount. As the saying goes, strength surpasses all skills, making power the foundational essence of every warrior's prowess. Once the strength evaluations concluded, the next phase involved immediate combat. Pairs of warriors were assigned to battle one another, leading to a process of continual elimination until a victor emerged. After all, practical combat ability is of utmost importance. Only by defeating one's adversary can one hope to achieve ultimate victory. The rankings were announced before all, and finally, Long Chen discovered his opponent, a warrior named Long Zetian. Though unfamiliar with this individual, Long Chen understood that a fierce battle awaited him, one of great significance for both combatants, as it would shape their destinies and futures. Each would undoubtedly fight with unrelenting fervor. In truth, Long Chen yearned for a confrontation with Long Hu, desiring nothing more than to decisively vanquish him in front of all. He sought to prove himself, but more crucially, he sought vengeance for the humiliations inflicted upon him over the years. This was his chance for retribution. Long Chen was keenly aware that an encounter with Long Hu was inevitable. Given Long Hu's prowess, he stood as a formidable contender within the Long clan. And apart from himself, there was likely no one capable of besting him. With his current strength, Long Chen had a solid chance of reaching the final stages. Making their clash all but certain, a clash he ardently desired. While Long Chun would exert his utmost against the ordinary warriors, he recognized that his strength, though considerable, was not sufficient to overpower every opponent. The venue for the competition was an expansive square, divided into numerous smaller arenas where each pair of combatants would face off. The atmosphere was solemn and serious, for each match bore the weight of its participants' destinies, rendering everyone somewhat anxious. An elder presided beside each arena, serving as the judge to determine the outcomes of the battles. These elders were chosen at random to ensure fairness and eliminate the possibility of biased officiating. As Long Chun stepped onto his designated stage, a young warrior stood ready, observing him with a hint of surprise as Long Chun approached. The elder acknowledged both combatants and proclaimed, "This is your first match. It will be a best of 3. Are you both prepared?" The other warrior appeared calm, as if the impending contest bore no relevance to him, exuding an air of indifference. Meanwhile, the other waiting combatants exhibited signs of impatience, recognizing the significance of the event for each individual involved. Yet this warrior remained remarkably composed, evoking a sense of detachment. In their brief exchange of glances, Long Chun sensed his opponent's aloofness, which only served to heighten his vigilance. Finally, with the resounding chime signaling the commencement of the match, Long Chun focused all his attention on the battle ahead, mentally preparing for every encounter. He felt confident that he would not encounter insurmountable challenges today, as the difference in their levels would not impose undue pressure upon him. The warrior named Long Zetian regarded Long Chun and remarked, "Long Chun, I have heard much about you. Your performance today is indeed impressive. However, I will approach this battle with my utmost effort." With that, he drew his sword, signaling his readiness for the confrontation. Acknowledging his opponent's declaration with a nod, Long Chun replied, "I appreciate your respect." This display of humility from his adversary prompted Long Chun to regard him with newfound respect, realizing the significance of this opponent. With their words exchanged, silence fell as both warriors began to assess each other, their impending clash palpable in the air. Long Chun discreetly studied his opponent, who wielded a long sword and scrutinized him in return. This adversary exuded an aura of cold detachment, prompting Long Chun to position his sword defensively, prepared for the imminent eruption of combat. Although their confrontation had been brief, the moment either made a move, it would surely unfold in the blink of an eye, compelling Long Chun to anticipate his opponent's every action. At that moment, Long Chun observed his opponent suddenly spring into action. Despite the warrior's outward appearance of tranquility, his strike was as swift as lightning. Long Chun saw him brandishing a sharp sword, charging towards him with great ferocity. This time, the opponent's attack was indeed fierce, with the blade aimed directly at Long Chun's chest. It was evident to Long Chun that his adversary was not exerting his full strength. It was merely a probing strike. Consequently, Long Chun prepared to defend himself, ready to thwart this onslaught. He raised his longsword to counter the attack, and the two blades clashed, producing a resounding, crisp sound as Long Chun managed to slightly push back Long Zetian. Though Long Chun had seized an opportunity, his opponent was well prepared, thus evading Long Chun's counterattack. Inwardly, Long Chun could not help but commend this adversary. Despite his unremarkable appearance, there was a clear disparity in their strengths. Long Zetian remained remarkably calm and composed, executing his assault with utmost caution. Had he unleashed his full power from the outset, Long Chun was confident he could have driven him to the edge of the arena. This would have allowed him to follow up with a subsequent move to potentially force him off the stage, yet the outcome was evidently not as Long Chun had anticipated. This opponent was exceedingly cautious. After all, Long Chun's attack had not yielded the desired effect. After a brief moment of adjustment, Long Chun lunged forward once more, this time targeting his opponent's throat. His response was exceptionally quick, for if his adversary managed to react, Long Chun's offensive would lose its advantage. Thus, he pressed on relentlessly. The battle between the two escalated into a fervent clash. Chapter 17. The final battle. In this instance, Long Chun summoned all of his spiritual energy, poised and ready for the next strike. Up until now, he had not revealed his true strength, as the warrior before him did not warrant such an exertion. Long Chun's prowess far surpassed that of these ordinary fighters. With a single blow, he could easily vanquish his opponent. There was no animosity between Long Chun and this warrior. Thus, he felt no need to unleash his full potential. Moreover, Long Chun intended to further mislead Long Hu and Elder Long through his current capabilities. He was acutely aware that his presence had certainly captured the attention of the Long family, and thus he understood the necessity of concealing his true strength. especially before confronting Long Hu. If he revealed his full capabilities, the cunning Long Tianfang would undoubtedly thwart any chance of defeating Long Hu, for the old fox was not to be underestimated. Therefore, Long Chen chose to hide his true abilities, rendering Long Hu and Long Tianfang unable to gauge his true strength. This strategy would ensure that Long Hu would engage him in battle, at which point Long Chen could finally unleash his authentic power and eliminate Long Hu, avenging his past grievances. Consequently, Long Chen intended to feign weakness, portraying himself as fully committed to the fight in order to deceive both Long Hu and Long Tianfang. This time, Long Chen did not exert his full strength, not even a third of it, which contributed to the prolonged stalemate. Initially, he had anticipated a swift victory, but it became evident that the duel was far from easy, with both combatants locked in a tense struggle. Long Chen recognized that if this stalemate continued, he risked being dragged to a timeout, which would result in a forfeiture as per the rules of the arena. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, aiming to secure victory in at least 2 rounds to avoid being hindered by this opponent, as that would place him in a precarious situation. Without hesitation, Long Chen launched another attack against his adversary, this time with even greater ferocity. In an instant, his strike was directed towards the opponent. Although the assault was sudden, the adversary managed to react promptly, positioning his sword defensively. In that fleeting moment, he transitioned to wielding the sword with both hands, successfully blocking Long Chen's attack. Long Chen was secretly astonished by the opponent's reflexes. He had consistently anticipated Long Chen's moves with remarkable precision. Long Chen had not exerted his full power in previous strikes, fully aware that should he unleash his complete strength, this warrior would stand no chance. Now, he felt there was no need for further delay. Gripping his sword tightly, he prepared to launch a decisive final assault. Sensing the impending danger, the opponent assumed a defensive stance, both combatants aware that this confrontation would determine the victor. Without hesitation, Long Chen raised his sword, channeling all his strength into the strike, and charged at the adversary, attacking from a commanding height. His blow descended upon the opponent like a mountain, and with a resounding clash of swords, the opponent found himself utterly defenseless. He was sent crashing backward, unable to withstand the immense force of Long Chen's strike. The warrior was propelled out of the combat arena, landing several meters away before finally halting. Despite the distance, the opponent struggled with surging energy and was no longer capable of continuing the fight. Long Chen's attack had inflicted internal injuries that would take considerable time to heal. Though begrudgingly defeated, the warrior recognized the vast disparity in their strengths. As a martial artist, he understood that Long Chen had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Had he exerted his full force, survival would have been impossible. Long Chen had engaged in this lengthy duel to afford him dignity, not wishing for him to suffer a humiliating defeat, especially considering the significance of this rite of passage for every warrior. Even in his reluctance, the warrior accepted his defeat. Standing victoriously in the arena, Long Chen noticed a figure in the distance, intently watching him. Despite the separation, he could distinctly sense the animosity emanating from Long Hu. Unimpressed by Long Hu's arrogance, Long Chen disregarded the provocation and shifted his gaze towards Elder Long in the audience. In regard to Long Hu, Long Chen sought only to utterly defeat him in the arena. He had no desire for a war of words, as such exchanges held no practical purpose. Long Chen considered defeating this minor adversary a trivial task, as his sole requirement was to conquer him in the arena. However, he was acutely aware that Elder Long would pose a far more formidable challenge, as Long Chen perceived the depth of this individual's cunning. At that moment, he observed Elder Long, seated high above, casually observing him. Despite the distance, Long Chen sensed a palpable aura of danger in the elder's gaze. Yet, he felt no fear. After all, having lived 2 lives, he had encountered many cold-hearted individuals and had no reason to fear such a minor old man. The second round of eliminations commenced swiftly after the first round concluded, leaving only half of the original competitors. The remaining warriors were notably more formidable than those in the previous round, as all were victors from the first elimination. Long Chen's next opponent was a robust young warrior clad in simple animal hide, who regarded Long Chen with an intimidating demeanor. As the young warrior ascended the stage, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Long Chen and, in a low voice, remarked, "You, Long Chen, harbor a grudge against the Long Hu clan. What business is it of yours to target my brother? Why did you resort to such ruthless measures, crippling his cultivation?" In uttering these words, The young warrior emanated an intense aura, appearing on the verge of launching himself at Long Chun. Upon hearing this, Long Chun recalled that 3 days prior, he had incapacitated a martial artist, and it dawned on him that this warrior was likely the brother of that individual. Fate had indeed intertwined their paths in an unexpected manner. Nevertheless, Long Chun felt no trepidation. This individual posed no threat to him. Despite the warrior's aggressive demeanor, Long Chun remained unperturbed, coldly retorting, "Your brother has acted as a lackey, bullying others without cause. Had he not overstepped his bounds, I would have had no reason to intervene. His downfall is of his own making. I showed mercy by sparing his life." Upon hearing these words, the already enraged warrior erupted in fury, bellowing, "You insolent wretch! You are courting death with such provocation." Without waiting for the elder to declare the commencement of the match, he charged at Long Chun, causing the arena to tremble slightly with his fervent advance. Long Chun was taken aback by the raw power this individual displayed. As the warrior lunged towards him, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Long Chun's face, accompanied by a piercing gust of wind. Though the blow was formidable, Long Chun perceived numerous openings in the attack. Without a hint of retreat, Long Chun clenched his fists and stepped forward, striking directly at the opponent's fist. The impact of their fists colliding reverberated through the air, followed by a bone-cracking sound that echoed ominously. In the wake of this sound, the warrior was sent sprawling, crashing heavily outside the stage, his anguished cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Long Chun's punch had shattered the warrior's arm, and the once formidable adversary writhed in pain on the ground. The entire confrontation transpired within the blink of an eye, leaving the warrior with scarcely any opportunity to resist before being vanquished by Long Chun. With the conclusion of this second battle, it was not long before the third match commenced. In this encounter, Long Chun once again effortlessly triumphed over his opponent. Following several more battles, each devoid of suspense, Long Chun soon found himself entering the final contest. The ultimate showdown was destined to be a clash between Long Chun and the Longhu clan. Chapter 18. The confrontation. After numerous battles, only Long Chun and Longhu remained on the arena. Although Long Chun's strength had stagnated over the years, he had now demonstrated his prowess, proving to everyone that he was indeed the once great prodigy, Long Chun. Initially, many believed he had come merely to draw attention, as he had been poisoned, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self and posing no real threat. However, at this moment, Long Chun had carved his path through adversity to reach this point, startling those who had hoped for his downfall. Even if he did not fight in this final ultimate battle, Long Chun had already validated his worth, now standing as one of the most formidable warriors among the younger generation. Despite this, the surrounding warriors could not help but engage in fervent discussions about the impending clash. For it was not merely a contest between Long Chun and Longhu. It would significantly influence the future power dynamics of the Long clan. How could Long Chun, who was believed to be on the brink of death due to poisoning, exhibit such remarkable strength today? Surely, his injuries must have healed. It seems that Long Chun's capabilities have transformed beyond recognition. This year, Longhu was undoubtedly the strongest contender, but with Long Chun's emergence, the outcome of this year's competition was uncertain. Who is this insignificant Long Chun? Merely lucky to have made it this far. He will surely be no match for Longhu. The atmosphere in the arena was electric with anticipation. All eyes were fixed upon the two youths. Longhu, brimming with arrogance, looked down upon Long Chun, mockingly proclaiming, "I never expected you, a worthless wretch, to make it to the finals. Now, make sure to exit this stage upright." Longhu had been observing Long Chun's battles, and today's performance had instilled a sense of danger in him, prompting his derisive comments in an attempt to provoke Long Chun. As he spoke, the surrounding disciples erupted in cheers, particularly those who had faced defeat earlier, their faces alight with excitement. These individuals, who had previously dismissed Long Chun, were now filled with dissatisfaction, and they relished Longhu's ridicule, echoing their sentiments. The scornful gazes directed at Long Chun did not faze him. They seemed insignificant, like ants in his eyes. Observing Long Chun's composed demeanor, Longhu was momentarily perplexed. What could this mean? With a dismissive glance, Long Chun replied leisurely, "To defeat you, I need but a single strike." Longhu's expression morphed from surprise to indignation. Not only has he lost his mind, but he is also foolishly arrogant. Today, he may have performed well, but such hubris will surely lead to his downfall. Longhu is the foremost genius of the Long clan. Long Chun must have misjudged his opponent. How laughable. Another voice chimed in. Long Chen's audacious proclamation set off a commotion within the arena. Long Chen, you truly do not grasp the gravity of your words. This time, I will ensure your demise. Long Hu's face flushed with rage as he charged at Long Chen, feeling deeply insulted. Long Hu, initially intent on provoking Long Chen, found himself losing control, fueled by the latter's mere words. With fists clenched, he lunged at Long Chen, a ferocious roar accompanying his strike, a powerful aura emanating from him. In that instant, Long Chen remained unfazed, displaying no signs of panic as he effortlessly evaded Long Hu's attack. What began as a fierce assault from Long Hu became futile as Long Chen danced around the blows, resembling a matador skillfully evading a raging bull. Long Hu's frantic strikes were rendered ineffective, his attempts to land a hit failing miserably. Long Chen, now playing with his opponent, taunted, "Ha! Is this the so-called first genius? You can't even come close to me. What do you intend to defeat me with?" Long Hu, already seething with anger, found Long Chen's mockery intolerable. The audience's astonishment only intensified his humiliation. He felt utterly disgraced. The more he missed, the more determined he became to vanquish Long Chen, unleashing his fury with increasing ferocity. To Long Hu, each second Long Chen remained on the stage was a profound insult, and he yearned to snap Long Chen's neck. Yet, despite his relentless assaults, he achieved nothing. Each time his fists neared Long Chen, the latter would deftly evade, leaving Long Hu swinging at nothing but air. As Long Hu's frustration mounted, he resembled a furious bear, repeatedly charging at Long Chen, who, like a slippery eel, slipped away just as it seemed he would be caught. The audience's murmurs of disbelief only deepened Long Hu's humiliation. This was a battle he was expected to dominate, but instead, he was being thoroughly outmatched. At this moment, Long Hu was entirely at Long Chen's mercy, utterly outmaneuvered, while the crowd watched in awe. The crowd, initially merely spectators, now began to murmur in astonishment. While they outwardly praised the prowess of the dragon and tiger, the truth remained that for years, their dominance had instilled both fear and resentment among the masses. Witnessing their current humiliation, some bold souls even began to taunt. They touted the dragon clan's foremost expert, yet here he was, reduced to a mere puppet, utterly powerless to retaliate. It seems that the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. I once believed that Long Chen was not a match for the dragon and tiger, but it appears he is no ordinary foe. Even the dragon and tiger cannot approach him, indicating that Long Chen possesses remarkable skills, truly worthy of the title of the dragon clan's greatest prodigy. However, I still perceive his strength as insufficient to rival the dragon and tiger. After all, he has yet to confront them directly, consistently evading their attacks. If he were indeed their equal, he would not continuously shy away from delivering a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the atmosphere below remained rife with chatter and contention, with the arguments of the onlookers reaching the ears of both Long Chen and the dragon and tiger. The latter, already incensed by their inability to land a hit on Long Chen, found themselves further enraged by the crowd's skepticism. Their fury aimed squarely at Long Chen. Despite the fact that defeating Long Chen should have been a trivial task for the dragon and tiger, the prolonged nature of this absurd contest was intolerable. He yearned for nothing more than to take Long Chen's life and reclaim his honor. With a ferocious countenance, the dragon and tiger glared at Long Chen, bellowing, "You coward! Do you only know how to hide? Have the courage to face me directly." Long Chen halted, regarding the dragon and tiger with an air of indifference, and replied, "Since you seek death so fervently, I shall deny you that opportunity. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength and power truly entail." Chapter 19. The pinnacle of Tiger Howl fist upon witnessing Long Chen cease his movements. Long Hu could not help but smile, for this development aligned perfectly with his intentions. He yearned to conclude the confrontation swiftly and eliminate Long Chen. In his eyes, Long Chen posed no threat, as the disparity in their strengths was vast. Long Hu possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish Long Chen, although he was unaware of the methods Long Chen employed to counteract the poison. He was acutely aware of its potency, believing it would significantly impede Long Chen's capabilities, rendering him no match for Long Hu. Currently, Long Hu had attained the 9th tier of body refinement, while Long Chen, even if he had recovered from his injuries, would at most revert to the 5th tier. The gap in their strengths remained monumental. Observing Long Chen's previous encounters with the two martial artists, it was evident that his displayed prowess was rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable strength, and his struggles against them were palpable. Thus, Long Hu was convinced that Long Chun posed no threat whatsoever. With this realization, Long Hu's confidence in the battle surged. What Long Hu failed to recognize was that this was precisely what Long Chun wanted him to perceive. The fool was ensnared in a perilous predicament, oblivious to the danger that loomed. Although he could not comprehend the source of Long Chen's remarkable speed, Long Hu interpreted Long Chen's prolonged evasion as a clear indication of superiority, believing that Long Chun could only dodge and dared not retaliate. Now, having successfully provoked Long Chun through verbal taunts, Long Hu was eager to seize the opportunity to crush Long Chun's face with his fist. However, it was laughable to think that this was merely a figment of his imagination. You seek death? Very well, I shall oblige. Long Hu sneered, summoning the roar of the tiger as his colossal fist hurtled toward Long Chun. This time, Long Hu was imbued with an unshakable conviction of victory. His hatred for Long Chun was at its peak, and he longed to eliminate him swiftly. With all his might, Long Hu unleashed his attack. As his fist surged forward, a powerful gust of wind billowed Long Chen's garments. The sheer force of Long Hu's strike was formidable, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Yet, astonishingly, Long Chun remained utterly still, his gaze calm and unflinching, seemingly indifferent to the ferocious onslaught. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was he mad? How could Long Chun not evade such a brutal attack? Should that fist connect, it could shatter every bone in his body. The might of this blow was indeed terrifying, and Long Hu had rightfully earned his title as the foremost expert of the Long clan. It appeared that Long Hu was resolute in his intent to terminate Long Chun with this strike, a blow powerful enough to cleave mountains. Initially, many believed Long Chun to be formidable, yet now it seemed that mere mockery had ensnared him. With Long Hu's current strength, how could he possibly withstand such an attack? It appeared that Long Chun was destined to meet his demise. The crowd, utterly captivated by the unfolding spectacle, was spellbound. This confrontation surpassed any previous contest of the day, as everyone understood that this clash represented the zenith of the younger generation of the Long clan. A glint of malevolence flickered in Long Hu's eyes, and his grin widened as he envisioned Long Chen's demise beneath his fist, intent on claiming his life with this very move. However, unnoticed by all, just as Long Hu's fist approached within mere feet of Long Chun, he acted. Long Chen's movements were swift and decisive, occurring in the blink of an eye. He raised his right hand, forming a fist, and struck out directly, devoid of any elaborate technique. To the spectators, his punch appeared weak and unassuming. Even Long Hu regarded Long Chen's attack with disdain, convinced that even if Long Chun attempted to block, it would be futile. Long Hu was confident in his ability to deliver a lethal blow. Their fists collided, and the confrontation between the two most exceptional talents of the Long clan would determine the victor. Boom! The sound of their clash reverberated like thunder, followed by a piercing cry. The crowd stood in stunned silence as they watched Long Hu propelled backward from Long Chen's seemingly effortless punch. In a single blow, the superiority of Long Chun was indisputable. One strike, merely one strike. All present were profoundly shaken, as the scene before them was surreal. The once invincible Long Hu was felled by Long Chun's single attack. Disbelief washed over the onlookers, yet the sight of Long Hu sprawled on the ground, lamenting, confirmed the truth. Long Hu had been defeated. Just as Long Chun had proclaimed, a single strike was all he required to conquer Long Hu. At that moment, no one had believed it possible. They thought Long Chen's bravado would lead to his own humiliation. Soon, they would understand how fragile their perceived strength was before him. Long Chen's words echoed in their minds, and within moments, they were vindicated. Those who had mocked him felt the sting of reality. It was only then that the disciples who had witnessed Long Chen shatter the testing stone in the first round finally grasped that he had not cheated. Instead, he possessed genuine, terrifying strength. Long Chen's power had reached an extraordinary level, and his triumph over the testing stone was indeed a testament to his capabilities. In stark contrast, their idolized Long Hu, despite his immense strength, now appeared merely a jest in the face of Long Chen. Now do you see who the true waste and who the mere debris is? Do you still hold confidence in your power? Long Chen's calm voice cut through the shock, drawing everyone back to reality. From his elevated position, Long Chen regarded the fallen Long Hu with cold indifference and contempt. He sought to defeat him with this unyielding demeanor, thus achieving the satisfaction of avenging past humiliations. The entire square fell into a profound silence, as everyone grappled with the shock of Long Chen's overwhelming victory and his commanding presence. Looking on, The tribal elders displayed expressions of astonishment, utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Only the third elder, Long Tianfang, wore a grim visage, his eyes glinting with malice. This old man's face was clouded with darkness, as if shadows were about to seep from his very being. Initially, he believed that his son was almost guaranteed to secure first place. However, to his astonishment, a mishap occurred at the last moment, and the title was claimed by Long Chen. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive demeanor as he observed the arena, his eyes a tempest of emotions. Among the spectators, the third elder, Long Tianfang, appeared to be the most composed. In a fit of rage, he thought to himself, "That scoundrel, I shall have your life." The confrontation left Long Hu dazed. A single blow had severely injured him. It was only at that moment that he regained his senses. Overwhelmed by the sheer speed of Long Chen's movements, which had rendered him instinctively aware of the excruciating pain from his injuries, now fully aware of his predicament, he roared in fury, enduring the agony radiating from his arm, and lunged toward Long Chen. Witnessing this pathetic display, Long Chen could not suppress a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Those who consider themselves geniuses are the most laughable. You must understand, there are always greater heights to aspire to. You are no longer my match. Your strength poses no threat to me, so spare yourself the effort." Yet, Long Hu remained consumed by rage, heedless of his circumstances, charging at Long Chen once more like a rabid dog, prepared to fight to the bitter end. In response, Long Chen laughed heartily and declared, "Since you remain undeterred, allow me to demonstrate the transcendent powers of peak mastery." The onlookers gasped at his words, their hearts racing in anticipation. At that moment, they grasped the reality that Long Chen was not merely boasting. His strength had indeed reached a terrifying level. The truth had finally dawned upon them, and they began to accept this reality. However, when Long Chen proclaimed that his Tiger Roar fist had reached its pinnacle, skepticism lingered among the crowd. They understood all too well the terrifying implications of mastering the Tiger Roar fist. For someone of Long Chen's age to achieve such mastery seemed utterly unrealistic. If he truly possessed the abilities he claimed, then Long Chen would undoubtedly be the most extraordinary genius the Long clan had ever known, a pioneer unprecedented in history. Despite their doubts, the spectators refrained from mocking Long Chen any further. Instead, a palpable sense of trepidation took root in their hearts, a deep-seated fear of this formidable youth. Meanwhile, seated in the stands, Long Tianming's expression shifted slightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and suspicion as an ominous premonition crept over him. Chapter 20. Tension in the air at this moment. The crowd held their breath, eagerly anticipating Long Chen's next move. If Long Chen truly possessed the pinnacle of Tiger Roar fist, it would undoubtedly be the most astonishing revelation of the day. The Long clan had existed for several centuries, boasting many exceptionally gifted individuals, yet none had ever achieved such mastery of the Tiger Roar fist at the tender age of 18. Even the current clan leader, Long Tianming, had not reached such heights at that age. Attaining the pinnacle of Tiger Roar fist upon reaching adulthood was nearly impossible due to the immense challenges involved. Martial artists required tranquility and a steady progression to realize significant breakthroughs, and the difficulty of the Tiger Roar fist was even more pronounced, making it a feat few could accomplish. While the onlookers were skeptical of Long Chen's capabilities, the numerous shocks he had delivered previously left them with heightened anticipation for what was to come. At that moment, Long Hu had lost all reason. He lunged at Long Chen like a wild beast, claws bared, closing in rapidly. Having been coddled throughout his life, he had never experienced such humiliation. In his rage, Long Hu was reduced to primal instincts, driven by a desire for vengeance against Long Chen, embodying the essence of a feral animal. Suddenly, Long Chen made his move. In an instant, he unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch, yet with it came a resounding explosion. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a fierce tiger erupted from Long Chen's fist, its jaws agape and roaring as it lunged toward Long Hu. Although merely a phantom, the tiger appeared vividly real, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. This spectacle left the audience profoundly shaken. The scene before them was nothing short of magical, utterly beyond belief. To master the Tiger Roar fist to such a degree, where form and spirit converged, Long Chen had undeniably reached the apex of its power. The sheer force generated by this punch surpassed anything ordinary martial artists could muster, as Long Chen stood on the stage like a deity of war. Indeed, he had reached the pinnacle. Onlookers, including Long Tianming, rose in shock, their astonishment palpable. Long Chen's display of power left no room for doubt. He had achieved the peak of Tiger Roar Fist. The ferocity of his strength had captivated everyone present. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Tianfang, an elder of the Long clan, understood the combat prowess that accompanied the pinnacle of Tiger Roar Fist. He had underestimated Long Chen all along. The doubts that had lingered were dispelled by Long Chen's attack. What he had shown before was merely the tip of the iceberg. Now, Long Chen revealed his true strength, illustrating his remarkable capacity for restraint. How could this 18-year-old possess such cunning and intellect? Long Tianfang had no time to ponder these questions. For Long, whose life hung in the balance, any hesitation could lead to dire consequences. He could not stand idly by, as Long Chen's attack aimed to eliminate Long Hu, who was perilously close to death. Driven by primal fury, Long Hu had succumbed to rage, preparing to retaliate without awareness of the peril he faced. As Long Tianfang's only son, the loss of Long Hu would be a devastating blow. In his frantic state, he could no longer afford to consider the implications. "Brat! How dare you?" Long Tianfang bellowed in fury. At that moment, Long Chen heard the roar and saw Long Tianfang leap from the stands toward the arena, charging directly at him. He had never anticipated that Long Chen's Tiger Roar Fist had truly reached its zenith. Should that punch land, even if Long Hu survived, he would likely be rendered incapacitated. Yet, Long Chen merely smirked coldly, his assault unyielding as it descended upon Long Hu. He paid no heed to Long Tianfang's furious shout. His sole desire was to slay Long Hu before Long Tianfang's very eyes. This was the real motive behind Long Chen's actions today. Long Chen had shattered the measuring stone at the outset to conceal his true strength, misleading both Long Tianfang and Long Hu into underestimating him. He had intentionally provoked Long Hu to incite his rage, knowing that only through such provocation could this moment arise. Long Chen awaited this opportunity. For merely defeating Long Hu would be far too merciful. He sought to eliminate him entirely. Only through Long Hu's demise could he reclaim his honor and establish his reputation within the Long clan, deterring those who would exploit opportunities for their own gain, ultimately altering his family's fate. As Long Hu faced this terrifying onslaught, the remnants of his sanity returned. Confronted with impending doom, his face drained of color, stripped of arrogance, now filled with dread as he sensed the grave danger approaching. Desperately, he flailed, attempting to escape Long Chen's grasp, only to realize that there was nowhere to flee. The distance between them was too short, and he had no chance of evading Long Chen's strike. In this final moment, despite his frantic efforts to evade, it was too late. Long Chen's unstoppable punch struck him squarely in the chest, accompanied by a chilling sound of bones fracturing. As the blow landed, Long Hu violently spat blood, his body propelled from the arena's edge, crashing to the ground. After a few feeble struggles, he lay motionless. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Long Hu was rendered incapacitated before he could even scream, his fate uncertain. Long Tianming had yet to reach Long Hu's side when he was sent flying by Long Chen's attack. Witnessing this, Long Tianming's anguished roar echoed, "You seek death." With Long Hu's life hanging in the balance, Long Tianfang's fury reached a boiling point. Yet, despite the chaos, Long Chen had brazenly cast Long Hu aside before him, igniting a wrath within Long Tianfang that could not be contained. At this moment, Long Tianfang descended onto the arena, his heart filled with anguish upon seeing his son's uncertain fate. Consumed by rage, he yearned to rush to his son's side and assess the injuries inflicted by Long Chen's peak assault. He understood all too well that, under such ferocious blows, Long Hu would surely be gravely wounded, if not dead. Yet, Long Chen stood before him like an impenetrable wall, his gaze fierce and unyielding, showing no sign of retreat. This provoked Long Tianfang to a boiling point, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed his fury, his arms swelling as he lunged towards Long Chen. In that moment, all prudence abandoned him. He was determined to eliminate Long Chen, believing him to have crossed a line that could not be forgiven. However, before he could strike, Long Chen had already moved, acutely aware that he was no match for Long Tianfang. The latter was among the most formidable experts of the entire Long clan. Although Long Chen possessed remarkable talent, the disparity between them was monumental, for Long Tianfang had honed his skills over many years, rendering any comparison between their abilities utterly futile. While Long Chen held aspirations of surpassing this old adversary in the future, at present, he remained far from capable of contending with Long Tianfang, and thus he treaded carefully. Recognizing the grave peril of his situation, Long Tianfang had lost his composure, and it was clear he would exert every ounce of strength to obliterate Long Chun. In this precarious moment, Long Chun found himself utterly defenseless against such wrath. Should this man unleash his full might, Long Chun's demise would be all but certain. Thus, prior to acting, Long Chun had meticulously devised his escape routes. Though Long Tianfang was immensely powerful, Long Chun was acutely aware of his most vulnerable point, Long Hu. With a swift motion, Long Chun positioned himself before Long Hu, seizing him by the neck and lifting him aloft. His face a mask of murderous intent as he coldly declared, "Old man, if you dare to move again, I will snap his neck." Having lived 2 lives, Long Chun was well versed in the complexities of such dire circumstances and felt no fear, for he held the situation firmly in his grasp. Witnessing Long Chun's bold maneuver, the once ferocious Long Tianfang halted in his tracks, for the life of Long Hu was paramount to him. Despite his seething fury, Long Tianfang was no novice. He quickly recalibrated his approach, standing his ground while fixing a penetrating gaze upon Long Chun, his expression fluctuating between rage and contemplation. Soon, however, the old man's demeanor shifted, and he responded with a grave tone, well, who would have imagined that my Long clan would produce such a bold disciple willing to threaten me?" Long Tianfang's countenance was a tempest of emotions, his eyes betraying a murderous intent, and he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Long Chun. Yet, Long Chun remained unperturbed by the elder's reaction, for everything was unfolding according to his expectations. With a cold stare directed at Long Tianfang, he retorted, "Old man, you have yet to fathom the many surprises in store." Meanwhile, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable as they witnessed this unexpected turn of events. The unfolding drama had taken everyone by surprise, leaving the crowd utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the astonishing scene before them. Chapter 21. Confrontation in public though startled. The gathered crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle before them. However, the formidable prowess exhibited by Long Chun was irrefutably convincing, compelling the onlookers to acknowledge the truth of the situation. Gradually, they recovered from their shock and began to murmur among themselves. It was utterly unexpected that Long Chun possessed such overwhelming strength, reaching the pinnacle of the Tiger Roar Fist, a feat both terrifying and unparalleled in history. A talent of this caliber was indeed rare, yet offending the Long Tianfang family could prove perilous. Although Long Chun's gifts were extraordinary, he still paled in comparison to the old man. In this moment, Long Chun resembled a precious sword, yet one so exceedingly sharp that it risked being dulled by its own ferocity. His impulsiveness was evident. Despite his exceptional talents, such arrogance might lead him into danger. The Long Tianfang family was no trifling opponent, particularly that Long Hu, who had long exploited his father's influence to commit numerous wrongdoings. If Long Chun were to eliminate Long Hu, it would be a service to the people. Should this rogue gain power, the Long clan might fall under his dominion, which would be disastrous. All eyes were riveted upon the 2 figures locked in confrontation, an elder and a youth, as the scene unfolded with dramatic intensity. Long Chun stood out as the most exceptional young martial artist of his generation, yet the chasm between him and Long Tianfang was immense. The elder's years of accumulated strength were beyond what the youthful Long Chun could contend with, yet here he was, daring to confront the old man head-on. Despite his youth, Long Chun radiated a formidable aura that matched Long Tianfang's, escalating the tension in the atmosphere. The 2 figures remained remarkably composed, establishing a delicate equilibrium amidst their competing energies. Long Tianfang understood that Long Chun would not easily resort to killing Long Hu. The latter was his only leverage for self-preservation. Otherwise, for Long Tianfang, dispatching Long Chun would be as simple as a blink of the eye. Yet, he was acutely aware that should he choose to strike, he might provoke Long Chun into a desperate act, ending Long Hu's life, placing him in a precarious position. More pressing was the condition of Long Hu, who had already been struck by Long Chun's peak Tiger Roar Fist and was in dire straits. Any further delays could lead to catastrophic consequences for Long Hu. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Long Tianfang addressed Long Chun with a cold tone. "For your transgressions, you shall be punished today. Even your parents cannot absolve themselves. They too bear the guilt of poor upbringing." In that moment, Long Tianfang felt he had no choice but to threaten Long Chun, fearing that showing any sign of weakness would embolden the young man further. However, Long Chun remained undeterred by Long Tianfang's threats, fully aware that the initiative lay with him. He defiantly gazed at Long Tianfang and retorted, "You old scoundrel, do you dare to threaten me? Do you think I fear you?" With a slight exertion of force, Long Chun elicited a pained cry from the already unconscious Long Hu. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped at Long Chen's audacity, their hearts racing in disbelief at the shocking turn of events during a rite of passage. Long Chun, with undeniable strength, had subdued the tribe's most lauded prodigy, now threatening an elder's life, his demeanor suggesting that should the third elder make any rash move, he would swiftly sever Long Hu's neck. At that moment, it became clear to the onlookers that the once dormant genius, who had slumbered for 3 years, was awakening before their very eyes. Each spectator shared the same burgeoning realization. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated upon the confrontation between Long Chun and Long Tianfang. As the air thickened with hostility, Long Tianfang was consumed by rage upon witnessing Long Chen's audacity. Yet, he refrained from further threats. "Release him at once," Long Tianfang commanded, his voice firm. Turning his head, Long Chun subtly gestured to Long He below, who promptly extricated himself from the crowd and exited the arena. "Did you not hear my command? Are you truly seeking your own demise today?" Long Tianfang barked again, his voice chilling. Long Chun spun around, a fierce glint in his eyes, and coldly replied, "Release him? Would that not render my 3 years of suffering meaningless? My stagnation in cultivation is a direct result of your machinations." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Even the high-ranking officials in attendance displayed a hint of astonishment. They comprehended the implications of Long Chen's statement. Many understood that his lack of progress was due to the meddling of Long Tianfang and Long Hu. Yet, this was a well-guarded secret. Cloaked in a web of complex interests, Long Chun had once been the most formidable prodigy of the Long clan, a figure well known among its members, garnering considerable attention throughout the years. Despite this, few had dared to delve too deeply into the matter, as it posed no threat to them. However, in this moment, Long Chen's words brought the hidden truth to light, casting a shadow over the assembly. The once clandestine affair was now laid bare, leading to an unusual response from the crowd. "What do you mean by that?" Long Tianfang's eyes glittered with a cold sheen upon hearing Long Chen's accusation. He grasped the gravity of the situation. If Long Chun exposed the truth now, it would spell disaster for him. With so many witnesses present, including the upper echelons of the Long clan, this predicament placed him in an exceedingly vulnerable position. For years, Long Tianfang had exercised extreme caution, meticulously handling every situation, confident in his ability to manipulate circumstances to his advantage, even against Long Chen's family. However, Long Chen's audacious display had completely blindsided him. The once peerless youth, whose brilliance had consistently overshadowed Long Hu, now rendered Long Hu's status dim in comparison. How could Long Tianfang permit this? In his vision, Long Chun was to be the future heir to the Long clan's leadership. However, Long Chun had become the most conspicuous obstacle on the path that Long Tianfang had meticulously planned. In every conceivable aspect, Long Chun overshadowed Long Hu, relegating him eternally to the position of a mere second. Such a situation was intolerable to Long Tianfang, who thus resorted to poisoning Long Chun. It was this very poison that allowed Long Hu to finally escape Long Chen's shadow, gradually beginning to flourish and emerging as a paragon among the younger generation of the Long clan, standing tall amidst his peers. As for Long Chen's family, Long Tianfang approached them with caution, orchestrating a series of events that not only diminished Long Chen's strength, but also systematically suppressed his entire family. Over 3 years, he nearly trampled the Long Chun family underfoot. Only now did he feel a semblance of security, for at this moment, Long Chun posed no threat to him. Yet, fate has its own designs. Despite Long Tianfang's elaborate scheming, he could not foresee that Long Chun would attain such a remarkable revival. Not only had Long Chun dispelled the poison, but he also experienced a terrifying surge in power. At this juncture, Long Chun had effectively been reborn, achieving an extraordinary leap in strength, reaching a level of power that was truly formidable. Moreover, what made Long Chun even more formidable was the accumulation of 3 years' worth of resentment and fury that he now bore. The current Long Chun instilled a sense of dread in Long Tianfang. Ha! Long Chun erupted into laughter, only to have his expression turn icy as he spoke. "What do you mean? You secretly poisoned me, hindering my progress for 3 years. Were it not for my fortuitous survival, I would have surely perished by now. And now you dare question my intentions?" At that moment, Long Chun's gaze was as frigid as ice, directed at the man before him, and he felt an intense loathing towards him. This very individual was responsible for his stagnation and strength for 3 long years, bringing shame upon him and hardship to his family. This villain had relentlessly suppressed the Long Chen family, forcing him into such dire straits. Were it not for Long Chen's unexpected rebirth through this body, these 2 evildoers would have truly succeeded in their malevolent plans. Yet, fortune favored Long Chen, granting him a second chance at life. Now, he was determined to avenge the profound humiliation he had suffered in the past. Long Chun's words resonated powerfully, and as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Those who had been bewildered began to grasp the situation. They understood why Long Chen, once hailed as the foremost genius of the Long clan, had fallen to such a state, why he harbored such animosity towards the Long Hu family, and why his own family had been subjected to such unfair treatment. The answers became evident. It was this seemingly noble father and son duo who had orchestrated the downfall of the Long Chen family. The gazes of all onlookers converged upon Long Tianxuan. If what Long Chen claimed was true, then the accusations against Long Tianxuan were grave indeed. It was known that prior to Long Hu's rise, Long Chen had consistently occupied the position of the Long clan's top talent. Only when Long Chen's cultivation stagnated 3 years ago did Long Hu ascend to his place. As the crowd pieced together the narrative, they began to comprehend the extraordinary trials that Long Chen and his family had endured. Initially, they had not paid much attention to the matter, but now, in this revealing moment, discussions erupted amongst them as they gradually began to understand the truth. However, such significant allegations could not rest solely on Long Chun's word. Concrete evidence was essential. Without proof, everything was merely slander. Chapter 22. Slaying the Dragon and Tiger at this moment. The crowd could not help but speculate about the truth of the matter, as the entire venue descended into chaos. The incident began to ferment among the people. If Long Tianxuan truly bore this accusation, he would face the harshest punishment from the tribe. After all, secretly harming the tribe's talented disciples equated to jeopardizing the tribe's future, an act entirely intolerable to any member of the Long clan. It was no wonder that Long Chen, once a prodigious youth, had stagnated these past years, as there were indeed dark machinations at play. If this were true, it would severely undermine the promising future of our Long clan, all for the sake of personal gain. Resorting to such nefarious actions, such grave matters should not be spoken of lightly. Without tangible evidence, even the clan leader would hesitate to take action against him. After all, the third elder had held a venerable reputation within the Long clan for many years. How could Long Chen's mere words suffice as proof? However, given the current circumstances, the possibility of truth in this matter seemed plausible. After all, the Long and Hu families had certainly reaped the greatest benefits since Long Chen's decline, having risen to become the foremost talents of the Long clan, completely overshadowing Long Chen's former glory. Furthermore, as the third elder, Long Tianxuan managed all the resources and medicinal supplies of the clan. If he truly poisoned Long Chen, he could do so without leaving a trace. Being the esteemed third elder, yet, relying solely on such reasoning, how could one expect to garner belief? Such significant affairs necessitate concrete evidence. Otherwise, Long Chen's assertions would hold no persuasive power. At this moment, the crowd began to murmur, each person holding on to their own opinions regarding Long Chen's claims. However, the matter swiftly gained traction within the Long clan, its impact expanding rapidly. After all, nearly all tribes' people had gathered for this coming-of-age ceremony, the square teeming with people, their voices mingling, hastening the spread of information. As the saying goes, 3 can make a tiger. This matter had already begun to create ripples. You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? How could your stagnation and strength over the years possibly implicate me? You dare to slander an elder. Do you know the consequences? Long Tianxuan felt the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, realizing that the situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. What had once been a little-known affair had now been thrust into the limelight, and he sensed impending doom. Long Chen, let us speak calmly. Release the man. Long Tianming, the esteemed elder, stepped onto the arena, unable to bear the tension that hung in the air. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. What had initially seemed like a mere scuffle between 2 younglings had transformed into a matter of substantial consequence. Long Tianming had once held great hopes for Long Chen, given his extraordinary talents that had previously set him apart from the rest. However, 3 years of stagnation had dimmed those hopes. causing him to pay less attention to the young man, as the Long clan boasted countless talented youths, of which Long Chen was merely one. Today, the tiger must die. Long Chen remained resolute, his eyes ablaze with determination, unwilling to relent. He sought vengeance against the tiger, and even the mightiest of deities would not deter him. Fueled by the desire for retribution, Long Chen could not afford to show mercy. He was determined to eradicate evil. Witnessing this clarity, the previously composed Long Tianxuan could no longer maintain his calm, for the tiger's life now hung by a thread. You wretched child, if you dare to harm a hair on the tiger, I shall ensure your family meets a most dreadful end. Long Tianxuan roared, his son's south life perilously close to being extinguished. Long Tianxuan, you white-haired cur, did you foresee this outcome when you poisoned me 3 years ago? Did you ever consider the consequences when your son bullied me? If I do not slay your son today, how shall I quell the demons within and reach the pinnacle? Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot, embodying the visage of a vengeful deity. The onlookers were left in awe, captivated by the intensity radiating from the 18-year-old. Though many spectators maintained a detached attitude, the murderous aura emanating from Long Chen evoked fear, making them uneasy. The brilliance and cunning displayed by this youthful figure were beyond what one would expect from someone so young. All eyes were fixed intently upon Long Chen, fearful of missing any fleeting moment. With a thunderous shout, Long Chen exerted a sudden force. Crack! The sound echoed as the once vibrant tiger collapsed like a lifeless heap. His vitality extinguished. The arena fell into a hushed silence, eyes widened in disbelief as Long Chen had indeed slain the tiger right before Long Tianxuan's eyes. The so-called first genius of the Long clan was reduced to a mere insect, crushed without so much as a cry for mercy. This shocking turn of events left the spectators in stunned silence. As Long Tianxuan prepared to retaliate, he felt a surge of energy rising violently within him, prompting him to spew a mouthful of blood. The blow to Long Tianxuan was overwhelmingly severe. Consumed by rage, witnessing Long Chen slay the tiger threw him into disarray. The energy within him, already heightened, boiled over, and he could no longer withstand such a tremendous shock, causing his energy to spiral out of control. The chaotic force struck his internal organs, leaving him grievously wounded, and he coughed up blood. Stumbling, Long Tianxuan fell to the ground, utterly flabbergasted by the unfolding events. However, he quickly regained control over the turmoil raging within him, managing to stabilize his chaotic energy. With reddened eyes, he lunged at Long Chen, roaring, "You little bastard! If I do not slay you today, I swear I shall not live as a human." Faced with this fierce declaration, Long Chen's expression tightened, his demeanor turning grave. He did not underestimate Long Tianxuan, whose prowess far exceeded his own. Long Tianxuan wielded the strength of the third level of the Fate Star realm, while Long Chen stood no chance against him in their current state. The disparity between their abilities was insurmountable. Long Tianxuan's fingers curled into claws. Aiming directly for Long Chen's head, his attack fierce and unrelenting, intent on claiming Long Chen's life. He had been thoroughly provoked. As the crowd held their breath, Long Tianxuan, filled with fury, struck mercilessly. Should Long Chen fall victim to his grasp, his brain would surely splatter upon impact. "You wretched brat! I demand that you pay for my son's life." Long Tianxuan's face twisted in a grimace, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Witnessing this dire situation, Long Tianming could not remain passive. Although Long Chen had directly slain Long Hu, such a crime did not warrant death, and the truth of Long Chen's claims remained unverified. Therefore, he could not permit Long Chen's demise. With a thunderous shout, he prepared to intervene, for Long Chen was the foremost genius of the Long clan, and his life could not be extinguished so easily. "You old dog, you think to kill me? It won't be so simple." A resounding roar of a tiger erupted as a colossal beast leaped from Long Chen's fist, claws bared, lunging at Long Tianxuan. In that moment, evading Long Tianxuan's attack was utterly impossible for Long Chen. Their power disparity was too vast, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. Although Long Chen might not be Long Tianxuan's equal, he could not merely sit idle and await his fate. Thus, he showed no sign of weakness. In an instant, their attacks collided with a thunderous crash, echoing through the air. The phantom of the tiger from Long Chen's tiger roar fist shattered within mere moments. Yet, Long Tianxuan's claws did not falter. They lunged again towards Long Chen, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Long Tianming arrived. Long Chen's brief counter had momentarily staved off Long Tianxuan's assault, and in that fleeting moment, Long Tianming's aid had arrived. While he admired Long Chen's talent and strength, the actions taken by Long Chen that day were utterly intolerable to him, prompting him to issue a clear warning. Chief, this boy is ruthless and malicious. Allowing him to remain will surely bring calamity upon our clan. It would be wise to eliminate him at once. Long Tianfang's murderous intent was unmasked. He sought nothing less than to eradicate Long Chen, for with Long Hu's death, he felt no ties remaining. His singular focus was on avenging his son, rendering all else inconsequential. However, upon uttering those words, a fierce glint ignited in Long Tianming's gaze, now tinged with a hint of menace. He addressed Long Tianfang once more, his tone steady yet foreboding. However, if Long Chen's claims are indeed true, it would constitute a grave crime against our clan, one which no member could tolerate. In such an event, Elder San, you shall be compelled to provide an explanation. Upon hearing this, Long Tianfang felt an icy sweat trickling down his back. Chapter 23, A Clash of Titans. Long Tianfang, acutely aware of the palpable aura of malevolence emanating from Long Tianming's words, hastily interjected, Chief, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. As an elder, how could I ever conspire against a disciple of our clan? Long Tianfang understood that the opportunity to eliminate Long Chen was slipping away. For Long Tianming remained the most formidable force within the Long clan. Ultimately, the elder recognized that his strength could not rival that of his chief. Upon hearing Long Tianfang's protestations, Long Tianming refrained from immediate judgment. Instead, he directed his intense gaze toward Long Chen, who stood resolutely on the opposite side. Long Tianming's expression was severe, clearly signaling that evidence must be presented. Otherwise, even if he triumphed in the adult ceremony, he would face grave consequences. The slaying of a fellow clansman was an unpardonable offense, and even Long Chen, as the foremost prodigy of the younger generation, was not exempt from the clan's laws. Long Chen wore a calm smile, exuding confidence in the unfolding situation. He shifted his attention to the two subordinates cowering on the ground, their bodies trembling with terror. The sight of these individuals caused Long Tianfang's countenance to darken slightly. Understanding Long Chen's intentions, Long Tianming commanded the two subordinates, Speak. Reveal all that you know. Should you utter a single falsehood, you are aware of the consequences. Long Tianfang's eyes flickered at the sight of the two individuals, and upon hearing Long Tianming's orders, he found himself powerless to intervene, his expression shifting between various shades of dread. Under the weight of Long Tianming's authority, the two subordinates, trembling with fear, recounted the events that had transpired. It was revealed that 3 years prior, Long Tianming had orchestrated a scheme involving the adulteration of the elixirs consumed by Long Chen with a substance known as Duanjing San. However, Long Tianfang proved to be exceedingly cunning. Had he employed a more potent poison, the ramifications would have reverberated throughout the entire Long clan once Long Chen was affected. As such, he meticulously regulated the dosage of the poison administered, being the elder responsible for overseeing medicines and resources within the clan. Long Tianfang had ensured that Long Chen had no choice but to procure elixirs from him, granting him ample opportunity to poison the young prodigy. Each dosage was carefully calibrated to remain imperceptible, allowing Long Chen to remain oblivious to the gradual accumulation of toxins within his body. Initially, the effects of the poison merely caused discomfort, but as Long Chen continued his training, he began to notice an obstruction in the flow of his spiritual energy, resulting in a deceleration of his cultivation progress. Eventually, the toxins reached a near-fatal concentration, stalling his advancement and endangering his life. This insidious process unfolded over 3 long years, unnoticed by outsiders, who merely observed a decline in Long Chen's cultivation speed, unaware of the poison's insidious influence. When Long Chen finally recognized the anomaly, he had already succumbed to the poison's overwhelming effects, despite being the most gifted talent within the Long clan. The waning of his abilities led to diminishing attention from his peers. The clan's healers exerted every effort to restore him, but by the time Long Chen became cognizant of his poisoning, the toxins had reached a dire state, rendering any hope of recovery futile. Thus, under the scheming machinations of the two, Long Chen began a slow descent toward oblivion, all while the clan remained largely oblivious to the unfolding tragedy. As it transpired so quietly, as the two recounted their tale, murmurs of outrage and disbelief rippled through the crowd. For the cruelty of the scheme was nothing short of appalling. The realization that such treachery had persisted undetected for 3 years sent shudders through the assembly. In an atmosphere charged with shock, the facade of the esteemed Long Tianming was shattered, revealing a visage of repugnance. The revelations ignited a fervor among the onlookers, who now understood Long Chen's actions. To obstruct another's path to cultivation was akin to a grievous assault on one's kin. Long Tianming's face turned ashen as he addressed Long Tianfang with a steely gaze. Third Elder, do you have anything to say? The knowledge that the prodigy he once championed had languished in obscurity for 3 years due to the elder's malice was intolerable. Each talented disciple represented the clan's hope for the future, capable of achieving greatness and contributing significantly to the Long clan's legacy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Tianming was struck by the hidden depths of this seemingly trivial matter, recognizing the malevolent intent lurking beneath. Had Long Chen not exposed the truth today, this grievous injustice might never have seen the light of day, resulting in the irrevocable loss of a gifted disciple. Although Long Tianfang endeavored to maintain his composure, he could not quell the rising tide of anxiety within, for he was acutely aware of his own culpability. Under Long Tianming's pointed scrutiny, his facade began to falter. Desperate to deflect suspicion, he protested, "Do not listen to their fabrications. These two are merely pawns of Long Chen, attempting to ensnare me. As an elder, how could I stoop so low?" Suddenly, as Long Tianming prepared to retort, an object flew into his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered 2-star elemental pills. Just as he was about to inquire of Long Chen, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Indeed, Long Chen interjected, "Chief, you must have discerned that these pills are laced with Duanjing San, the very poison I fell victim to." For the past 3 days, Long Chen had not been idle. In addition to solidifying his cultivation and perfecting the Tiger Roar Fist, he had been diligently seeking evidence. Understanding the precariousness of his position, Long Chen knew that to challenge Long Tianfang and his son, he must possess irrefutable proof, or else he would stand no chance against them. Merely uttering those words posed no real threat to the father and son duo. After all, Long Tianfang, as the third elder, held a position of considerable power and influence. Should he resort to petty revenge, he would likely find himself ensnared by their cunning. The two subordinates were placed by Long Tianfang beside him 3 years prior. Given Long Chen's current cultivation level, it would be a simple matter for him to subdue them upon finding them. As for the 2-star essence pills, they were discovered by Long Chen at home after his reincarnation. Previously, Long Chen's cultivation resources had been severely restricted, allowing him to receive only a meager few star essence pills each month. At this moment, these 2 remaining pills served as evidence against Long Tianfang. By now, all present understood that Long Chen's assertions were most likely true. They were well aware of the toxicity of the severing poison, explaining Long Chen's stagnation in cultivation over the past 3 years. Furthermore, Long Tianfang controlled the cultivation resources of the clan's disciples, and with Long Chen's former cultivation level, he could not have detected the poison laced within the pills. The truth, long buried for 3 years, was finally unveiled today, leading to a collective realization among the crowd. Yet what did this prove? Long Tianfang scoffed, feeling a twinge of unease upon encountering such damning evidence, yet he would never admit to guilt. To do so would place him in perilous circumstances. However, should he refuse to confess, his esteemed status as third elder would compel Long Tianming to weigh his options carefully before attempting to eliminate him, for his position within the Long clan was indeed formidable. Though he may not have achieved remarkable accomplishments over the years, his long tenure as third elder warranted some recognition of his efforts. It would not be so simple to convict him. Moreover, holding significant power and surrounded by loyal confidants, he found it naive to believe that Long Chen, a mere fledgling, could topple him with a few words. Thus, at that moment, Long Tianfang was undeterred. He gazed defiantly at Long Chen, his eyes fierce and unyielding. Long Tianfang continued to feign innocence, asserting that the malicious intent of this youth led him to suspect a deliberate attempt to frame him. Using such venomous words to tarnish his reputation, he implored the clan leader to discern the truth and restore his honor, emphasizing that the matter had already begun to influence the clan. Citing his years of service as an elder, he beseeched the clan leader to ensure justice was served and clear his name. At this juncture, both Long Chen and Long Tianfang stood resolute, their words sharp as blades, locked in mutual defiance, with neither side showing any inclination to yield. Tension hung thick in the air. Chapter 24. The proud youth at this moment. Although Long Tianfang vehemently denied everything, it was evident to the onlookers that Long Chen had irrefutable evidence in his possession. The pill in Long Chen's hand, along with the testimonies of the two servants, spoke volumes. There was no room for deception. Long Tianfang, however, remained obstinate, fully aware that admitting his guilt would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. He understood that his kin would unite against him in a vengeful fury, and under such collective wrath, his demise would be inevitable. Having just slain his beloved son, Long Tianfang could not possibly swallow this humiliation. He was determined to preserve his life for the sake of avenging Long Hu. While Long Chun currently stood as the foremost prodigy of the Long clan, he still required considerable time to mature into his full potential. At this juncture, Long Chen was no match for him. Thus, Long Tianfang resolved to survive at all costs. For only by doing so could he seek retribution. This motivation fueled his will to endure. Despite the unfavorable circumstances surrounding him, Long Tianfang remained confident that Long Tianming would not hastily execute him. After all, Long Tianfang was one of the most formidable warriors within the Long clan, holding significant influence. His existence was crucial to the clan's strength, and executing him without due cause would severely weaken the clan. Long Tianming, understanding this dynamic, would likely choose to spare him. Furthermore, Long Tianfang had served as the third elder for many years and was held in high esteem. Executing him without proper justification would have far-reaching consequences for the clan. Considering these factors, Long Tianfang was convinced he could survive, allowing him the opportunity to plot his revenge. He clung to hope, knowing that the truth had yet to fully unfold, which meant he still had a chance. To the gathered crowd, however, his defiance appeared more like a desperate denial. The overwhelming evidence was clear, and those present were not naive. They could piece together the facts from years of history. Enough, Long Tianming exclaimed with authority. The tribe will investigate the truth of this matter. Although he was beginning to believe Long Chen's account, the situation was complicated. On one hand, there was Long Tianfang, a pivotal figure in the Long clan, and on the other, the clan's brightest talent, Long Chen, who had already surpassed even the legendary Long Tianming in prowess. If Long Chen's allegations were true, Long Tianming would have to eliminate Long Tianfang. For allowing such a morally corrupt individual to retain the position of third elder would pose a grave threat to the entire clan. Yet, if Long Chen's claims proved false, he would be seen as a cold-blooded murderer, which would present an even greater peril for Long Tianxuan. At present, Long Chun was merely at the 9th level of body refinement, yet he displayed a ruthless disposition towards his fellow clansmen. Should he ascend to greater heights of power, the consequences for the Long clan would be catastrophic. Thus, the authenticity of this matter was crucial to the fate of the entire Long clan, compelling Long Tianming to proceed with caution. He yearned to uncover the truth, but knew he must first gather more information before taking action. At the recent coming-of-age ceremony, Long Chun had emerged victorious. Long Tianming addressed the crowd, announcing, however, due to his act of killing a fellow clansman, all rewards are hereby rescinded. As for his claim that the third elder conspired against him, the tribe will conduct a thorough investigation and provide an explanation in due course. The audience murmured in understanding. Long Tianming's words resonated with them. For Long, who had been the clan's most gifted youth, and now he had perished at Long Chen's hands, there was no need for further punishment against another equally brilliant disciple. Indeed, such young warriors were invaluable to the Long clan, as they represented its future. Long Chun had already proven himself to be an asset, with his 9th level of body refinement and mastery of the Tiger Roar Fist. The power he displayed was unmatched within the clan, and even Long, who paled in comparison to him, the disparity in their abilities was stark. In the recent confrontation, this difference had been laid bare. As a result, the Long clan would extend greater support and resources to Long Chun, recognizing the rarity of such exceptional talent. Even though he had received no rewards at the ceremony, this was inconsequential, for he had unequivocally demonstrated his worth, and the tribe would ensure he received ample resources and attention moving forward. Yet, the evidence presented was irrefutable, and the truth had emerged. The crowd sympathized deeply with Long Chun, who had once been the clan's brightest star. Over the past 3 years, he had been stunted in his growth due to Long Tianfang's malicious intent, wasting precious time during a critical period in his development. Everyone understood that for any martial artist, the age of 18 was a golden time for cultivation. To have been ensnared by a petty schemer during such an essential phase was profoundly disheartening. Thus, the crowd's sentiments shifted towards compassion for Long Chun. Both in public opinion and emotionally, they began to rally in support of him. Furthermore, They comprehended and even justified Long Chen's actions against Long He, believing that he had brought his fate upon himself and deserved no sympathy. As for the third elder, his reputation was irreparably tarnished, and this disgrace was entirely of his own making. Disgraced and dishonored? Such an act is undoubtedly beyond the tolerance of any member of the Dragon clan, particularly when it is perpetrated by the esteemed third elder, a figure of significant authority. His actions are utterly inexcusable, and as a member of the Dragon clan, I find myself unable to acquiesce. We must uncover the truth, delivering justice to every member of the Dragon clan, allowing the facts to surface, and ensuring fairness prevails for all. At this moment, the crowd below was in an uproar, a cacophony of voices overwhelming the air. Dragon Tianfeng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, shaken by the sentiments expressed by the masses. Each individual harbored a similar thought. Although the outcome of the matter remained unclear, it was evident to discerning eyes that his clandestine dealings would soon be exposed. Dragon Tianfeng's countenance was one of despair, his gaze filled with resentment as he fixated on Long Chun. In his eyes, Long Chun had not only slain his only son, but was now intent on tarnishing his name. To him, Long Chun had become a sworn enemy, with their relationship having devolved into irreconcilable animosity. Meanwhile, Long Chun remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips. In his heart, he felt a sense of relief. This resolution provided a semblance of closure for the original owner of this body. Although he and this individual were strangers, their fates had become intertwined, and the resolution of this affair brought Long Chun a sense of vindication. "Brother Chun, splendid work," exclaimed Long He, his face alight with excitement, sharing in Long Chen's triumph. Long Chun nodded appreciatively, descending the arena alongside him. In the distance, Zhao Yan was already in tears, her heart aching for all her son had endured over the years. Long Chen was still but a child, yet he had faced such tribulations. "My dear Chen, I cannot believe you have suffered so greatly," she lamented, wiping away her tears. On the other side, Long Xiangshan's eyes glistened with pride as he gazed at Long Chun. Long Chun had always been his pride and joy. Despite Long Chen's stagnation and strength, Long Xiangshan's love for his son remained unwavering, for a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Today, Long Chen's performance filled him with satisfaction, as he exhibited maturity and composure in handling the situation with meticulous care. After concluding his duties, Long Chun approached his parents, enveloping them in a warm embrace. "Father, Mother, it's all right now. The ordeal has passed." Though the outcome was still uncertain, Long Chun felt a sense of closure, having fulfilled his promise to the original owner of this body, thus redeeming his honor. Thus, the coming-of-age ceremony concluded successfully. The tribe would manage the subsequent matters, as the repercussions of this event were monumental. Unlike previous years, this ceremony left a profound impression on all members of the tribe, and many years hence, they would still recall the image of that confident yet proud youth standing upon the arena. Chapter 25. The truth revealed. Long Chun departed the stage amidst the adulation of his entire clan, this spirited youth now drawing the attention of everyone present. Once trodden underfoot, Long Chun had transformed into a radiant figure, eclipsing all others with his remarkable prowess. His presence today was akin to that of a dark horse, surprising all and commanding the spotlight, becoming the brightest star of the event. Though he had languished in obscurity for 3 years, the recent turn of events on the competition stage unveiled the true reason behind his stagnation, marking his resurgence and etching his name in the memories of all as a youth who gazes down upon his peers. The once mighty Long, who had also paid the price for his malevolent intentions, with the nefarious third elder exposed and scorned, his reputation shattered. Although the final investigation results had yet to be disclosed, the truth of the matter was becoming increasingly clear to all. As the saying goes, the innocent shall emerge unscathed. Long Chen's extraordinary capabilities, even when burdened by a potent poison, were undeniable, solidifying his status as the foremost among the younger generation of the Long clan. Who could argue otherwise? The actions of Long Tianfeng and his son were nothing short of despicable, employing such ruthless methods that they deserved the harshest of fates. It was fortunate that Long Chun remained patient, diligently persevering in silence. Had it not been for his fortitude, he would still be under their oppressive thumb. Now, Long Chun had truly managed to lift his head high, for as justice dictates, the wicked shall indeed face their comeuppance. The Long Hu duo was deserving of their fate. Had they succeeded in their insidious plans, the clan would have been reduced to their personal domain. The emergence of a talent like Long Chun was a boon for the clan. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Long Chun, the prodigious youth evoking awe and admiration from the crowd. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the other half of the throng, Long Tianfang, had stormed away in fury, his solitary figure contrasting starkly with the throng surrounding Long Chun. Today had far surpassed Long Tianfang's expectations. Although incensed, he found himself powerless. Never anticipating that he had been outmaneuvered so thoroughly by the young Long Chun, leading to his current predicament, he was unwilling to accept it. However, no one else seemed to notice Long Tianfang. The collective focus remained on Long Chun, who had become the undeniable star of the occasion. In such a moment, who would pay heed to a defeated man? Thus, in the aftermath of the event, the clan began to embrace Long Chun's return, restoring order to the Long clan. And as time passed, the intensity of the matter began to wane. Yet, during idle conversations, people would inevitably discuss the extraordinary occurrence, for its unexpected nature had profound implications for the entire clan. 5 days had elapsed since the adulthood ceremony. Yet the events of that day continued to be a source of fascination within the tribe. After all, the tale was legendary. Many believed that Long Chun, having endured 3 years of poisonous affliction, should have seen his foundation utterly destroyed, with little hope of retaining even the essence of a warrior. Numerous clan members were acutely aware that during the peak of his poisoning, Long Chun's life had hung by a thread. To their surprise, however, Long Chun not only survived but experienced a remarkable enhancement in strength, elevating to the 9th stage of body refinement, with his tiger roar fist reaching its pinnacle. Such a terrifying transformation was nothing short of monstrous. Consequently, curiosity about Long Chun's legendary fate swelled, yet he chose not to divulge the truth to anyone. Not even to his parents, who remained blissfully unaware of his circumstances. Long Chun understood that if they were to learn of his current state, they would be unable to accept it, for the clan's once promising youth had long since perished. Now, Long Chun was the reincarnation of a Star Lord, with the former boy having vanished. Yet, he had inherited all the memories of that youth, effectively granting him a new lease on life. As Long Chun and the boy had become one, this secret would remain locked within Long Chun's heart. But the very nature of this mystery only served to heighten the allure of his story among the clan members. As whispers of Long Chun's experiences spread from one person to another, he became a figure shrouded in enigma throughout the tribe, ensuring that tales of his extraordinary life would endure for years to come. Not long after, the tribal leadership announced that Long Tianfang's conspiracy against Long Chun was indeed true. Warrior Long Tianming stripped Long Tianfang of his elder title and reassigned him to the hunting team. With this, the truth was finally laid bare for all to see, restoring justice for Long Chun and paying homage to the spirit of the fallen young warrior. Following the clarification of this matter, Long Chun faced no punishment, as he had committed no wrongdoing. He had merely repaid a debt in kind. Although Long Chun had seemingly squandered 3 years, he proved his worth through his extraordinary abilities, which remained unmatched by his peers. True talents can withstand the trials of fate and even triumph over adversity. Since this incident, Long Chun finally garnered the recognition of the tribe, and his family's dwelling was relocated to a more spacious residence. The attitude of the clan members towards Long Chun's family underwent a complete transformation, with Long Chun earning the respect of all. Consequently, Long Tianxuan was no longer required to serve in the hunting team, as the quiet changes wrought by Long Chun's burgeoning strength rippled through the entire Long clan. Resources within the tribe were allocated based on merit, with only the strongest individuals able to secure favorable conditions. This is the natural order of survival. Now, as Long Chun walked through the village, everything was beginning to change. Those who had once looked down on him no longer dared to express their derision. Instead, they approached him with obsequiousness, eager to curry favor. At this moment, Long Chun reclaimed what had always belonged to him, a result of his undeniable prowess. Oh, such is the nature of humanity. Long Chun could only chuckle bitterly, having experienced the vicissitudes of life across 2 existences. He felt the warmth and coldness of human sentiments acutely. With a wry smile, he brushed it all aside. In his previous life as a Star Lord, he had seen through the fickleness of human nature. Having endured so much in both lives, Long Chun had developed an acute awareness of many truths. When one possesses great strength, all will shower you with flattery, eager to forge connections, hoping to bask in your glory and gain some advantage from your success. Once you find yourself plummeting from great heights, The brilliance you once emanated will fade, and others will seize the opportunity to kick you while you are down, eager to trample upon you and ascend to the position that rightfully belonged to you, overshadowing your existence. This embodies the malevolence inherent in human nature, particularly evident in such times. As the saying goes, human feelings are like water, and one knows the warmth and coldness for oneself. At this moment, Long Chun strolls alone amidst the twilight mountains, fervently yearning to enhance his strength, setting aside the grievances of his past life in this existence. Lacking formidable power would render him susceptible to being trampled by others, potentially leading to a fate akin to that of his previous life. Therefore, for Long Chun, nothing else holds significance. The true essence lies in the augmentation of his own prowess. Only when his strength reaches a certain threshold can he aspire to rise higher and acquire more. Otherwise, he would merely remain an insignificant ant, subject to the whims of others. It is imperative to diligently cultivate the great sun body refinement technique to its zenith. Long Chun understands the paramount importance of the physical form. After all, for a warrior, the body is the most fundamental and foundational element, serving as the pillar for all endeavors. Thus, the robustness of the physique is crucial. Although he can effortlessly master low-tier divine techniques like the Tiger Roar Fist to their pinnacle, the art of body refinement is a gradual process. Even though he was an immensely powerful warrior in his past life, achieving mastery cannot be accomplished in a single leap. It requires a steady progression, step by step. Chapter 26. After the incident, Long Chun had provided a satisfactory resolution for the original owner of this body. Gradually, he began to assimilate into his current life. Thanks to the memories of the previous owner, Long Chun was steadily acclimating to his present circumstances. At this moment, Long Chun's strength remained stagnant at the 9th stage of body refinement, making the enhancement of his abilities his foremost priority. Long Chun had consistently focused his attention on augmenting his power. Although such improvements do not occur overnight, his 2 lifetimes of cultivation experience endowed him with an advantage over the average individual. The explorations he undertook during his past incarnations laid an exceptionally solid foundation, making it relatively effortless for him to enhance and break through his current limitations. Now, Long Chun was determined to concentrate his energies on achieving another breakthrough in his strength. Having resolved the matters pertaining to his coming-of-age ceremony, he found himself unburdened in the immediate term, allowing him to dedicate his entire focus to this critical undertaking. As the saying goes, great accumulation leads to a sudden outburst, and Long Chun was indeed embodying this principle. After 2 lifetimes of training, he had surpassed many of his more powerful adversaries in both theoretical knowledge and practical application. Consequently, Long Chun was able to navigate this path with relative ease. In contrast to less experienced opponents of similar strength, Long Chun's extensive experience, particularly from his previous life as a star sovereign, provided him with a considerable advantage in combat. With a resolute mind, Long Chun began to adjust his physical state, as achieving a breakthrough in strength necessitated a harmonious coordination within his body. Only after attaining this coherence could he truly attain a state of efficiency in his cultivation. Failure to do so would not only hinder his progress, but could also pose a grave risk to his life, as spiritual energy surged uncontrollably within him. As his body entered the desired state, Long Chun wasted no time in guiding the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into his being. The process commenced swiftly, and he felt his power rise at an almost visible speed. On one hand, he absorbed the spiritual energy to fill his body, while on the other, he continuously cleansed his meridians and acupoints with this energy. The essence of a warrior's cultivation lies in the art of body refinement. As a warrior's strength escalates, their physical prowess simultaneously advances in a mutually reinforcing cycle. Drawing from the formidable strength of his previous life, Long Chun had devised a unique approach to cultivation. Though his current power was modest, his exceptional understanding and experience allowed him to navigate this journey with remarkable efficacy. As the spiritual energy accumulated, Long Chun sensed a rapid enhancement of his strength. A low groan escaped his lips as he felt a surge of pain. It was midday, and the spiritual energy in the atmosphere was at its zenith, intense and unyielding. Despite his swift progression, the strain on his body was considerable. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, Long Chun felt a searing heat within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. As he amassed more energy, the pressure within him grew increasingly intense. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, cascading down towards his chin, glistening like dew. Though he endured a degree of discomfort, excitement coursed through him. This time, he had summoned a greater quantity of spiritual energy than before, which flowed through his meridians and permeated his entire being, gradually reaching a saturation point. Sweat beads emerged on his forehead, evaporating before they could fall. An hour later, Longchen opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. His clothes were drenched in perspiration, yet he felt as though his limbs had been rejuvenated. After the baptism of such abundant spiritual energy, he sensed his body was once again revitalized. Remarkably, within just an hour, he was on the verge of achieving a minor breakthrough in his body refinement technique. Satisfied, he nodded and clenched his fists, feeling his strength had increased by at least 20%. During his cultivation, he had immersed himself entirely in the process, oblivious to the transformations occurring within his body. Yet he could unmistakably feel a significant enhancement in his power. Stretching his arms, he heard a series of crackling sounds emanating from his body, and his exposed muscles gleamed with a metallic sheen. After a brief respite, Longchen resumed his seated position, determined to attain a major breakthrough in body refinement before reaching the Star Fate realm. However, as he focused intently on his cultivation, several warriors began to approach him. "Isn't that the so-called waste from the Long family? What is he doing here?" exclaimed a youth clad in animal skins, who appeared to be the leader of the group, scrutinizing Longchen with suspicion. Another warrior chimed in, "Hey, it's that kid Longchen. I never expected to see this waste here." The first youth sneered. 3 years of stagnation in cultivation. No matter how hard he trains, he remains useless, like a decayed piece of wood, incapable of being shaped. At that moment, Longchen was entirely absorbed in his cultivation, oblivious to their presence. His focus was essential, as even a slight distraction could lead to disastrous consequences. Seeing Longchen unresponsive only piqued their interest further. The leader of the group, witnessing Longchen's closed eyes, approached him menacingly and shouted, "Wake up." In an instant, Longchen felt the spiritual energy within him spiral out of control, breaking free from his grasp and wreaking havoc throughout his body, violently battering his internal organs. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Although Longchen was momentarily taken aback, he swiftly began to exert control over the tumultuous spiritual energy, forcefully suppressing it. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, he couldn't suppress a low groan, feeling a searing energy ravaging his body, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. Longchen had already sustained internal injuries. Blood surged toward his throat, yet he resolutely swallowed it back down. While he barely managed to control his current predicament, the deliberate provocation from these individuals ignited a fiery rage within him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that these ruffians were none other than members of the Jing clan, a neighboring tribe to his own Long clan. The two tribes had a long history of conflicts and disputes, resulting in a tense relationship. Among the group, Longchen recognized several youths, the leader being Zhao Tianxuan, the prodigious young man of the Jing clan, who had always harbored animosity toward Longchen. In the past, Longchen had been hailed as the most exceptional talent of the Long clan, renowned not only within his tribe, but also among the surrounding clans. Zhao Tianxuan saw Longchen as his rival, fostering a deep-seated enmity. After Longchen suffered from a severe poison, Zhao Tianxuan's taunts and provocations escalated, aiming to trample Longchen beneath his feet. The malice and narrow-mindedness of this individual were rivaled only by that of the most vicious of foes. Both were equally despicable. Today, fate had indeed conspired to bring together these adversaries. Longchen had not anticipated encountering them here. The very intent of these individuals was to provoke him. Having interrupted his rigorous physical training with malicious intent, Longchen glared at them with fury, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Get lost," he commanded coldly. At this moment, he had no desire to engage in further banter. His sole aim was to expel these intruders swiftly, allowing him to regain his composure and resume his training. Having sustained internal injuries from their interruption, Longchen was unwilling to waste any more time with them. However, the ruffians were not inclined to retreat easily. They had no intention of leaving without a confrontation. "What?" The three disciples exchanged incredulous glances at Longchen. "I will count to 3. If you do not leave by then, you shall not leave at all," Longchen declared icily, unwilling to exchange another word with them. Chapter 27. Vanquishing the opponent. Longchen surveyed the group of individuals who were blissfully unaware of their own limitations, coldly initiating a countdown. 3, 2. However, these individuals remained unfazed. Despite the close proximity of their clans, they had always existed in a state of animosity, rendering them oblivious to Long Chen's performance during his coming-of-age ceremony. In their eyes, Long Chen was still a mere wretch, allegedly incapacitated by a potent poison, and thus they dismissed him entirely, even regarding his current demeanor with a sense of amusement. Yet, Long Chen's audacious behavior evidently provoked them. To them, he was still a worthless being, audacious enough to act so brazenly before them. "You seek death," a disciple of the 7th level of body refinement bellowed, raising his hand to seize Long Chen by the throat. This individual struck with malicious intent, having initially instigated the confrontation. Yet now he was intent on delivering a lethal blow without restraint. "Humph," Long Chen scoffed. Initially, he had no intention of retaliating, deeming these fools unworthy of his effort. However, he had reached a breaking point. Despite the aggressor's fierce approach, Long Chen remained unmoved, seated calmly on the ground, undeterred by the impending attack. As the assault drew near, he finally reacted, launching a powerful punch toward the attacker. Though Long Chen's counter appeared somewhat nonchalant, it was accompanied by a resounding roar akin to that of a tiger. The prowess of his tiger roar fist was undeniable. As he unleashed the punch, a phantom of a ferocious tiger manifested above his fist. Despite its seemingly casual execution, the force behind the blow was formidable. The attacker, initially advancing with intent to strike, found Long Chen's fist hurtling toward his abdomen with alarming speed. With a piercing shriek, the assailant's body soared through the air, reminiscent of a kite severed from its string, propelled far from its intended target, unable to even graze Long Chen. The sound of Long Chen's fist striking was overshadowed by that of the anguished roar, rendering it inaudible to onlookers. In that singular moment, the assailant's ribs shattered, the sickening crack echoing chillingly. His body crashed heavily to the ground, coming to rest nearly 5 meters away, gravely injured and beyond remedy. The impact of Long Chen's punch not only fractured his ribs, but also sent shockwaves through his internal organs, leaving him with injuries that ensured his demise was imminent. At that moment, the attacker's body folded at the waist like a rag, as he neared the end of his life, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness. "No," the disciple murmured in disbelief, blood trickling from his mouth before he collapsed, lifeless. Under Long Chen's assault, he had been granted no opportunity to recover, succumbing to a single, decisive strike. The assailant had presumed Long Chen to be gravely weakened, yet the latter demonstrated his true strength, albeit at the cost of the former's life. The brutality of his demise was swift and merciless, leaving the other 2 martial artists in shock. They had ventured to Luoxia Mountain solely to gather medicinal herbs and had stumbled upon Long Chen, intending merely to humiliate him, never anticipating that he would so effortlessly eliminate one of their own. "You dare to kill him?" The leader of the group, still reeling from shock, struggled to regain composure. As a practitioner of the 9th level of body refinement, he could sense the immense power behind Long Chen's earlier strike. The might of Long Chen's punch, a peak manifestation of the tiger roar fist, was evident, as the attack transformed into a spectral representation, instilling fear in the onlookers. "Did your elders not teach you that one should not disturb another's cultivation?" Long Chen's voice was icy, his gaze rife with murderous intent. He desired nothing more than to communicate with his fists, imparting a lasting lesson to these intruders. Long Chen had been deeply engrossed in his training when these individuals disrupted him. Any distraction at that critical moment could have resulted in catastrophic consequences, and he had narrowly avoided a backlash of energy that could have proven fatal. Such a situation was perilously dangerous. Had it not been for Long Chen's extensive combat experience from his past life as a celestial sovereign, the recent incident could have claimed the life of an ordinary martial artist. Long Chen had intended to drive them away, not wanting to disrupt his current state, for any interruption would require him to start anew, nullifying his hard-earned progress. However, he had never anticipated their audacity in startling him from his training, launching an attack without provocation. With no further patience to endure, Long Chen unleashed his tiger roar fist upon the hapless assailant, decisively ending his life. Now, Long Chen was incensed by the intrusion, compelled to awaken from his meditative state, realizing that his previous efforts had been rendered futile. Having dedicated an entire morning to his practice, he had hoped to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough, but this band of fools had thwarted his progress, igniting his fury. As he regarded these intruders, his eyes glimmered with uncontainable rage. The remaining trio was left reeling from the sheer force of Long Chen's attack. having witnessed the instantaneous demise of a 7th-level body refinement warrior, a harrowing testament to his strength. Yet, despite their fear, they remained unwilling to submit to Long Chun, as they still regarded him as the fallen figure beneath their feet. It appears the rumors were erroneous. I never anticipated that you, a mere waste, would reach the 9th stage of body refinement, the leading disciple remarked coldly. He was oblivious to the events that transpired during the Dragon Clan's coming-of-age ceremony. However, the prowess demonstrated by Long Chun was evident. To eliminate a martial artist at the 7th stage, Long Chun must possess at least the strength of the 9th stage or beyond. This realization instilled a newfound respect in him for Long Chun. Although the martial artist had been swiftly dispatched, the leader regarded it as insignificant. His interest in Long Chun intensified, for the display of strength before him piqued his curiosity. He regarded Long Chun with a mocking gaze, imbued with an air of superiority. I have afforded you an opportunity. It is you who sought your own demise. Long Chun stated icily, fixing his gaze upon him. I shall count to 3. Should you fail to depart, you will meet the same fate as him. How dare you? The disciple named Jing Tian exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. As a prodigy of the Jing clan, he could not tolerate Long Chen's provocation. Infuriated by Long Chen's words, he charged at him with a roar. He had always been the one others looked up to, and such an insult was intolerable. Utterly foolish. Long Chen scoffed, dismissing Jing Tian's advance. He rose to his feet and unleashed a punch, colliding directly with Jing Tian's fist. The impact reverberated, causing Jing Tian to stagger back several paces before regaining his balance, while Long Chun remained steadfast, unyielding. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. Leaving little room for doubt, Jing Tian was no match for Long Chun. Indeed, you are somewhat stronger than that waste, Long Hu, Long Chun remarked, casting a provocative glance at Jing Tian, who grimaced in pain. In truth, Long Chun had not exerted his full strength, for he had no intention of killing this young man outright. Jing Tian, a disciple of the nearby Jing clan, was exceptionally gifted and held in high esteem within his tribe, making him one of the most promising members of the younger generation. Although Long Chun felt a surge of anger, he remained composed. He understood that killing Jing Tian would inevitably spark a conflict between the two clans, potentially leading to war. His previous audacity in dispatching Long Hu stemmed from the knowledge that he could bear the consequences of such an act. However, eliminating Jing Tian could provoke repercussions that Long Chun was not prepared to face, prompting him to withhold his full power and spare the young man's life. The Jing clan was significantly more powerful than the Dragon clan, and Long Chun wished to avoid unnecessary trouble that could jeopardize his own tribe. Jing Tian's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red, for even a single punch had made the disparity between him and Long Chun painfully clear. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat easily. To do so would be a profound blow to his pride, a humiliation he could not tolerate. Do not presume that I lack the courage to kill you, Long Chun warned, his killing intent flickering in his eyes as he observed their reluctance to leave. Jing Tian, recognizing the change in Long Chun, understood that he was no longer the same as before. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks today, unlike the foolish Long Hu. I am not afraid you lack the guts, Jing Tian retorted, fully aware of the threat. I shall remember this humiliation, and in a month, I will personally challenge you at the Dragon Clan. Be prepared to face me. With that, Long Chun wasted no time, departing with the martial artist by his side. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Jing Tian realized that there was no need for rash bravado. It was imperative to ascertain Long Chun's current strength. Knowledge of oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory in battle. Chapter 28. Open defection. Though it may seem somewhat embarrassing, after the recent confrontation, Jing Tian clearly understood the disparity in strength between himself and Long Chun. Continuing to engage in combat with Long Chun would only lead to his own disadvantage. There would be no advantage to be gained. Initially, he had assumed that Long Chun was still in his previous, injured state, which was why he had dared to confront him thus. However, the prowess displayed by Long Chun today was truly astonishing, leaving Jing Tian in a state of shock. The current Long Chun emanated an aura that was not only formidable, but also deeply unsettling, more so than his sheer strength. Jing Tian had always been covertly monitoring Long Chun, for the relationship between their two tribes was exceptionally delicate. Consequently, he had regarded the Long clan as his adversaries. The Jing clan operated under similar rules, where the strongest would ascend to the position of chief. As one of the candidates for the leadership of the Jing clan, Jing Tian was adept at navigating these complexities. Previously, Long Chun was recognized as an unparalleled genius within the Long clan, which further heightened Jing Tian's scrutiny of him. For a time, when Long Chun's strength began to wane and he fell gravely ill, Jing Tian relaxed his vigilance, as Long Chun no longer posed a threat. Yet today, upon unexpectedly encountering Long Chun, Jing Tian could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Once on the brink of death, Long Chun had inexplicably appeared before him, demonstrating prowess that had evidently reached the pinnacle of the Tiger Howl Fist. This revelation profoundly shook Jing Tian and compelled him to reevaluate Long Chun anew. It became apparent to him that not only had Long Chun recovered from his injuries, but his strength now rivaled, if not surpassed, Jing Tian's own. What astonished Jing Tian even further was the aura that now enveloped Long Chun, instilling within him a sense of dread. He had been all too familiar with Long Chun's previous demeanor, and the patience and coldness now exhibited by Long Chun made him instinctively aware of the perils that lay ahead. It was as if Long Chun had undergone a transformation, no longer the man he once knew. Thus, Jing Tian, now hesitant to act rashly, resolved to ascertain Long Chun's current circumstances before seeking an opportunity to confront him. Although he was uncertain how Long Chun had experienced such a dramatic increase in power, he understood the wisdom in avoiding immediate conflict and chose to withdraw, intending to gather more information before plotting his revenge. Observing the retreating figures of the two men, Long Chun found himself amused. The audacity of these individuals, who dared to speak so arrogantly despite their ignorance of their own limitations, was almost laughable. Long Chun harbored no fear. He simply pondered what resources Jing Tian possessed that allowed him such bravado. Dismissing thoughts of his adversary, Long Chun embraced the philosophy of adapting to challenges as they arose, confident that he would devise a strategy to address Jing Tian when the time came. Originally, Long Chun had intended to capitalize on this day for a breakthrough in strength. But the interruption from these individuals had disrupted his accumulation of spiritual energy, leaving him feeling frustrated. With his meditation interrupted, he lost interest and turned toward the direction of the tribe. This was Long Chun's second visit to Luoxiao Mountain, and he had grown considerably familiar with the terrain. As he approached the mountain's exit, he suddenly caught sight of a hurried figure. The area was still relatively untraveled, causing him to feel a jolt of surprise. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized the man before him. It was none other than Long Hong, a member of the Long clan's hunting team. Long Hong was well acquainted with Long Chun, having maintained a friendly relationship with his father during their time in the hunting team. Long Chun found himself at the periphery of Luoxiao Mountain, where, logically, hunting team members would be deep within the mountain, pursuing the more abundant beasts and resources found there. The outer regions yielded far less. Noticing Long Hong's anxious demeanor, Long Chun sensed that something was amiss. After all, this man was a close friend of his father, and he could not ignore his distress. Hurriedly, Long Chun approached and inquired, "Uncle Hong, what is the matter? Why the rush? What has happened?" Startled by Long Chun's sudden appearance, Long Hong quickly regained his composure. Although he initially struggled to comprehend why Long Chun was there, the urgency of the situation took precedence. What? Long Chun's expression changed dramatically. Long Tianfang had been dispatched to the hunting team due to his conflicts with Long Chun. While Long Chun adhered to the principle of eliminating threats, he understood that removing Long Tianfang would not be a simple task. After all, Long Tianfang was the third elder of the Long clan, wielding considerable influence. In truth, Long Tianfang's presence in the hunting team was somewhat beneficial for Long Chun. As long as Long Tianfang remained within the hunting team, Long Chun felt comparatively secure. However, the revelation of Long Tianfang's defection surprised Long Chun. Such an act was a grave offense in any tribe, typically reserved for those who had committed heinous crimes. No one could have anticipated that he would seize this opportunity to flee. Contemplating this, Long Chun sensed a looming danger. Having personally slain Long Tianfang's only son, Long Chun had unveiled the man's true nature, transforming their relationship into one of mortal enemies. Long Tianfang's position within the hunting team had previously provided Long Chun with a sense of safety, but now the situation had evolved into something far more precarious. However, at present, this individual brazenly betrays his kin, risking the grave sin of treason. Long Chun is acutely aware that this man will not easily relinquish his pursuit. He is bound to seek vengeance. It appears that Long Tianfang is prepared to gamble everything. Long Chun's countenance fluctuates between shadows and light. Within the tribe, his family remains. Yet Long Tianfang shows no regard and directly flees the clan, revealing his madness. This man will undoubtedly stop at nothing to exact revenge. Consequently, Long Chen silently resolves to eliminate him. Otherwise, Long Tianfang poses a significant threat not only to the tribe, but also to Long Chen himself and his family. Currently, this adversary wields considerable strength, presenting a formidable danger to Long Chen. Additionally, while Long Chen remains exposed, this foe lurks in the shadows. Should he plot against Long Chen or his family, it would be an insurmountable predicament. This situation strikes Long Chen like a bolt from the blue, instilling a palpable sense of crisis within him. Time is of the essence. Long Chen has already experienced the ruthlessness of Long Tianfang. Thus, he must remain vigilant. Promptly relaying this alarming news to the Long clan will enable them to fortify their defenses, preventing Long Tianfang from resorting to desperate measures that could yield irreparable consequences. When Long Chen reported Long Tianfang's escape from the family to the tribe, it incited considerable outrage among the higher echelons. Subsequently, the clan leader, Long Tianming, personally issued orders to swiftly apprehend Long Tianfang, while simultaneously placing his family under house arrest, plunging the entire Long clan into a state of heightened alert. After all, Long Tianfang is exceedingly powerful, and having reached the brink of desperation, he is capable of anything, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Chapter 29: The Resilience of Long Tianfang. Meanwhile, in a remote and secluded forest of Luoxiao Mountain, a disheveled figure dashed forward with great urgency. Moments later, he halted beneath a grand tree, gasping for breath, his face shadowed by a chilling demeanor. This figure was none other than Long Tianfang. Long Chen, I vow that you shall not escape your fate. His countenance twisted with rage, his eyes brimming with a fervent madness. His hatred for Long Chen was profound and unrelenting. Once the esteemed third elder of the Long clan, even the clan leader, Long Tianming, had shown him deference. Yet now, he had been driven to such a wretched state by Long Chen. Days spent in the hunting party, exposed to the elements and enduring hardship, stood in stark contrast to his former life of privilege within the tribe. Despite his profound cultivation and the lingering respect commanded by his previous status, he had contributed little to the hunting team. The reality of associating with those he deemed inferior was a bitter pill to swallow. In the days that followed, Long Tianfang, in his reflections, grew increasingly embittered towards Long Chen. He had dedicated his entire being to nurturing Long Hu, aspiring to elevate him as the future leader of the Long clan. Long Hu, his only son, had received the entirety of his hopes and affections. As the third elder, Long Tianfang had overseen the tribe's resources, and under his guidance, Long Hu had flourished. Yet, on the day of Long Hu's coming-of-age ceremony, Long Chen had ruthlessly slain him before Long Tianfang's very eyes. A thunderous blow that shattered his world. The animosity towards Long Chen festered within him, and after much contemplation, he resolved upon a desperate course of action, to forsake his clan rather than endure this indignity any longer. For him, continuing to exist within the hunting team felt akin to living as a mere husk, devoid of purpose. Now, Long Chen had usurped Long Hu's place, emerging as the foremost prodigy of the Long clan, destined to inherit the leadership. Should Long Chen ascend to the position of clan leader, Long Tianfang knew he would be relegated to a life of perpetual subjugation, with no hope of vengeance. The prospect of Long Chen's inevitable rise filled him with dread. For the talent he exhibited promised an illustrious future. Thus, after much contemplation, Long Tianfang could bear it no longer. Remaining silent would lead to his own demise, a fate he resolutely rejected. He must act now, to exact revenge for the profound betrayal he had suffered. His hatred for Long Chen was matched only by his loathing for Long Tianming. For years, Long Tianfang had been unwaveringly loyal to Long Tianming, the very man who had once entrusted him with the protection of the clan. Yet, in this pivotal moment, Long Tianming had cast him aside, siding with Long Chen. It was Long Tianming's cruel hand that had brought Long Tianfang to this humiliating juncture, deepening his resentment. Long Tianming, you would thwart my vengeance for Long Chen. Disregarding my years of unwavering loyalty, you too shall face death. Long Tianfang raged, his voice echoing with madness. As he pondered these grievances, a tempest of fury consumed him. Once a revered third elder, he had served the Long clan diligently, earning the gratitude of many. Yet, in his hour of need, the tribe had turned a blind eye. Leaving him to suffer alone, with only whispers of disdain in the shadows. Even the other clansmen bore culpability in his downfall. They too were his adversaries. At that moment, Long Tianfang's heart brimmed with contempt for the entirety of the Long clan, wishing nothing more than to eradicate them all in retribution for his suffering. As he gazed towards the distant direction of the Long clan, though he could not see their abode, he envisioned the detestable faces of Long Tianming, Long Chen, and his many foes. Coldly, he declared to the wilderness, "Since you show no mercy, do not blame me. The entire Long clan shall accompany my son to the grave." In that moment, Long Tianfang resembled a vengeful specter, consumed by rage, devoid of the dignity he once held as an elder. His heart was entirely enveloped in hatred, directed towards Long Chen, Long Tianming, and the clan as a whole. Long, who had been his sole progeny, the embodiment of his aspirations. Long Tianfang had even risked everything to ensure his son's ascension to the leadership of the clan, plotting in secrecy against Long Chen. Initially, his schemes had unfolded flawlessly. It seemed that Long Chen would soon succumb to the poison, leaving Long Hu unchallenged as the clan's preeminent talent. However, he had not anticipated that, at the last moment, Long Chen would inexplicably overcome the poison and, during the coming-of-age ceremony, strike down Long Hu in a shocking display that left all in awe. To this day, Long Tianfang found it hard to believe, for he had been meticulous in his application of the poison, certain that Long Chen would perish before the ceremony. Yet, what astonished him most was Long Chen's unexpected resilience, as he had seemingly reached the pinnacle of his abilities. Reflecting upon it now, Long Tianfang came to realize that Long Chen must have neutralized the poison long before, for otherwise, he could not have achieved such strength. Each day, Long Tianfang had monitored Long Chen's condition, convinced that the poison had taken its toll. Yet, the prowess Long Chen displayed now suggested a different narrative entirely. Both conjectures, regardless of which one is considered, present insurmountable challenges, leaving Long Tianfang in a state of profound bewilderment. The entire situation strikes him as extraordinarily implausible. The enigma surrounding Long Chen is simply overwhelming, and there remains an illogical aspect that eludes Long Tianfang's understanding. What astounds him the most is Long Chen's uncanny knowledge of the antidote to a particularly rare poison, a fact that most martial artists would be oblivious to. It is evident that Long Chen has encountered this lethal toxin, further deepening Long Tianfang's incredulity. Long Chen harbors a plethora of secrets, and it has become apparent to Long Tianfang that, despite the youth of merely 18 years, Long Chen exhibits a level of resilience and shrewdness that is utterly formidable. Thus, to confront Long Chen through solitary vengeance seems impractical. Recklessness is no longer an option. He must now bide his time, plotting patiently for the right opportunity to exact revenge. Reflecting on Long Chen's fortitude and cunning, Long Tianfang is increasingly consumed by feelings of hatred towards him. Originally, Long Tianfang aspired to showcase the prowess of the Long Hu during the coming-of-age ceremony, aiming to solidify his status among the younger generation of the tribe and gain the acceptance of the tribal elders as the successor to the chieftaincy. However, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations, transforming the ceremony into a site of tragedy for the Long Hu. Now, all hope for Long Tianfang has been extinguished, relegating him to the lowest echelons of tribal standing, a bitter pill for one who once held a position of great authority. In retrospect, Long Tianfang's future appeared exceedingly promising, yet it has all dissolved into mere illusion, a fate attributed to Long Chen. His destination is none other than the dreaded Demon Mountain tribe, which instills fear in the hearts of many tribesmen. Chapter 30. The challenge of Jing Tian. The Demon Mountain sect, strictly speaking, is not a tribe. A century ago, several disciples from a rebellious faction defected from their tribe. However, within the depths of the falling Sunset Mountain, where fierce beasts abound, mere solitary survival proved exceedingly arduous. Subsequently, this group of defectors gathered individuals equally notorious, comprised of those fleeing from grave crimes or those of ruthless disposition. These individuals, driven to desperation, united together, seeking to establish their stronghold deep within the falling Sunset Mountain, ultimately claiming a peak and forming the Demon Mountain sect. Over time, various fugitives and martial artists expelled from neighboring tribes sought refuge here, transforming the mountain into a den of iniquity. Since its inception, the Demon Mountain sect has become a sanctuary for the wicked, those guilty of heinous crimes within their tribes, in a bid to evade punishment. Invariably joined the Demon Mountain sect, thus, its power steadily grew. The sect, in its quest for expansion, adopted an inclusive policy, welcoming all who sought refuge, many of whom were notorious criminals. Consequently, the Demon Mountain sect has become synonymous with malevolence in the eyes of many. As the sect's strength burgeoned, it began to pose a significant threat to the safety of surrounding tribes. Many martial artists, having been ostracized from their tribes or having committed grave offenses, harbored deep-seated grudges against their former clans. Upon arriving at the Demon Mountain, they aided in the sect's efforts against their previous tribes, leveraging their intimate knowledge to strike with brutal precision. With the support of these ruthless individuals, several tribes have already succumbed to the sect's grasp. Thus, numerous powerful tribes have sought to eradicate the Demon Mountain sect. Yet, the terrain it occupies is easily defensible, and repeated assaults have resulted in substantial casualties for the attacking tribes, compelling them to allow the sect to flourish. With each failed siege, the influence of surrounding tribes has been significantly diminished, further enabling the Demon Mountain sect to consolidate its power. Today, the idea of extinguishing the Demon Mountain sect has become an impractical aspiration, for it has transformed into a formidable force. As the sect's influence continues to swell, it has effectively morphed into a bandit stronghold, with its inhabitants engaging in relentless acts of villainy. There are instances where they have annihilated entire villages and towns, leaving no living creature in their wake. To the surrounding populace and tribes, the Demon Mountain has become a fearsome outlaw stronghold, an enemy of all. Currently, the Demon Mountain sect reigns supreme within the falling Sunset Mountain range, frequently raiding weaker tribes. Those who defy there will inevitably face a bloodbath, with numerous tribes suffering annihilation at their hands. Thus, whenever the Demon Mountain sect is mentioned, fear grips all who hear it. Despite its notorious reputation for Zhao Tianxuan, it is undeniably the best option available. He understands that seeking revenge on his own is impractical. He must rely on others, and the Demon Mountain sect is his most viable choice. Given Zhao Tianxuan's current strength, he could carve out a place for himself within the sect, positioning himself to seek vengeance when the opportunity arises. Long Clan Tribe. Half a month later, a shocking piece of news reverberated through the Long Clan Tribe, leaving many disciples astounded. Days prior, the prodigious disciple Jing Tian from the Jing clan had condensed his destined star, officially entering the Star Destiny realm, and had been accepted as a disciple by the Moon Observation sect. Upon receiving this news, he sent a messenger to the Long Clan, delivering a letter that was both arrogant and provocative, declaring that in half a month's time, he would personally challenge Long Chun. This announcement sparked fervent discussions among the Long Clan disciples, who were bewildered by Jing Tian's choice to challenge Long Chun, as there had been little to no prior interaction between the two. Moreover, it is crucial to note that not long ago, Long Chun was regarded as a waste by his own family. Although the two tribes were in close proximity, information flow was relatively restricted. It is unlikely that word of Long Chun's recent triumph over the formidable Shao Xian during the coming-of-age ceremony spread so swiftly. Nevertheless, with this incident unfolding, the onlookers were eager for the spectacle, as it bore no consequence to them. Currently, Long Chun stood as the foremost young warrior of the Long Clan, inadvertently stifling the growth of many other martial artists. Thus, for the younger generation, this development was, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity. If Long Chun were to engage in battle, there existed a significant possibility of defeat. Should he fall, it would present an opening for other martial artists to vie for the position of clan leader, as the absence of a formidable opponent like Long Chun would shift the dynamics of competition. Although Long Chun possessed considerable strength, many held little faith in his chances. Given Jing Tian's ascension to the Star Destiny realm, a realm far surpassing that of the body refinement realm. However, should Long Chun be vanquished by Jing Tian, it would equate to a loss of face for the entire Long clan, considering the challenge was initiated by the latter. Hence, some individuals with ulterior motives spread rumors, eagerly anticipating Long Chun's downfall. The challenge letter sent shockwaves throughout the Long clan, as many delighted in the unfolding drama. Indeed, the tallest tree catches the wind first. Although Long Chun had gained fame after his remarkable performance during the coming-of-age ceremony, he now found himself entangled in this predicament. Jing Tian, a master of the Star Destiny realm, presented a stark contrast to Long Chun, who was merely at the 9th stage of body refinement. The disparity in their abilities was monumental, leaving little room for hope of victory. The young prodigy, having just escaped the schemes of Long Tianfang and his son, now faced such calamity, It seemed that fate was indeed envious of exceptional talent. Against a peerless master like Jing Tian, Long Chun had no realistic chance of winning. While Long Chun symbolized the pride of the Long clan, the gulf in their strengths was insurmountable, making a victory seem nearly impossible. Each day, Long Chun was inundated with whispers and rumors, yet he remained indifferent, brushing aside the idle chatter as if it were inconsequential. He pondered why this individual, once deemed inferior to him, would dare make such bold claims. It appeared that this person had plotted against him from the outset. Despite Jing Tian's advancement to the Star Destiny realm, Long Chun felt no trepidation. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, I will block. When water comes, I will dam. Long Chun was confident in his ability to confront this challenger. Having experienced countless perilous situations in his 2 lifetimes, he was well prepared to deal with this young upstart. Therefore, Long Chun dismissed Jing Tian's provocation entirely. Should the latter dare to come, Long Chun would gladly accept the challenge. In the past half-month, his body refinement technique had reached a pinnacle state, and compared to his performance during the coming-of-age ceremony, his strength had at least doubled. With still a month at his disposal, by dedicating himself to enhancing his abilities, defeating this individual would be a matter of course. Brother Chun, that Jing Tian has declared his intention to challenge you, and rumors abound within the tribe. Do you have no thoughts on the matter? Long He inquired, somewhat distressed. What thought should I have? Long Chun replied. Long Chun retorted. Long He was momentarily taken aback and urged, what if, by that time, you are defeated? Some individuals within the tribe would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to strike while you're down. Although the majority of the tribe's people are simple-hearted, there are inevitably some who harbor malice, so one must remain vigilant. Long Chun smiled gently and replied, I fear they will be sorely disappointed. Long He was once again left speechless, utterly perplexed by Long Chun's unwavering confidence. After all, Jing Tian was a master in the Destiny Star realm, while Long Chun was still at the 9th level of body refinement, a significant disparity indeed. Rest assured, do not concern yourself with those rumors, Long Chun said, as he patted Long He's shoulder, adding with a chuckle, when the time comes, I shall silence them with my fists. Long He gazed at him in a daze, an unusual feeling stirring within him. The Long Chun before him seemed to have undergone a profound transformation compared to the past, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity, as if he were a different person altogether. Yet, he could not quite pinpoint the nature of these changes. Upon further reflection, Long He felt he might be overthinking it. After all, Long Chun was still Long Chun. How could he possibly become someone else? When Long Chun first heard the news, he had already come to the realization that Jing Tian's audacity in scheduling a duel a month later was likely rooted in his newfound confidence in reaching the Destiny Star realm. Long Chun even surmised that Jing Tian must have ascended to that realm after being accepted as a disciple of the Wanhua sect. His speculation was not unfounded. Jing Tian had indeed participated in the Wanhua sect's assessment and had been accepted as a disciple, receiving resources from the sect that facilitated his rapid breakthrough to the Destiny Star realm. However, Long Chun remained unconcerned. If he wished, he could ascend to the Destiny Star realm at any moment. Yet, transitioning directly from the 5th to the 9th level of body refinement required him to stabilize his cultivation. Moreover, he planned to refine the Great Sun body refinement technique to perfection before his ascension, as this would greatly benefit him in the realms to come. With half a month having passed, all preparations for his advancement were complete, leaving him ample time to consolidate his innate star essence in the remaining days. Chapter 31. No response. The night was tranquil, with the stars shining brightly over the serene Luoxiao mountain. For the past half-month, Long Chun had been wary of the cunning dragon Tianfeng, who had reached a point of desperation. Long Chun found the old man's next move somewhat unpredictable. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. He had already experienced the treachery of dragon Tianfeng, and any lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. Although the old man had yet to make his presence known, Long Chun was plagued by an unsettling intuition. This adversary was not to be underestimated. At this moment, however, Long Chun's primary concern was not Dragon Tianfeng, but the imminent challenge posed by Jing Tian. The latter had already delivered a challenge to the tribe, and Long Chun had no choice but to accept the duel. With only 5 days remaining until their agreed confrontation, the urgency of the situation grew. Jing Tian had entered the Fate Star realm, which represented a significant threat to Long Chun. This battle was crucial. Victory was imperative, for failure would not only tarnish Long Chun's reputation, but also undermined the dignity of the Long clan. The long-standing rivalry between the two clans had always been marked by both open and covert conflicts, with the younger warriors fiercely competing against one another. By sending a challenge directly to the Long clan, Zhao Tianxuan had ensured that the stakes of this battle were well known to all, making the outcome all the more critical. Though Long Chun had initially been reluctant to engage, the stakes had escalated beyond mere personal preference. The implications were tied to the interests of both clans. In a vast, open field, Long Chun sat cross-legged, enveloped in an unusual stillness as the moonlight bathed him. As he listened to the chorus of crickets, he prepared himself for the challenge ahead. With only 5 days remaining before the duel with Zhao Tianxuan, Long Chun finally began to channel his innate star energy. Generally, anyone with even modest talent could cultivate to the 9th level of physical refinement through persistent effort. This process demanded years of dedication and tested the patience of the practitioner. However, the Fate Star realm required not only diligence, but also a natural aptitude. To enter this realm, one must harness their will to connect with the stars in the celestial sea, coalescing a personal star within their spirit. The essence of this process lies in the strength of one's intent. If one's will is weak while attempting to commune with the stars, they risk a backlash from the star's power, leading to potentially devastating consequences. Thus, the Fate Star realm represents a significant turning point. Only by coalescing their innate star can one truly embark on the path of cultivation and advance further in their journey. Currently, Long Chun was merely at the 9th level of physical refinement. To contend with Zhao Tianxuan, he needed to break through to the Fate Star realm. The foundation of this breakthrough lay in the absorption and accumulation of spiritual energy. As the saying goes, quantity leads to quality, and Long Chun focused on gathering spiritual energy, aiming to achieve a critical mass before attempting to transform it qualitatively. In the past few days, he had devoted all his energy to accumulating spiritual essence, and he felt as though he was nearing saturation. However, a furrow of confusion crossed his brow as he murmured, having absorbed so much spiritual energy, why is there still no sign of breaking through? In his previous life, Long Chun had perished while vying for a star seed, only to be resurrected through a twist of fate. He was not afraid of Zhao Tianxuan's challenge, for the star seed within him held immense potential. Yet, he was increasingly frustrated. Despite nearing saturation, the star seed showed no signs of reaction, leaving him perplexed. This extraordinary treasure was meant to aid in his cultivation, yet its current lack of response was disheartening. Long Chun pondered whether there was an issue with his accumulation of spiritual energy or if perhaps he still lacked the requisite amount to trigger a breakthrough. After much contemplation, he concluded that the latter was the likely cause. Thus, he dedicated another 2 hours to absorbing spiritual energy, yet still, there was no sign of breaking through, which only heightened his anxiety. The Fate Star realm was one of the foundational realms for martial artists. Long Chun had previously transcended this stage, but he sensed that his current experience was somewhat different. He understood that each martial artist had their unique approach to cultivation, leading to varying breakthroughs in strength. Breaking through to the Fate Star realm also required a profound understanding of the cultivation path. Only through such comprehension could Long Chun attain genuine enhancement and progress. I refuse to accept this, he declared resolutely. For him, breaking into the Fate Star realm should be a natural progression, yet it seemed elusive. Having become the foremost prodigy of the Long clan, and with the exile of the third elder, Dragon Tianfeng, the tribe's resources had increasingly shifted in Long Chun's favor. The medicinal pills now available to him far exceeded what he had previously accessed. Yet, the stagnation in his progress filled him with anxiety. Despite his insights into cultivation, the lack of advancement was infuriating. He took several star essence pills, consumed them, and activated his techniques as spiritual energy surged within him. As he began to absorb the essence from the pills, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy flooded into his being, as if he were a black hole, voraciously consuming everything. Within him, the star seed spun rapidly, greedily assimilating the influx of power. This star seed, the coveted treasure of his past life, remained embedded within him, ready to assist him in his rebirth as he absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth. It was precisely this star seed's nature that rendered it a treasure, capable of providing invaluable support to martial artists in their cultivation journey and facilitating their ascent in power. Now, Long Chun continuously began to channel the spiritual energy he had absorbed into the seed of the star. Although this process was slow, he did not waver, for he understood that this method was, in fact, the most expedient. Typically, an ordinary martial artist may require several years to ascend from the 9th level of body refinement to the realm of, and some may even expend a lifetime in pursuit of such a breakthrough in power. After all, the enhancement of strength necessitates both comprehension and opportunity. However, with the assistance of the Star Seed, Longchen found this advancement considerably more accessible. What he needed to do now was to ceaselessly gather the spiritual energy from the cosmos into the Star Seed, for only then could he awaken this precious treasure, allowing him to swiftly transcend into the realm of. Thus, Longchen steadied his mind, preparing to accumulate once more. This process, albeit tedious, was crucial, as any misstep could lead to the loss of all prior efforts. For the past half-month, Longchen had devoted most of his time to enhancing his strength. Yet the results remained inconspicuous. The Star Seed showed little response. Was it possible that the quantity of spiritual energy he had absorbed was still insufficient? Despite the terrifying amount he had gathered over such a long period, the Star Seed still displayed no signs of awakening. Consequently, Longchen dismissed any doubts and concentrated his energy anew, ready to once again strive for a breakthrough in his level and power. An hour later, he opened his eyes, his face etched with astonishment. Yet, after persistently absorbing the spiritual energy of the cosmos for over half a month, the sheer volume he had collected was immense. Still, within him, the Star Seed remained insatiable, showing no signs of breaking free from its shell. Chapter 32. A glimpse of hope despite Longchen's extraordinary patience. The prolonged accumulation of time had yielded no response from the celestial seed within him, leading him to harbor doubts. In his previous life, although he was a star monarch, his understanding of the celestial seed was rather superficial. He only grasped its general essence. After all, such a treasure is rarely encountered, and most knowledge about it is shrouded in legend. Longchen's comprehension was primarily based on hearsay, leaving him with a limited understanding of this enigmatic entity. As the time for Longchen's duel with Jing Tian approached, his strength remained stagnant, with little progress to show. His entire focus had been devoted to the celestial seed, momentarily setting aside other aspects of his cultivation. The most effective method for rapid advancement in martial arts is to concentrate all one's efforts on a singular pursuit, thus facilitating swift improvement in power. Initially, Longchen held high hopes for the celestial seed, but he now found himself in a state of bewilderment, feeling a sense of disappointment at his lack of progress. However, in an instant, Longchen refocused his attention. Although his strength was momentarily unyielding, allowing such emotions to fester is a grave error for a martial artist. Thus, he redirected his thoughts inward, delving into his own body. Recognizing that the lack of effect could not continue, he perceived the celestial seed as an insatiable void, endlessly absorbing spiritual energy, yet remaining unresponsive for an extended period, which piqued his curiosity. In desperation, he sank his consciousness into his dantian, reaching towards the celestial seed, which he discovered resided there since his rebirth. For a prolonged duration, he had been channeling spiritual energy into his dantian, which the celestial seed absorbed. Despite this, the seed continued to float within, showing no signs of change, remaining in the same state as before. As Longchen's consciousness penetrated his body, he gradually began to discern the celestial seed, which subtly floated in his dantian, swaying gently with the fluctuations of his internal energy, showing no remarkable differences. Suddenly, as he approached with his intent, the celestial seed erupted with a formidable pull, swiftly drawing Longchen's consciousness towards it. The force was immense, and caught off guard, he was helplessly ensnared, unable to resist. After a brief moment of being drawn in, Longchen's mind found stability. With the conclusion of the pull, he felt as if he were being directly absorbed by the celestial seed. Yet, he found himself in an extraordinarily peculiar environment, surrounded by a hazy grayness. An otherworldly stillness enveloped him, as if nothing existed in this serene void. Could this be the interior of the celestial seed? Longchen gazed around, perplexed by the indistinct surroundings. Before him, the celestial seed continued to float, unchanged from before. Intrigued, he felt compelled to approach it, as he was now in close proximity. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed. Although faint, in the tranquil atmosphere, Longchen's acute senses caught it. Something appeared to be fracturing. In this realm of consciousness, aside from Longchen, only the celestial seed remained. Was it the source of the sound? He shifted his focus towards the seed. Within the celestial seed, a seemingly delicate sprout emerged from the cracked shell. appearing lush and vibrant. Long Chun found it difficult to divert his gaze, as the sprout emanated a gentle yet potent energy. As the sprout grew at a visible rate, it rapidly transformed into a towering tree. Yet, its growth did not cease. It continued to expand with astonishing speed, soon stretching beyond his line of sight, as if it aimed to burst through the very fabric of space. All this transpired in mere moments, from the sprout's emergence to its transformation into a colossal tree, standing majestically before Long Chun, casting a shadow that obscured the sky. The tree's foliage was verdant and full of life, instilling in Long Chun a sense of tranquility amidst the awe it inspired. Suddenly, brilliant light erupted from the tree's branches, revealing countless orbs of light, resembling immense fruits, radiating a plethora of colors. When the light faded, Long Chun was astounded to discover that these orbs contained miniature stars. Though small, he was certain they were indeed celestial bodies. As if to confirm his thoughts, the stars began to swell in size. In no time, these colossal stars matured and broke free from the tree, soaring into the boundless void. Long Chun stood in stunned silence. Witnessing the spectacular scene before him, he saw the radiant sun star and the luminous moon star, as countless stars gleamed in a breathtaking display. Each star that detached from the tree underwent a transformation, giving rise to even smaller stars, filling the void with their brilliance. Reminiscent of the starry seas Long Chun once traversed. As time passed, thunderous sounds reverberated through the void, and innumerable stars crumbled into dust, their brilliant lights dimming. With the destruction of each star, the tree shuddered violently, as if in resistance or fury. A powerful force emanated from it, sweeping across the void in an attempt to halt the star's demise. Yet, its efforts proved futile, as the stars continued to disintegrate. The tree's energy seemed to wane, and colossal branches began to splinter. Soon after, the leaves turned yellow, and more branches fell. Long Chun watched this scene unfold with a growing sense of melancholy. As tears welled in his eyes, overwhelmed by a profound sorrow, he now seemed to be in a profound communion with the colossal tree, sensing the deep-seated resentment emanating from its immense form. After all, those stars were akin to its progeny, birthed from its very being, now shattered before it. Under Long Chun's gaze, the trunk of this towering tree began to decay, its bark peeling away. A thunderous roar erupted. Reminiscent of the tree's wrath as it faced its demise, the entire giant collapsed, transforming into a cloud of dust. The world withered. All the stars were extinguished. The scene before Long Chun filled him with immense awe as he witnessed the birth, flourishing, and eventual decay of this universe, ultimately returning to silence, reduced to a mere fragile seed of a star. Although the vibrant splendor he had previously observed vanished in an instant, gazing upon the star seed, he perceived an overwhelming sense of hope. Though diminutive, the seed radiated a potent vitality that he could distinctly feel. The transient emergence and disappearance of the earlier spectacle had left a profound impact on Long Chun, who remained ensnared in the reverberations of that moment. Yet, the star seed before him also instilled a sense of hope, a hope for life itself. As he seemed to resonate with it, this star seed felt as if it had become an integral part of Long Chun's very being. You have not perished. You have left behind the continuity of life. Long Chun smiled, his face brimming with tears. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Long Chun's experiences were far beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings, endowing him with a distinct understanding of life and time. Amidst the swirling dust, a faint glimmer descended, and Long Chun cupped his hands to catch it. As the light dissipated, it revealed itself to be a star seed. Gazing at this star seed, Long Chun beheld hope, glimpsed the vast cosmos of stars, and perceived the boundless myriad of existence. In his eyes resided the essence of all celestial beings. Chapter 33. The approaching battle. What unfolded before Long Chun was a spectacle unheard of and unseen. As the splendor faded, he found himself left with only the seeds of the stars in his hands. Once the scene before him dissipated, his consciousness emerged from the seeds of the stars. At that moment, a seed within Long Chun's dantian unexpectedly broke open, transforming into a tender sprout no larger than a thumb, radiating vibrant vitality. Although this sprout was not as grand as the towering tree that had once existed, it nonetheless exuded a vigorous life force, warming Long Chun's heart as he gazed upon it. With the emergence of this sprout, Long Chun officially stepped into the realm of the Destiny Star. However, his innate star was entirely unique compared to others. This star seed was the very essence of growth, a fledgling that would flourish alongside Long Chun, signifying a mutual enhancement of strength. Within the confines of the star seed, Long Chun had personally experienced those illusions and had come to understand that what resided within him was not merely a seed. He was uncertain of its designation. This small entity had become an integral part of his being, a crucial component of his existence. Yet, he had one certainty. The true star seed was born from the colossal tree, the primary star yet to mature, scattered across the boundless sea of stars. Some star seeds, having severed their connection to the mother tree, had self-evolved, generating countless lower-tier stars. Others, still unformed, were acquired by cultivators and nurtured into genuine primary stars. The essence within him was likely the remnant of the star tree's destruction, or perhaps the original form of the star tree, akin to its seed. As Long Chun stabilized the spiritual energy within his body, daylight broke, and he rose, feeling the surging energy within him, nodding in satisfaction. After the seed had hatched, he noticed that most of the spiritual energy he absorbed from the heavens and earth was consumed by the sprout of the star tree. This fledgling seemed to regard the spiritual energy as a source of sustenance, continuously absorbing and drawing from what Long Chun had gathered. As the sapling gradually grew, Long Chun sensed his own power beginning to increase, albeit slowly. He quietly attuned himself to these changes. Now, this sprout had undeniably become a part of Long Chun's body. While it incessantly absorbed spiritual energy from him, the energy within the sprout could also be summoned and absorbed by Long Chun at will, serving as a reservoir of spiritual energy. As he began to explore this phenomenon, Long Chun discovered that the sprout responded to the commands he conveyed, behaving as though it were an extension of himself. Although it was merely a wisp, Long Chun could distinctly feel its presence, for it aided in storing the spiritual energy he absorbed. Simultaneously, it provided nourishment back to Long Chun's body, filling him with a sense of wonder. The star seed was indeed a treasure born of the cosmos, possessing extraordinary powers and effects. Long Chun was awestruck by this revelation and had become increasingly familiar with the nature of the star seed. He now carried within him a vast reservoir of star power, accessible at any moment, providing him immense support for future battles. Having crossed into the realm of the Destiny Star, Long Chun felt a dramatic increase in the quantity of spiritual energy within him, resulting in a significant leap in strength. No longer lingering in that place, he turned toward the tribe. Throughout his transition and the monumental enhancement of his abilities, his focus had been solely on his breakthrough, oblivious to everything else around him. Now, as he traversed the tribe, he felt an extraordinary lightness and comfort in his body. The elevation of his power was not merely reflected in the quantity of spiritual energy, but also in the improvement and transformation of his physical constitution. Upon entering the tribe, Long Chun spotted Long, he anxiously approaching from afar. What had transpired? He had only been away for a night of cultivation. Noticing Long He's distress, Long Chun sensed an impending crisis. His heart raced as he recalled his vigilance toward Long Tianxuan. However, for the past day, he had been wholly absorbed in his breakthrough, neglecting the happenings within the tribe. What do you mean you've been cultivating for a night? You've been missing for 5 days. Long, he exclaimed, eyes widening as he hurried Long Chun back into the tribe. Today is the day you are scheduled to battle Jing Tian, and many clans have come to witness. You've delayed your arrival. Hearing this, Long Chun exhaled in relief, realizing that Long Tianxuan had not leaked any information. Otherwise, Long he would not have been so composed. Yet, he was soon struck by confusion. When had he disappeared for 5 days? He had only devoted a day to his breakthrough. How could so much time have passed? Wait. Did you say I was missing for 5 days? Long Chun interjected. Indeed, 5 days. The clan leader even sent someone to find you. Long, he replied matter-of-factly. Although Long Chun was astonished by this revelation, he quickly rationalized it. In his intense focus on his breakthrough, he had lost track of time, which was understandable. Without further delay, Long Chun dashed toward the training grounds. Despite his astonishment, he understood that he had merely lost awareness of the passage of time. It was now time for him to face Long Jing Tian. This confrontation was no trivial matter. Jing Tian had directly challenged the Long clan, representing the Jing clan's challenge to them. Long Chun knew he had to accept this battle. For should he falter or shy away, it would tarnish the honor of the entire Long clan. In truth, Long Chun felt little necessity to participate in this conflict, for the outcome mattered not to him. Even in victory, what significance would it hold? However, upon reflection, being among the Long clan, he recognized that although he would eventually depart, his current strength was still inadequate. Therefore, he needed the support of the tribe. Achieving a breakthrough in power would require considerable time and could not be accomplished instantaneously. Moreover, the resources of the tribe, though modest, were vital to him. If he could establish his reputation with a decisive victory in this battle, it would greatly benefit his standing and future within the Long clan. Thus, it is imperative for Long Chun to establish his authority in this battle, as the outcome holds immense significance for him. Long Chun hurriedly sprinted towards the tribe. Having already delayed his arrival, it was crucial for him to make a swift appearance on the battlefield to reassure the hearts of the people. "Brother Chun, wait for me. Why do you always do this?" came the disgruntled voice of Long He from behind. The training grounds of the Long clan were teeming with spectators, including disciples from nearby tribes and several high-ranking officials from various clans, all drawn by the news of the impending duel between Jing Tian and Long Chun. Their interest, however, extended beyond just the confrontation. It was also fueled by the tales of Long Chun's sudden emergence during the clan's coming-of-age ceremony, where he claimed the top position. His resurgence inevitably captured the attention of many tribes. Given his previous brilliance, the birth of a talented disciple could determine the fate of an entire clan. Consequently, some leaders from neighboring tribes had come in person to gauge his potential. While these tribes typically coexisted peacefully, there existed a covert rivalry among them, each vying for supremacy in subtle ways. For every clan, the most vital concern was the succession of their lineage. An exceptional young warrior could illuminate a tribe's future. Conversely, the emergence of a formidable warrior from another clan posed a significant threat. After all, the strength of each tribe was relatively comparable, and the rise of a powerful fighter could drastically alter the balance of power across the entire Luoxia Mountain region. At this moment, on the observation platform, the clan leader, Long Tianming, wore a smile while engaging in light-hearted conversation with the dignitaries of various tribes. Yet, a hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes. The gathering of individuals from different tribes was primarily to witness the duel between Long Chun and Jing Tian. However, Long Chun had been absent for 5 days and still had not made an appearance. Long Tianming glanced at the increasingly impatient crowd below, feeling quite exasperated. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed on Long Chun, and curiosity about the young man filled the air. Yet, even now, Long Chun remained conspicuously absent. Chapter 34. The provocation of Jing Tian. At this moment, the entire venue was abuzz with voices as the crowd speculated about the tardy arrival of Long Chun. This battle had drawn considerable attention, not only from the Long and Jing clans, but also from various surrounding tribes, all curious about the outcome of this grand confrontation. The area was teeming with spectators from neighboring tribes, eagerly anticipating the clash. However, as Long Chun continued to delay his appearance, the warriors in attendance began to murmur restlessly. "Why is that brat still not out? Could it be that he is afraid and dares not show up?" One disciple voiced his dissatisfaction, having arrived early and waited for over half a day without catching a glimpse of Long Chun. Indeed, Jing Tian has now reached the Star Fate realm and has been accepted as a disciple by the Moonwatch sect. "I believe he is certainly intimidated," another shouted in agreement. "It is said that he made no progress in his cultivation for 3 years, yet he claimed first place at the Long clan's coming-of-age ceremony not long ago. Now he dares not even accept the challenge? I suspect those rumors were greatly exaggerated. It seems the disciples of the Long clan are becoming increasingly inferior," another chimed in. "I was looking forward to a thrilling battle today, but at this rate, it appears Long Chun is too cowardly to face off. How pathetic. Others are gathered at his doorstep, and he still refuses to appear." After such a lengthy wait, the surrounding warriors expressed their discontent. In stark contrast to the clamor of the spectators, Jing Tian stood proudly on the battle platform, exuding a formidable aura that instilled fear among those around him. The young disciples observing from below regarded him with envy. Stepping into the Star Fate realm promised a transformative leap in power, a level they all aspired to reach. Jing Tian was likely the most talented warrior in the entire Falling Sunset Mountain, having broken through to the Star Fate realm at the tender age of 18. Such prowess rendered him a paragon among the tribes. Isn't it obvious? If not, why would the Moonwatch sect take him as a disciple? Being accepted at this age guarantees an extraordinary future, they mused. It appeared evident that Long Chun truly feared the impending confrontation, given Jing Tian's current strength. Long Chun was certainly no match for him. Among the young warriors, Jing Tian was undoubtedly the strongest. As the spectators continued to await Long Chun's arrival, Discussions among them grew increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Long Tianming's expression darkened. This battle had transcended mere victory or defeat. It had become crucial for the Long clan's reputation. Long Tianming understood the opinions of the surrounding tribes well. Although he harbored little confidence in this battle, he felt as if he were an arrow drawn taut, compelled to release it. Thus, the fight was unavoidable. However, Long Chun had inexplicably vanished days prior. Despite Long Tianming mobilizing the clan's resources to search for him, no trace had been found. This left Long Tianming in an awkward predicament. If Long Chun fled out of fear, the Long clan would become the object of ridicule among the neighboring tribes. For these tribes, a challenge issued was a public declaration of war that could not be declined. If Long Chun continued to evade the confrontation, it would severely tarnish the Long clan's reputation, something Long Tianming could not tolerate. Even if Long Chun were to lose on the stage, Long Tianming would understand. Considering Jing Tian's status in the Star Fate realm, it was entirely reasonable for Long Chun to be outmatched. Yet, if Long Chun was too cowardly to even engage in battle, it would reflect poorly on him. Thus, Long Tianming felt a sense of humiliation, his mood fluctuating between anger and despair, leaving him speechless. Clan leader Long, I have waited for 3 full hours. If Long Chun does not appear soon, we shall consider it a forfeiture, Jing Tian declared, his gaze fixed imperiously on Long Tianming. Observing the unfolding situation, Jing Tian felt a surge of pride. Though he had been humiliated by Long Chun previously, the incident remained known only to him and his subordinate. This disgrace was a burden he could not bear, and now he stood ready to vanquish Long Chun and reclaim his honor. However, it was evident that Long Chun was reluctant to engage. This was understandable, for Jing Tian had indeed attained the Star Fate realm. A month ago, Long Chun could barely defeat him, but now, Jing Tian's strength had multiplied several times over. Although Jing Tian had learned of Long Chun's victory over the dragon and tiger at the Long clan's coming-of-age ceremony, he understood that Long Chun's strength was still merely at the 9th level of body refinement, a vast chasm separating them in power. The disparity between the body refinement realm and the Star Fate realm was qualitative. Even if Long Chun were formidable, he could not possibly ascend to the Star Fate realm in such a short span of time. Thus, Jing Tian was resolute in his belief that victory was assured. And today, before all, he would defeat Long Chun and erase the disgrace he had suffered on Falling Sunset Mountain. As Jing Tian's provocative words echoed through the venue, Long Tianming felt a surge of anger but found himself powerless to retaliate, for Jing Tian's assertions were grounded in truth. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. Long Tianming surveyed the raucous crowd, feeling helpless. Since Long Chun's coming-of-age ceremony, he had become elusive, vanishing for 5 days without a trace. Yet, with the dust still unsettled, Long Tianming clung to the hope that Long Chun would arrive soon. Otherwise, he would face an untenable situation. Gazing at the self-satisfied Jing Tian amidst the crowd, Long Tianming felt a simmering anger but refrained from expressing it. Instead, he coldly replied, "The agreed-upon duel is yet to conclude. Today is not over, and the outcome remains uncertain. You need only wait." The once arrogant Jing Tian found himself momentarily taken aback. Although he currently held the upper hand in terms of momentum, he acknowledged that, as Long Tianming stated, the outcome was still in the balance. Thus, he refrained from further provocation. However, the multitude of disciples from the Jing clan began to grow restless, raising their voices in agitation. If he dares not accept the challenge, he should just say so. Must we wait indefinitely for Long Chun? What is he, to keep so many of us in suspense? I believe he is too afraid to accept the duel. Now that brother Jing Tian has reached the Star Fate realm, Long Chun must have fled in terror. I wager he will not show up today. It's rumored that he gained fame during the coming-of-age ceremony, but I suspect that was merely boasting. If he truly possessed strength, why would he shy away from a battle with brother Jing Tian? It seems he has long since run away. What a disgrace. Although Jing Tian had just experienced a setback in his conversation with Long Tianming, the overall public sentiment in the square remained exceedingly favorable for him. As voices began to rise in support of Jing Tian, he relished the sensation of being the center of attention, which only fueled his haughty demeanor further. Dragon Clan leader, if Long Chun lacks the courage to engage in battle, he need not feign bravado. Why must he cower away? Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. If the Long clan lacks the strength and fortitude to confront us today, I shall not impose upon you, Jing Tian remarked, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His provocation stemmed from Long Chen's previous actions against him. Thus, he intentionally spread word of his challenge to Long Chen, aiming to utterly humiliate him before the multitude of tribal disciples. Though Long Chen had not appeared that day, Jing Tian was determined not to relent. Should Long Chen continue to evade, the Long clan would suffer a significant loss of face. Long Chen's prolonged absence only emboldened Jing Tian's arrogance. His audacity to provoke stemmed from the fact that the impending clash was not solely for his own sake. More significantly, the higher-ups of the Jing clan sought to assert their dominance through Jing Tian, as he had undeniably emerged as the foremost prodigy among the tribes of Luoxiao Mountain. The elders of the Jing clan desired to leverage Jing Tian's prowess to intimidate surrounding tribes, thus elevating the Jing clan to the pinnacle of power among the many tribes of Luoxiao Mountain. Long Tianming's face betrayed his anger. Despite the Jing clan's might, he was incensed by Jing Tian's public humiliation of the Long clan as a younger generation member. Dragon clan leader, please do not take offense. We are old friends after all. I hope you can overlook the impudence of these youngsters. Tianer is simply youthful and impetuous. Do not stoop to his level. An elder from the Jing clan chuckled, though there was no hint of reproach in his tone towards Jing Tian. In fact, he found Jing Tian's actions quite beneficial, as they bolstered the Jing clan's morale, which was precisely what he desired. Humph, cowardly wretches. Is the entire Long clan made of such timorous beings? Jing Tian sneered, casting a challenging glance at the numerous warriors in the stands. The Long clan disciples, upon hearing his words, were visibly enraged, their emotions boiling. Yet silence prevailed in the assembly, for Jing Tian was a practitioner of the Destiny Star realm. Although many of the older warriors were indeed stronger than Jing Tian, this was a contest among the younger generation, making it inappropriate for them to intervene. The atmosphere in the venue grew palpably awkward, as the Long clan's reputation suffered immensely, turning them into a source of ridicule among the assembled warriors from various tribes. However, this simmering anger soon transformed into resentment directed towards Long Chen. Many felt discontent with Long Chen for avoiding the confrontation, leading to the clan's humiliation. This battle had originated from Long Chen's actions, and although the specifics were unclear, the fact remained that Long Chen had retreated while others faced Jing Tian, igniting a collective disdain towards him. Just as the crowd's attention was fixated on Jing Tian, a young man quietly entered the venue, drawing the gaze of all present towards him. It was none other than Long Chen himself. Chapter 35. The same Destiny Star realm. The members of the Long clan, initially filled with righteous indignation, fell silent upon the appearance of Long Chen at the venue. The crowd was profoundly shocked by his presence. At this moment, Jing Tian also noticed Long Chen's emergence. The latter's expression was notably calm, albeit tinged with disdain. This contemptuous gaze irked Jing Tian immensely. The atmosphere in the hall erupted as the audience reacted to Long Chen's arrival with disbelief. Initially, they assumed that Long Chen would not dare to engage in battle, yet here he stood, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. Long Chen was indeed commendable. He had not sullied the honor of the Long clan, and it seemed this young man possessed true grit. However, what was grit in the face of the overwhelming disparity in strength? Long Chen was merely at the 9th level of body refinement, while Jing Tian had already reached the Destiny Star realm. To challenge him was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, foolhardy and ill-conceived. Although Long Chen displayed the courage to accept Jing Tian's challenge, the outcome of this confrontation was virtually predetermined. A pity, indeed. In truth, it would have been better had Long Chen refrained from appearing. Under these circumstances, his presence was destined to lead to defeat. It would be wiser for him to amass strength and bide his time, for with his innate talent, he could one day contend with Jing Tian on equal footing. This was not his moment. You are overestimating him. While he may have defeated Long Hu, Jing Tian and Long Hu are not comparable. There exists a chasm between them. I support Long Chen wholeheartedly, yet one must remain cognizant of the current state of affairs. Witnessing this scene, opinions among the crowd diverged. Long Chen's appearance elicited admiration, yet the stark contrast in their power remained evident, leading many to doubt Long Chen's chances. Whom do you insult? Jing Tian's expression darkened as he cast a hostile gaze at Long Chen, incensed by the latter's earlier provocation. This time, he was brimming with confidence in his assured victory and would not yield an inch. Having thoroughly grasped Long Chen's situation, Jing Tian confirmed that the latter's strength was limited to the 9th level of body refinement. Long Chen no longer posed a threat to him, and thus, Jing Tian's demeanor became overtly hostile, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Despite Jing Tian's aggressive stance, Long Chun remained unperturbed, his face betraying no concern for the man's reaction. Radiating an air of contempt, Long Chun leaped onto the combat stage and addressed Jing Tian coolly. Who was it that boasted so boldly moments ago? I speak of you. Humph, your words are mere empty rhetoric. In genuine combat, you are naught but a waste. How laughable, Jing Tian retorted with a scoff, his gaze filled with disdain. Stepping forward, Jing Tian locked eyes with Long Chun and said, I thought you were too cowardly to show up. You seem rather confident now, unlike the last time we met. I wonder who instilled such confidence in you. Long Chun smiled, casting a provocative glance at Jing Tian. He understood that while the onlookers might not grasp the weight of his words, Jing Tian certainly did, recalling the humiliation he had suffered at Long Chun's hands previously. It was no wonder Jing Tian harbored such animosity towards him, seeking a rematch. Observing the fury on Jing Tian's face, Long Chun recognized that his taunts had hit their mark and shifted his tone. Young man, do not be so hasty. You're already in a frenzy after just a few hours. Remember, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Enough, Jing Tian barked, cutting him off. I won't waste breath with you. You can only boast in words, lacking true skill. When the fight begins, let us see if you can even rise again afterward. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, as Long Chun's arrival had led to this standoff with Jing Tian, the battle on the verge of ignition. Long Chun's prolonged absence would have been detrimental to the Long clan, yet now, the crowd's concern shifted to whether Long Chun could triumph over Jing Tian. Long Tianming regarded the elderly figure before him with a smile. Indeed, the most significant aspect today is the duel between the two, as it remains a focal point of interest for so many. Let us heed the clan leader's words. Let the battle commence. The old man speaking was the leader of the Jing clan, and Long Tianming was courteous towards him. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that despite the elder's seemingly amicable demeanor, he harbored ulterior motives. This confrontation was part of his scheme. Over the years, Long Tianming had been keenly aware of the Jing clan's ambitions. However, the latter's strength surpassed that of the Long clan, hence Long Tianming remained vigilant. Although he understood the elder's intent to instigate this conflict, he felt compelled to engage in the duel, as the relationship between their clans was still one of peace, not worth fracturing over a trivial matter. Now, Long Tianming merely hoped that Long Chun would not suffer a humiliating defeat in this encounter, for many clans had come to witness the event, and he was deeply concerned about the Long clan's reputation. Standing atop the platform, Long Tianming addressed the gathered martial artists, proclaiming, Today marks the friendly contest between the Long and Jing clans. Both participants are among the most promising young warriors of their respective clans. Since they have both arrived, let the battle begin. With Long Tianming's declaration, the crowd's attention shifted to the elevated stage, their focus intensely fixed on the impending duel. Long Chun regarded the seething Jing Tian and calmly stated, A month ago, you were not my match. Now, you are even less so. In this moment, Long Chun aimed to provoke Jing Tian, for inciting his opponent's anger would likely diminish their rationality, thereby favoring Long Chun in the ensuing battle. Upon hearing Long Chun's words, Jing Tian did not respond with anger. Instead, he coldly smirked. Such words are meaningless. Let me see what qualifications you possess to speak so arrogantly. With that, Jing Tian surged forward, his aura escalating as he unleashed a powerful punch, a torrent of energy surging towards Long Chun. This opponent was markedly different from Long Hu. Jing Tian exhibited far more intelligence. In dealing with Long Hu, a mere verbal exchange had sufficed to provoke the fool, requiring little effort from Long Chun. Yet Jing Tian was composed and calculated. From their previous encounter on Luoxia Mountain, Long Chun had discerned Jing Tian's capacity for restraint. Despite Long Chun's decisive actions against his subordinates, Jing Tian had left with a measured calm, displaying no signs of rage, an indication of his profound composure. Now, Jing Tian was evidently in control of his emotions, reflecting a depth of character. In Long Chun's eyes, Jing Tian exhibited the qualities of a youthful prodigy, and it was only natural for someone of his caliber to possess a certain degree of arrogance. Throughout history, those with great talent often exhibited a unique temperament. Although this individual may exhibit a certain degree of arrogance, he possesses a remarkable understanding of restraint and composure. Long Chun couldn't help but regard him with a touch of admiration, recognizing him as a clever man. However, Long Hua remained unfazed by this character, embodying the saying, When soldiers come, the generals shall meet them. When water arrives, the earth shall conceal it. Now, Long Chen found himself compelled to engage in battle with this formidable opponent. Despite the aggressive approach of this individual, Long Chen stood undaunted, for his strength had now reached a level comparable to that of his adversary. With a calm demeanor, Long Chen suddenly issued a sharp command, and an aura, rivaling that of Jing Tian, erupted forth. In an instant, it appeared as though countless stars were dazzlingly illuminating the space around him. Simultaneously, he thrust his right hand forward with great swiftness, aiming to grasp Jing Tian. Long Chen's strike was executed with remarkable speed and force, propelling his attack directly towards Jing Tian. Accompanying this fierce assault, the spectators on the platform collectively inhaled sharply. Had he truly ascended to the realm of Destiny Star? As Long Chen's aura surged forth, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. Chapter 36. A single strike to defeat the enemy. Long Chen's performance this time left everyone present utterly astonished. Particularly, the members of the Long clan were acutely aware that just a few days prior, Long Chen had merely possessed the strength of the 9th stage of body refinement. Yet now, the combat prowess he exhibited was evidently at the Starfate realm. This meant that within this brief span of days, Long Chen had made a direct leap into the Starfate realm, an alarming rate of power enhancement that left the crowd gasping in disbelief. At that moment, many disciples of the Long clan, including the high-ranking officials in the viewing platform, stared blankly at Long Chen, who had decisively struck fear into the hearts of all. This once silent waste, after 3 years of obscurity, had made a stunning impact during the adult ceremony, and now, merely a month later, had already transcended into the Starfate realm. Such a pace of cultivation was difficult for them to comprehend. The initial shock of Long Chen defeating Long, who had already been immense, but the might he demonstrated now rendered the onlookers utterly speechless. What sort of monster was this? In the earlier battle against Jing Tian, neither the disciples from other clans nor those from the Long clan believed Long Chen could triumph over Jing Tian. Even now, with Long Chen revealing his strength at the Starfate realm, many still doubted his ability to defeat Jing Tian. At this juncture, Long Tianming stood upon the high platform. Gazing at Long Chen engaged in combat with Jing Tian, his eyes filled with hope. The strength displayed by Long Chen ignited a spark of optimism within him. This young man, after a 3-year hiatus, had soared to new heights with astonishing speed. Though the outcome of their battle remained uncertain, Long Tianming was already overwhelmed with excitement, fervently wishing for Long Chen to surprise him even further. The crowd could not help but be taken aback by Long Chen's displayed strength. After all, during the adult ceremony, he had merely been at the 9th stage of body refinement, and now, having just recently broken through to the Starfate realm, the disparity in their powers, while existent, was not overtly pronounced. After the initial astonishment, the disciples of the Long clan felt a surge of exhilaration. Previously, during the adult ceremony, Long Chen and Long, who had both been at the 9th stage of refinement, yet Long Chen had defeated Long, who with a single strike. Now, with both parties at the Starfate realm, could Long Chen replicate his previous glory and emerge victorious over Jing Tian? All eyes were now fixated on Long Chen. Initially, the Long clan's members had harbored some doubts, but after witnessing Long Chen's prowess, they first experienced shock, followed by a calm resolve to closely observe the outcome of this battle. As the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their attacks collided, resulting in Jing Tian being forcefully pushed back several steps before he could stabilize himself. Meanwhile, the once arrogant patriarch of the Jing clan watched the scene with a grim expression. As Long Chen's displayed strength exceeded his expectations, he had previously heard of Long Chen's performance at the Long clan's adult ceremony, initially dismissing it as mere boastfulness. For Long Chen had remained inconspicuous among the various clans of Wanxiao Mountain over the years. Thus, upon hearing of Long Chen's formidable strength, Jing Tian's first reaction had been to suspect it was merely a ploy by the Long clan. Even though the clans were ostensibly in a state of peaceful non-interference, there existed an undercurrent of rivalry and hidden animosity among them. However, Long Chen's current display of power seemed to validate the earlier rumors of his exceptional talent, revealing him to be even more formidable than the whispers suggested. Witnessing Long Chen's prowess, Jing Tian felt a sense of unease creeping in. However, with the battle just commencing, any attempt to halt it would be futile. This contest held significant importance for both clans, and the surrounding clans were also watching intently. Thus, Jing Tian had no choice but to confront Long Chen in battle, fervently praying for victory to save face for the Jing clan. At this moment, the two combatants had just separated after their earlier clash. Jing Tian, having retreated several steps, finally regained his footing, only to find Long Chun standing firm and unmoving. This prompted Jing Tian to draw a sharp breath. Despite Long Chen's breakthrough to the Star Fate realm, the anticipated disparity in their strengths should not have been so pronounced, given their simultaneous ascension to this realm. Yet, after repelling him, Long Chun exhibited an ease that clearly indicated his superiority. Observing Long Chen's current demeanor, Jing Tian sensed an ominous turn of events, yet he understood that retreat was no longer an option. He had to see this battle through and emerge victorious. Humph. It seems you have indeed been hiding your true strength. Now that you two have entered the Star Fate realm, today's battle promises to be evenly matched. How exhilarating. With that, Jing Tian launched another punch, this time aimed squarely at Long Chen's face. Though Jing Tian's attack appeared fierce, Long Chun showed no inclination to retreat, believing wholeheartedly that Jing Tian's strikes posed no genuine threat. Without hesitation, Long Chun retaliated with a punch that seemed unremarkable compared to Jing Tian's aggressive assault, appearing almost feeble in contrast. However, the closeness in their strengths led to an immediate resolution of their clash, as their figures intertwined briefly. The crowd witnessed Jing Tian being sent flying backward by Long Chen's seemingly lackluster punch. Although Long Chen's strike appeared soft, Jing Tian felt as if he had struck a massive wall, his attack yielding almost no effect as Long Chun effortlessly deflected him. Despite the unexpected outcome of this exchange, Jing Tian, ever cautious, had held back during his strike. As Long Chun countered, Jing Tian reacted swiftly, performing a nimble maneuver to regain his balance at the edge of the martial stage. Humph, no wonder you exude such confidence. It appears you, too, have stepped into the Star Fate realm. You truly are a hidden gem, displaying such restraint with such power. What a peculiar individual, Jing Tian remarked, astonished at Long Chen's unwavering stance. Jing Tian was deeply shaken by the strength Long Chun displayed today. Initially believing the battle would be a one-sided affair, he now realized that Long Chen's might was far more formidable than he had anticipated. From Long Chen's current display of power, it was clear that he was no longer merely a match for Jing Tian. In fact, Long Chen's combat capabilities appeared to surpass those of Jing Tian. Jing Tian felt an ominous foreboding, as he sensed danger emanating from Long Chun, a perilous unknown regarding his opponent. Initially, Jing Tian believed he possessed a thorough understanding of Long Chun. However, their skirmish revealed that Long Chun was remarkably adept at concealing his true strength. Based on Long Chen's current display of power, Jing Tian surmised that he had likely transcended to the Star Destiny realm, for Long Chen's prowess now appeared superior to his own. All reports indicated that Long Chun had endured relentless bullying from the Long family over the years, essentially ostracized by the entire tribe. It was only during the recent coming-of-age ceremony of the Long clan that he astonishingly showcased his combat abilities, eliciting a collective realization of his true power. Yet, from Jing Tian's perspective, it seemed evident that Long Chun had already broken through to the Star Destiny realm long before this revelation. Otherwise, such formidable strength would be inexplicable. If this were the case, it suggested that Long Chun had been biding his time, never revealing his authentic capabilities. But what could be his motive for such restraint? This left Jing Tian utterly perplexed. For if Long Chen's displayed strength were to increase, it would undoubtedly attract greater attention from the tribal elite, thus securing more resources for his advancement, an undeniably advantageous circumstance. Conversely, if he concealed his prowess, it appeared to yield no substantial benefits, further deepening Jing Tian's confusion. At this moment, Jing Tian sensed that Long Chun was indeed a formidable adversary, as he found himself unable to fathom him. Thus, he ceased his offensive and assumed a defensive stance, realizing that his ignorance of Long Chun's capabilities rendered any reckless assault perilous. Witnessing Jing Tian's sudden shift, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Long Chen's exhibited strength had profoundly shocked everyone present. The surrounding disciples of the Long clan began to cheer exuberantly. This Long Chun was indeed an enigma, having repelled Jing Tian's 2 assaults, and even managed to gain the upper hand in both encounters. Initially, I had presumed that the Long clan would be destined for defeat today, but Jing Tian's displayed strength was astonishingly formidable. I had underestimated him. Now, Jing Tian refrained from initiating any further attacks, indicating that he too was intimidated. which only served to bolster the Long clan's prestige. It appeared that Long Chun had already broken through to the starred destiny realm. Otherwise, such remarkable strength would be unfathomable. His talent was truly terrifying. Amidst the fervent discussions regarding Long Chen's performance, the atmosphere within the Long clan surged with excitement. However, at that moment, a statement from Long Chun silenced the previously agitated crowd. He cast a glance at the somewhat timid Jing Tian, then turned his gaze toward the senior members of the Jing clan, declaring, with just a single move, I can decisively defeat Jing Tian. Chapter 37. The challenge. Upon the utterance of these words, an immediate hush fell over the entire assembly, so profound that one could even hear the melodious chirping of birds in the surrounding wilderness. Long Chen's proclamation sent shockwaves through the hearts of the many martial artists present, leaving them momentarily bewildered by his audacity. How could Long Chen dare to be so brazen? Although he had recently ascended to the Star Fate realm, Jing Tian remained his equal in that realm, and the disparity in their strengths was not insurmountable. While Long Chun may have appeared to hold the advantage, the reality was that their contest was one of near parity. What could have emboldened Long Chun to believe he could defeat Jing Tian with a single strike? After a prolonged silence, the hall erupted with derisive laughter and scornful remarks. Long Chen's arrogance was palpable, despite his current advantage. The reality was that both combatants were evenly matched. Youthful exuberance often breeds impatience, and to claim he could vanquish Jing Tian with a mere blow was indeed hubristic. It seemed Long Chun was unaware of the vastness of his own limitations. Jing Tian, after all, was a martial artist of the Star Fate realm, and the gulf between their capabilities remained significant. It would be inconceivable for Long Chun to defeat Jing Tian with a single blow. Even if he were to exert all his might, his ability to contend with Jing Tian was impressive enough. Yet it was evident that he was far from the prowess he boasted. The members of the Long clan had initially been awestruck by Long Chen's display of strength. Yet his audacious declaration left them in a state of shock, their disbelief palpable. They could hardly accept that he believed himself capable of overcoming Jing Tian, who, at the very least, was several realms above him in strength. The notion of defeating Jing Tian with one blow seemed utterly impossible to them. Meanwhile, the warriors from other tribes began to jeer at Long Chen's audacity, treating his proclamations as a spectacle. To them, Long Chun appeared to be a fool, recklessly courting disaster by underestimating Jing Tian, the foremost talent of the Jing clan. They scoffed at his confidence, asserting that even seasoned warriors of the Star Fate realm would struggle to defeat a practitioner of the early stages of the same realm with a single strike. Long Chun, still in the early stages of the Star Fate realm, was seen as foolish for making such grandiose claims. The crowd's derision for Long Chen's statements was unrelenting, filled with scorn and disbelief. Even Jing Tian, who had initially regarded Long Chun with a sense of caution, found himself momentarily taken aback by Long Chen's brazen words. Though Long Chun had instilled a sense of fear in him with his earlier displays of strength, his current bravado prompted Jing Tian to reassess him. Long Chen's declarations seemed to reflect an ignorance of his own limitations. Jing Tian could not fathom how Long Chun could entertain such lofty ambitions. Though Jing Tian had faced challenges in their recent encounters, he still retained confidence in his ability to withstand Long Chen's onslaught. The notion that Long Chun could defeat him with a single strike felt absurd, and he regarded Long Chun with disdain, retorting, "While you may have gained a slight upper hand in our previous skirmishes, to claim you could defeat me in one blow is naively optimistic." In response to Jing Tian's dismissive demeanor, Long Chun felt a surge of satisfaction, for he sought to draw Jing Tian into a confrontation. Reading Jing Tian's reaction, he saw the potential for his ambitions to materialize. With an assertive gaze, Long Chun challenged, "Are you willing to wager on this?" Jing Tian regarded the somewhat arrogant Long Chun with skepticism, asking, "What are the terms of your wager?" Intrigued, Jing Tian found himself drawn to Long Chen's audacity. Each time he attempted to gauge Long Chen's psyche, the youth would conjure unexpected and perplexing responses. Long Chun cast a glance around the assembly, his eyes gleaming with a provocative spark, before turning his attention to the elevated platform where the leaders of the Jing clan were seated. His words were directed not just at Jing Tian, but aimed at those in authority, for Long Chun understood that any wager would require their consent. Addressing the leaders of the Jing clan, Long Chun proclaimed, "Should I fail to deliver a decisive blow against Jing Tian, I submit myself to your judgment. My life shall be forfeit to you." As Long Chen's fervent gaze met Jing Tian's, the latter felt a flicker of apprehension, though Long Chen's confidence was unsettling. He quickly dismissed the notion that Long Chen could indeed defeat him in one swift motion. Through their encounters, Jing Tian had discerned that while Long Chen possessed strength, it was not overwhelmingly superior. Their abilities were, at best, evenly matched. Thus, Jing Tian perceived Long Chen's bravado as mere bluster. Convinced that he could never be vanquished in such a manner, Long Chen's bold declaration ignited a fierce competitive spirit within Jing Tian, as well as among the younger warriors of the Jing clan, who felt personally affronted by Long Chen's words. Though Jing Tian contemplated accepting the wager, he hesitated. Recognizing the stakes involved were not solely his to decide, as they impacted the interests of the entire Jing clan. Nonetheless, Jing Tian was not one to be intimidated by Long Chen's challenge. He shifted his focus to the elevated platform, seeking the counsel of the clan's elders before responding to Long Chen. As he cast his gaze upward, an elder seated beside Long Tianming nodded subtly in affirmation, imbuing Jing Tian with confidence and direction. The unspoken message was clear: defeat him. Jing Tian fixed his gaze upon Long Chen, and with an air of haughtiness, declared, "I accept the challenge." As these words escaped his lips, the surrounding martial artists erupted in fervor, astonished by the stakes at play. This battle, already the focal point of widespread attention, began to take on a thrilling momentum, as the tension between the two combatants on the stage captivated the audience even further. At that moment, the high-ranking members of both the Long and Jing clans fell into a profound silence, seemingly resigned to the unfolding events. Yet, an inexplicable tension began to permeate the atmosphere, particularly affecting Long Tianming. Long Chen's performance today had once again defied his expectations. If his previous display at the coming-of-age ceremony had left him impressed, Jing Tian's current bravado had profoundly shaken Long Tianming, igniting a newfound fascination with the young boy. Although Long Chen's assertion of defeating Jing Tian in a single strike appeared nearly impossible given their current levels of strength, Long Tianming felt an inexplicable sensation that Long Chen might indeed be capable of such a feat. Previously, Long Chen had claimed he could defeat the Dragon Tiger with a single blow, a statement met with disbelief, yet it had come to fruition. Now, with Long Chen professing he could likewise vanquish Jing Tian, Long Tianming sensed an undeniable confidence radiating from the boy. The elders of the Jing clan, agreeing to Long Chen's challenge, were not naive. They were seasoned strategists, unlikely to be misled by mere trickery. Yet, they were acutely aware of the implications of Long Chen's wager. The prospect of defeating Jing Tian in one blow was far beyond Long Chen's current capabilities, as he was merely at the nascent stages of the Star Realm, having just recently achieved a breakthrough. Therefore, it was inconceivable that he could triumph over Jing Tian in such a manner. Despite the lack of clarity surrounding Long Chen's true intentions, his challenge was presented openly, leaving them with little choice but to accept. Furthermore, the provocative nature of Long Chen's wager was unmistakable. Should the Jing clan shy away from such a challenge, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, a scenario intolerable to their esteemed members. Even though they could not fathom the source of Long Chen's confidence, they remained convinced that he was destined to fail in this gamble. All eyes were now riveted on the two figures on the stage. As the audience's collective focus intensified on the gifted young men, both of whom were the center of attention. Regardless of the outcome, this battle would surely be etched in the memories of all present. Jing Tian, regarding Long Chen with a smile, urged, "Make your move." Chapter 38. Victory. However, before Jing Tian could finish his words, he felt a sudden disorientation, as if countless stars were shimmering with brilliance, charging towards him with unparalleled might. The abruptness of this transformation left Jing Tian barely able to comprehend the situation surrounding his body, and he realized that Long Chen's figure had vanished from his sight. In an instant, Jing Tian felt as though he were immersed in a vast sea of stars, with innumerable celestial bodies pressing in from all directions. This entire scene unfolded in a mere moment. Although Jing Tian had prepared himself, the spectacle before him was still beyond his anticipation. Gazing into the expanse of stars, he was engulfed by a sense of insignificance, for in this celestial tapestry, he felt utterly diminutive. He even sensed that even the smallest star colliding with him would spell his utter destruction. Staring at the unfolding scenario, Jing Tian found himself in a daze, questioning how he had found himself in such a predicament. Could this be the attack Long Chen had unleashed upon him? Though incredulous, he quickly collected himself, ready to resist the impending assault. With a roar of defiance, he sought to evade, only to discover that his escape routes had been sealed, leaving him with no sanctuary. All around him, the stars surged forth with ferocity, and no matter which direction he turned, he found no path of retreat. The overwhelming might of these celestial bodies stifled any spark of resistance within him, draining the color from his face and filling his eyes with terror. Jing Tian was engulfed in uncertainty. The spectacle before him instilled a profound dread, threatening to shatter his very spirit under the weight of its enormity. Humph! As Long Chen's cold snort echoed, Jing Tian heard the sound, yet his vision remained clouded by the boundless sea of stars, and he could not discern Long Chen's presence. With this snort, a palpable silence enveloped the arena once more, plunging Jing Tian back into the depths of despair. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself still standing on the martial platform. The starry expanse that had previously consumed him now vanished. He caught sight of the spectators and heard the fervent discussions and cheers of the surrounding martial artists. At that moment, doubt crept into Jing Tian's mind. Had what he just witnessed been merely an illusion? Yet, standing there upon the martial platform, how could he have conjured the image of a vast universe filled with stars? It dawned on him that the celestial sea he had perceived was but a mirage, a mere illusion crafted by Long Chen's mastery of deception. Realizing this, Jing Tian understood why he had heard Long Chen's disdainful snort at that moment. It all made sense. However, a deeper question arose within him. Why had he encountered such an enigmatic vision, and how had Long Chen orchestrated it? The vividness of the earlier scene had been so striking that Jing Tian had unwittingly succumbed to its allure, nearly forgetting to resist. But now, he had no opportunity for reflection, for Long Chen's right hand had seized his throat, rendering Jing Tian's face crimson and his eyes wide with horror. The surreal nature of this encounter left him feeling as if he were in a dream, yet it was undeniably real. For he was an active participant in this fierce conflict, fully aware of the reality before him. Witnessing the spectacle, the onlookers began to murmur restlessly, astonished that Long Chen had so effortlessly subdued Jing Tian, who had shown no sign of resistance. From their vantage point outside the fray, they had only seen Long Chen unleash a casual punch, while Jing Tian stood there in a daze, as if he awaited Long Chen's grip upon his neck. Unbeknownst to the spectators, they were entirely oblivious to the turmoil Jing Tian had just experienced. To them, the clash between Long Chen and Jing Tian resembled a child's play, abruptly concluded, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The audience, initially eager for a spectacle, now felt a sense of incompleteness, for the battle had not unfolded as they had anticipated. Its conclusion was almost surreal. After a brief silence, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, and the arena erupted into a cacophony of voices. How could this have happened? Had Jing Tian intentionally thrown the fight? Why had he stood still when Long Chen launched his assault? Had Long Chen truly frightened him with a single blow? Though the circumstances were unclear, it appeared that Long Chen had decisively vanquished Jing Tian with a single strike, leaving him utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Long Chen had naturally claimed victory in this confrontation. Nonsense. It was evident that Jing Tian had deliberately eased off. Otherwise, a martial artist of even the most basic caliber could have evaded Long Chen's earlier attack. How could it be that he had been so easily defeated? The absurdity of it all was laughable. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena was charged with bewilderment, as the audience grappled with the seemingly ludicrous outcome of the match. Martial artists exchanged heated opinions, and chaos erupted as the venue descended into disarray. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the leaders of the Jing clan wore expressions of fluctuating emotions, astounded by the unexpected outcome of the duel. None had anticipated such a result. While some were incredulous, they understood that Jing Tian would never have thrown the match. The honor of the Jing clan was at stake, and he would have fought with utmost determination. However, witnessing Jing Tian being subdued so effortlessly by Long Chen raised questions that transcended mere appearances. Hinting at underlying complexities even the clan's leaders could not fathom. Though they felt incredulous, there was no time to unravel the mystery. They would have to wait until the battle concluded and inquire with Jing Tian to uncover the truth. Thus, while the Jing clan's higher-ups remained perplexed, they chose to observe in silence, their expressions a mixture of concern and anticipation as they studied the unfolding drama on the stage. Meanwhile, Long Tiaming stood beside them, utterly stunned, for Long Chen's actions had been nothing short of magical. As Long Chen delivered that fateful punch, Jing Tian simply stood there, neither advancing nor retreating, seemingly compliant. with no resistance to Long Chen's subsequent maneuvers. Long Tianming, having witnessed countless combat techniques over the years, found himself at a loss for words. Long Chen's display was astonishing, defying his understanding of martial arts. Yet, he recognized the undeniable truth. Jing Tian had indeed been defeated in a single, decisive blow. Now, Jing Tian was firmly under Long Chen's control, stripped of any power to resist, and the outcome of their contest was indisputably clear. The reason the crowd harbors such thoughts is primarily due to the fact that Long Chen's extraordinary ability has only reached a modest level of mastery, and his focus is solely on Jing Tian, leaving others entirely oblivious to the true circumstances. This adds an air of enigma to Long Chen, prompting a plethora of legends and speculations among the onlookers. Even among the Long clan disciples, despite their belief in Long Chen's potential for victory, none anticipated such effortless triumph. They had witnessed similar scenes during the adult ceremony, but this was even more decisive. Any lingering dissatisfaction they held towards Long Chen was swiftly dispelled, for today he brought immense honor to the Long clan in front of numerous tribes. Some disciples have even begun to regard Long Chen as an object of admiration. Initially, these challengers sought to humiliate the Long clan, and the Jing clan members were hardly virtuous. Now, Long Chen's severe reprimand of them is indeed a boon, allowing the Long clan's disciples to hold their heads high, laughter erupting amongst them. Long Chen has truly showcased his prowess, decisively subduing his adversaries with a single maneuver. And the expressions on the faces of the Jing clan elders are enough to elicit a smile from us. The Long clan's disciples are now basking in a sense of pride, fully recognizing Long Chen as their clan's foremost genius, a title he rightfully deserves. I now eagerly await to see how the Jing clan will extricate themselves from this predicament, curious to observe how they will continue their bluster in light of such a situation. In an instant, the Long clan disciples were filled with fervor, feeling a surge of pride in Long Chen's current display of prowess. Jing Tian, grasped by the neck by Long Chen, turned crimson, his throat emitting intermittent growls, as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Although he could not comprehend how Long Chen had conjured such an illusion, he now realized he had fallen into Long Chen's trap. Everything he had witnessed moments ago was merely a ruse, and in that moment of distraction, Long Chen had swiftly maneuvered behind him, seizing control. Though Jing Tian has now come to this realization, it is evidently too late. He is now firmly under Long Chen's dominion and has succumbed to defeat. This confrontation, while peculiar, has unmistakably established the hierarchy between Long Chen and Jing Tian. Despite the anticipation of a fierce battle, it unfolded with far less intensity than expected. Jing Tian, though begrudgingly, ultimately accepted the outcome of this contest. Long Chen, the Long clan's unrivaled genius, triumphed over Jing Tian, the Jing clan's top talent, with merely a single strike. Chapter 39, The Bet Then. Do you have anything else to say? Long Chen set him down, his gaze remaining tranquil. However, at this moment, Jing Tian found himself unable to dispel his current predicament, so he could only speak in a general manner, hoping to salvage a bit of his dignity. Long Chen scoffed, saying, "Defeat is defeat. Do you intend to restrict my use of any mystical powers?" Long Chen had initially come to assert his dominance. Yet now it was evident that Jing Tian's plans had utterly failed, and his own dignity had been compromised during this battle. The multitude of martial artists gathered to witness the clash was staggering, with warriors from various tribes converging in this spot. Thus, the news of his defeat would undoubtedly spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge. Having been swiftly defeated by Long Chen's strike, without even a chance to retaliate, Jing Tian felt utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, he was not the type to renege on a bet, though his defeat seemed somewhat dubious. He understood that it was merely a ruse crafted by Long Chen. Despite the peculiar nature of the battle, his failure was indisputable. Blushing, Jing Tian admitted, I have lost. Therefore, the bet is won by you." Long Chen smiled faintly. "Speak your demands. I, Jing Tian, will accept my loss and fulfill my previous promises." Jing Tian uttered wearily, but then continued, "However, let me clarify. If it involves any malevolent deeds, my Jing family will not comply." Long Chen chuckled inwardly, realizing that despite his shortcomings, Jing Tian had some principles. He then stated, "Rest assured, my request is quite simple. If my Long family faces external threats, your Jing family must provide timely assistance." Long Chen's intention was clear. Although Long Tianfeng had yet to appear, the longer he stayed hidden, the more perilous the situation seemed to Long Chun. Long Tianfang was a formidable figure, once a person of immense power within the Long clan, unmatched in strength and capability. Should he seek vengeance in the future, it would pose a terrifying threat. While Long Chun was not afraid, he did not wish to gamble with the lives of his parents and many members of the Long clan. Thus, during the battle, he had devised this clever strategy. Long Chun understood that directly defeating Jing Tian in one blow was nearly impossible for him at this moment, given the substantial difficulty involved. However, upon achieving the Star Fate realm, he could employ the same technique he had just used against Jing Tian. Although his technique lacked tangible offensive power, it possessed significant deceptive qualities. Any martial artist ensnared in such a scenario would naturally experience profound fear and anxiety. Hence, Long Chun ingeniously cast out this bait, enticing Jing Tian and the Jing clan to take the hook. Although this maneuver was risky, each step was meticulously calculated, rendering it undetectable to even the higher-ups of the Jing clan. Long Chun knew that defeating Jing Tian outright was unattainable. Even he acknowledged that a direct confrontation would not yield victory. If he felt this way, how much more so the leadership of the Jing clan? Therefore, Long Chun's strategy was remarkably astute, successfully ensnaring Jing Tian and the Jing clan. Subsequently, Long Chun cleverly utilized this tactic to deceive Jing Tian, thereby securing victory in the battle. It can be said that Jing Tian's moves were a series of interlocking strategies, flawless and tightly woven. Upon hearing Long Chun's words, Jing Tian displayed a look of surprise. Initially, he had expected Long Chun to extort a sum from the Jing clan, but he did not anticipate such a condition. However, upon reflection, it became evident that Long Chun's request was laced with ulterior motives, as it effectively bound the Jing clan to the Long clan. In the event of the Long clan's suffering, the Jing clan would be compelled to intervene, placing them in a precarious situation. This was an exceedingly passive position for the Jing clan, rendering it quite disadvantageous for them. Yet, before Jing Tian could respond, an elderly voice resonated from the high platform of the assembly. "We accept your terms, but..." The Jing clan elder, although shocked internally, did not reveal his astonishment on his face. "However, my authority is limited. If your Long clan faces an enemy that our Jing clan cannot contend with, then this promise shall be void." Long Chun had already fulfilled the terms he had previously articulated, and although his current request might be hard for the Jing clan to accept, they were a prominent family in the region of Luoxiao Mountain and could not afford to be untrustworthy. Therefore, they felt compelled to adhere to Long Chun's demands. Yet, the elder understood well that some matters needed to be clarified. Given the strength of the Jing clan, there were few tribes in the vicinity capable of posing a genuine threat. However, no one could guarantee that the Long clan would not provoke larger forces. By clarifying these matters now, should the Jing clan refrain from intervening in the future, the Long clan would have no grounds to blame them for breaking their promise. Although the Jing clan was currently at a disadvantage, they had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill, as they had initiated this contest. Originally, the higher-ups of the Jing clan viewed this battle as a certain victory, convinced that Long Chun was destined to lose. Yet, today, Long Chun's performance had profoundly shocked everyone, defying all expectations. Firstly, regarding Long Chun's prowess, the spectators had believed he was merely at the 9th stage of body refinement. However, to everyone's astonishment, he had also attained the Star Fate realm. This revelation was the first shock Long Chun delivered, illuminating the depths of his capabilities. Secondly, Long Chun had successfully initiated what appeared to be an impossible wager, luring the Jing clan members in. In hindsight, it was evident that Long Chun had meticulously prepared this strategy all along to defeat Jing Tian in one swift move. Thus, it became apparent that despite his youth, Long Chun possessed profound wisdom, completely surpassing the expectations of those present. The Jing clan now found themselves in a predicament akin to a mute suffering from bitter gall, caught in a snare of their own making. Yet, despite this, they had no choice but to leap into the fray. Now, the Jing clan could only articulate these matters clearly, attempting to narrow the scope of the wager as much as possible to avoid a situation where collateral damage ensued. Long Chun pondered for a moment, recognizing the Jing clan's bottom line. After all, they would not risk the entire clan for a mere promise. Thus, he ceased to press further, nodding and saying, as the elder stated, "If my Long clan truly provokes a force that the Jing clan cannot withstand, then we have no one to blame but ourselves." This requirement had been on his mind for some time. While the relationships among the surrounding tribes appeared harmonious, There were indeed ongoing rivalries lurking beneath the surface. Although the Long clan was powerful, they could only be considered average among the surrounding tribes. Thus, Long Chun must provide a robust assurance to the tribe. Simultaneously, ever since the third elder, Long Tianxuan, betrayed the clan, an unsettling feeling has taken root in his heart. The blow endured by Long Tianxuan will surely not go unanswered, and Long Chun must remain vigilant. In light of this, the Jing family will fulfill this commitment, as stated by one of their elders, who nodded in agreement. He cast a profound glance at Long Chun before leading his kin away. The youth, Long Chun, left a lasting impression on the senior members of the Jing clan. In front of numerous disciples of the tribe, the Jing family suffered considerable humiliation. Now, their disciples were eager to depart, unable to shake off the disgrace of today's duel. At this moment, only Jing Tian remained, a solitary disciple of the Jing clan, quietly observing Long Chun with a gaze that flickered with complex emotions. The once defiant youth now bore traces of reluctance and composure in his eyes. Long Chun, I admit that I am not your equal at present, yet I shall return to challenge you again, Jing Tian declared fiercely before turning and departing without a backward glance. The members of the Long clan, witnessing the Jing clan's retreat, could not help but feel a wave of emotion. They were astonished that the prodigious disciple of the Jing clan, who had not only entered the Destiny Star realm but was also accepted as a disciple by the Wanhua sect, was vanquished by Long Chun, who had only recently been deemed a waste. This outcome defied the expectations of everyone present, for prior to this event, such a result seemed utterly implausible, given the vast disparity in strength between them. Yet, the undeniable reality before them delivered an astonishing revelation. Long Chun had indeed triumphed over Jing Tian, and as he had proclaimed, it was a single strike that secured his victory. While the crowd remained oblivious to how Long Chun had ascended to the Destiny Star realm or the nature of his decisive blow against Jing Tian, it was clear that Jing Tian had become a hero within the Long clan. Though merely a trivial wager, it instilled a profound sense of security in the members of the Long clan, for it meant that in times of peril, they now had an additional pillar of support, one brought forth by Long Chun. At this moment, the entire Jing clan was filled with fervor, fervently cheering for Long Chun, who had become their benefactor. The senior members of the Long clan seated at the observation platform wore expressions of satisfaction, having witnessed Long Chun's extraordinary performance today, which was evident to all. Chapter 40. Long Tianxuan returns Long Chun. Long Chun. Long Chun. As the martial artists from the surrounding tribes gradually departed, the atmosphere within the gathering became electrified. The clansfolk rallied around Long Chun, fervently chanting his name. At that moment, Long Chun had undeniably become the hero of the Long clan. This victory was markedly different from his previous triumph at the coming-of-age ceremony. On that occasion, Long Chun merely seized the opportunity to assert his dominance and exact revenge. Although he had already established himself as a preeminent young warrior within the tribe, that victory was perceived as a personal achievement. This time, however, Long Chun had vanquished Jing Tian, preserving the honor of the Long clan, and instilling a sense of pride among all the martial artists of the tribe. Crucially, Long Chun's victory granted him the opportunity to instigate actions against the Jing clan. While the neighboring tribes had previously maintained a peaceful coexistence, they were, in truth, filled with ulterior motives and intrigue. Had the Long clan faced adversity, it is unlikely that the surrounding tribes would have intervened. Now, however, through this wager, Long Chun had secured a promise from the Jing clan, which was immensely beneficial for the Long clan and could potentially save them in times of crisis. Consequently, the tribesfolk began to revere Long Chun as a hero, showering him with adoration. They instinctively gravitated towards him, lifting him high amidst their cheers, tossing him into the air, and catching him repeatedly. The venue was a sea of people, all vociferously calling Long Chun's name, their focus entirely on him. Witnessing the jubilant crowd, Long Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. After all, joy is a contagious emotion. For the first time, surrounded by these friendly faces, Long Chun discovered a sense of belonging within the tribe. In his previous life, as a solitary cultivator, he had drifted aimlessly, akin to a wandering spirit. Upon arriving at the Long clan, he had initially felt the weight of persecution from the third elder, Long Tianxuan, and hostility from a few others. At first, Long Chun was accustomed to cold glares and contempt, harboring deep-seated resentment towards many of the martial artists and clansfolk around him. Yet today, he genuinely sensed the goodwill emanating from his kin, filling him with warmth and lightness in his heart. In that moment, he felt the simplicity and sincerity of the tribe, and an undeniable sense of belonging began to blossom within him. Long Chun had not only brought honor to the Long clan in front of numerous tribes, but had also secured a vital commitment from the Jing clan through the wager, which greatly pleased the tribe's folk. It was as if he were rapidly ascending to the status of a deity within the Long clan, which explained their fervent admiration for him. This shift in attitude left Long Chun feeling contemplative. During his times of hardship, many had sought to undermine him, yet now that he had achieved success, those same individuals were eager to curry favor. Such behavior was all too familiar to Long Chun, who had traversed 2 lives and recognized that these opportunistic individuals were not uncommon in the world, often relying on such tactics for survival. Though he disdained this conduct, he silently accepted it, as the goodwill expressed by the Long clan was genuine. This contest was far more grand than the coming-of-age ceremony, and with his victory today, the celebratory atmosphere surpassed even the previous celebration following his victory over the Dragon Tiger. On this day, Long Chun not only gained renown within the Long clan, but also made a name for himself among the various tribes of Falling Sunset Mountain. After bidding farewell to the disciples of the neighboring tribes, Long Chun was summoned by the higher-ups of the clan. His remarkable achievements warranted significant rewards from the tribe. He had not only restored the clan's honor, but had also secured an essential commitment for them. Long Chun, you have done exceedingly well. Today's triumph has dealt a substantial blow to the arrogance of the Jing clan, bolstering the prestige of our Long clan. It appears you are truly a talent worth nurturing. Long Tianming, the clan leader, gazed at Long Chun, joy radiating from his face. Long Chun had provided him with immense surprise today. While Long Chun had emerged victorious at the coming-of-age ceremony, he had not left a particularly favorable impression on Long Tianming back then. Despite their status as the top young warriors of the Long clan, Long Tianming had wished to avoid conflict among his own. At that time, he had perceived Long Chun as somewhat ruthless, at least in his methods. However, today, Long Chun showcased his extraordinary talent once again, and more importantly, he had cleverly utilized an inconspicuous wager to secure external support for the Long clan. From this incident, Long Tianming could clearly sense Long Chun's composure and intelligence in his actions, deepening his understanding of the young warrior. Now, Long Tianming found himself increasingly intrigued by Long Chun. Though merely 18 years of age, Long Chun's resilience and shrewdness seemed to surpass that of many older martial artists. You truly are tenacious, and with your current talents, you have far surpassed the other young warriors within our clan. It seems our Long clan has a promising future, Long Tianming expressed, his words flowing from heartfelt conviction. He even contemplated that if Long Chun were willing, he could designate him as the successor to the clan leadership. As Long Chun's displayed strength and character earned his admiration, instilling a sense of hope for the future. The clan leader is overly generous. As a disciple of the Long clan, I must naturally prioritize the tribe's interests. Everything I have done is simply my duty. Your praise is unwarranted. Long Chun replied with a gentle smile, addressing Long Tianming with a calm demeanor. Long Tianming, upon hearing those words, exhibited a look of realization. It dawned on him that Long Chun had been absent for the past few days to break through to the Fate Star realm. Previously, he had suspected as much, given that he had witnessed Long Chun's displayed strength at the coming-of-age ceremony. Jing Tian had certainly not attained the power of the Fate Star realm then, which confirmed his earlier conjecture. It was apparent that Long Chun had recently reached the Fate Star realm, suggesting that their strengths should be comparable. Yet, Long Chun had decisively defeated Jing Tian with a single strike. How had he accomplished such a feat? Moreover, it was peculiar that the punch Long Chun had delivered did not appear as straightforward as it seemed. In an instant, Jing Tian had relinquished any intent to resist, an occurrence that was utterly perplexing to the onlookers. Nevertheless, in Long Tianming's mind, Long Chun's punch was undoubtedly far more intricate than it appeared. As the esteemed Jing Tian articulated, the technique he employed could not possibly stem from the Dragon Clan, for even Long Tianming had never encountered such a move. This led Long Tianming to a state of incredulity, as he pondered the formidable challenges that Long Chun had surmounted, whether it be recovering from injuries to vanquish Long Hu, or directly breaking through to the Star Fate realm to defeat Jing Tian. Both feats were of immense difficulty. Yet, Long Chun accomplished them under circumstances that left everyone else bewildered. Although merely 18, Long Chun seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery that eluded Long Tianming's understanding. Intrigued by the young man before him, Long Tianming gazed at Long Chun with keen interest and inquired, "What was the nature of the attack that led to your victory over Jing Tian? Why did he surrender so readily? It does not resemble the martial arts of my dragon clan." Upon hearing Long Tianming's inquiry, Long Chen hesitated, reluctant to divulge the underlying reasons to this individual. In truth, Long Chun was no longer the same as before. He now harbored a different soul within him, executing techniques learned in a past life. While he had been granted a new existence, this secret was one he preferred to keep concealed. Revealing it could summon endless troubles and potentially draw him back into the entanglements of his previous life. Even if Long Chun were to disclose the entirety of this extraordinary tale, it would sound fantastical and implausible, perhaps beyond the belief of even Long Tianming. Yet, with Long Tianming pressing for answers, Long Chun found himself at a crossroads, unsure of how to proceed. Just as he wrestled with his uncertainty, a hurried voice echoed from outside the hall. A tribe disciple rushed in, visibly anxious and distressed, clearly indicating that something grave had transpired. Upon entering, the disciple immediately knelt before them, trembling as he reporting to the clan leader, "According to information gathered by our tribe, Long Tianfang has allied with the Demon Mountain clan and is plotting retaliation against our dragon clan." Chapter 41. As if facing a great enemy initially, the high-ranking officials of the Long clan were beaming with joy at the news of Long Chen's victory over Jing Tian. However, as the subsequent tidings reached them, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing and incomprehensible for the upper echelons of the Long clan. Yet, in an instant, boundless fury ensued. For many years, Long Tianfang had been held in high esteem by the disciples of the Long clan, and the entire clan had placed immense trust in him, even granting him the significant position of third elder. Yet now, this wretched individual had turned traitor, conspiring with the Demon Mountain faction to attack the Long clan. Such a treacherous being was utterly detestable. "What?" Long Tianming exclaimed, rising abruptly, his face ablaze with rage. "How dare he join the Demon Mountain faction and seek revenge against my Long family? This scoundrel has truly lost his mind." It was utterly ironic that a respected elder of the Long clan would betray his kin and conspire against them. Should Long Tianfang manage to persuade the Demon Mountain faction to retaliate against the Long clan, it would spell disaster. For he was intimately familiar with every aspect of the clan's affairs. He possessed profound knowledge of the martial prowess, resource allocation, geographical terrain, and defensive capabilities of the Long clan. This was the most perilous attribute of an insider. With his comprehensive understanding, should he convince the Demon Mountain faction to strike against the Long clan, they would face an imminent catastrophe. As this realization dawned upon the high-ranking officials, silence enveloped the room, for the weight of this news was unbearable, igniting a sense of dread among them. Long Chen's heart grew heavy. His long-held fears had ultimately come to fruition. He had anticipated Long Tianfang's impending retaliation during the latter's prolonged absence. He recognized that Long Tianfang would not relent easily. Yet he had never imagined such a frenzied act, aligning himself with the infamous Demon Mountain faction. It appeared that this man had indeed descended into madness. Long Tianming's furious roar reached the ears of every martial artist present, and as the echo subsided, the room fell into contemplative silence. "What other news do we have?" Long Tianming inquired. Despite his anger, Long Tianming had weathered many storms over the years and began to contemplate a strategy. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals must block. When water comes, earth must cover. Anger was of little use now. It was imperative to devise a plan. The disciple glanced at Long Chun, hesitated, and then spoke. "Long Tianfang has declared that if our Long clan is willing to surrender Long Chun, he will not make things difficult for us." "Humph. This is utterly outrageous. Does he truly think the Long clan is so easily bullied?" Long Tianming bellowed, feeling the unmistakable sting of provocation in Long Tianfang's ultimatum, a challenge he could not tolerate. In the past, for the safety of the clan, he might have considered surrendering Long Chun, but now that Long Chun had displayed his extraordinary talent and strength, yielding him would be a grave loss for the entire clan. Talented warriors like Long Chun were exceedingly rare. His future held boundless potential, and the contributions he could make to the Long clan would be monumental. Moreover, Long Chun had recently gained significant acclaim after his victory against Jing Tian, elevating the Long clan's reputation among the various factions on Luoxia Mountain. If the Long clan were to cast aside Long Chun, they would become the laughingstock of the region, and their prestige would undoubtedly suffer, creating a dire situation in terms of public opinion. Long Qin's triumph over Jing Tian had solidified the Long clan's standing, and Long Tianming was resolute in not abandoning Long Qin, driven by considerations of reputation alone. Furthermore, judging by Long Qin's demeanor, it was evident that he was exceptionally wise and astute, a rarity among the younger generation of warriors. Typically, those of great talent exhibit certain flaws, often displaying arrogance. However, Long Qin's restraint and composure set him apart, showcasing his extraordinary aptitude. Thus, even before Long Qin's arrival, Long Tianming had already envisioned him as his successor. For the youth was simply remarkable and promised a brilliant future for the Long clan. Therefore, for the sake of the clan's destiny, Long Tianming would spare no effort to protect Long Qin and cultivate him as a future leader of the Long clan. Considering all these factors, Long Tianming outright rejected the disciple's suggestion and did not entertain the notion of surrendering Long Qin. While the assault from the Demon Mountain faction might be repelled, yielding Long Qin could doom the clan's future. Hence, Long Tianming was determined not to commit such folly. He would not concede an inch in this matter. Chief, Long Tianfang also stated that if our clan fails to surrender Long Qin within half a month, the Demon Mountain faction will raise the Long clan. The disciple hesitated before speaking again. A cold glint flashed in Long Qin's eyes, and a murderous intent surfaced within him. He had long since placed Long Tianfang on his list of targets for elimination. Allowing this man to remain in existence posed a significant threat to him, and Long Qin was resolved to eradicate this danger. The animosity Long Tianfang bore was profound. Permitting him to live would create a tremendous risk, and thus, he could not allow this man to continue to exist. During the Long clan's coming-of-age ceremony, Long Qin had indeed contemplated eliminating the threat entirely, but he lacked the strength to confront Long Tianfang, who, as the third elder of the Long clan, wielded formidable power. Although Long Qin had risen to be the foremost among the younger warriors of the Long clan, a vast disparity still existed between them, one that he could not bridge at present. Yet now, Long Qin had made up his mind. He would obliterate this adversary, for failing to do so would lead to endless repercussions, posing an immense threat to his future. Currently, Long Tianming held absolute authority within the Long clan, and his words were beyond reproach. For the others, this calamity was indeed an unwarranted disaster, as the conflict was solely between Long Qin and Long Tianfang, not involving the wider clan. However, this impending disaster was now upon them, making it understandable for everyone to share their concerns about Long Qin's potential surrender. After all, such an exceptional young warrior could herald a bright future for the entire clan, which was undoubtedly a boon for the Long clan. Thus, as elders of the clan, they strongly supported Long Tianming's stance. Yet still, they were compelled to consider how best to deal with Long Tianfang. Due to Long Tianfang's long-standing position as the third elder of the Long clan, he possesses an intimate familiarity with the entire tribe. With such an insider aiding them, coupled with the heinous individuals from the Demon Mountain, the Long clan is poised to face an impending catastrophe. The members of the tribe could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Regarding the forthcoming battle, there was a palpable lack of confidence in achieving victory. To many, it appeared that the Long clan would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the impending assault from the Demon Mountain, and calamity was already looming over them. In a moment of urgency, Long Tianming recalled a recent promise made by Jing Tian during their duel, wherein the Jing clan pledged to extend their aid to the Long clan in this dire time. This offered Long Tianming a glimmer of hope, for it is said that the loss of lips leaves the teeth cold. Should the Long clan fall to the Demon Mountain, it would pose a significant threat to the Jing clan as well. If the Long clan were to be annihilated, how could the Jing clan remain unscathed? Moreover, it was unlikely that the Demon Mountain would mobilize its entire force merely to obliterate the Long clan. Thus, with the support from the Jing clan, it was conceivable that the Long clan might withstand the onslaught. Yet, this situation is not a sustainable solution. Soon, a frown creased his brow. Although the Jing clan had agreed to assist, they had only committed to aiding the Long clan once. The principle of each sweeps the snow from their own doorstep implies that the Jing clan would not repeatedly offend the Demon Mountain for the sake of the Long clan. While there was a chance to repel the Demon Mountain's initial attack, such a victory might not bode well for the Long clan, as defeating the Demon Mountain would inevitably forge a deep-seated enmity between the two factions. The conflict, initially instigated by Long Tianfang's machinations, would solidify into a bitter rivalry once the Long clan engaged in battle with the Demon Mountain. Establishing such animosity would complicate matters significantly, as the vengeful forces of the Demon Mountain would not easily relent, further jeopardizing the Long clan's standing. On the contrary, should the Long clan succeed in repelling the Demon Mountain's forces, it would likely incite greater wrath from them, placing the Long clan in an even more precarious situation. The Demon Mountain is comprised of desperate individuals. Should they suffer losses at the hands of the Long clan, it would undoubtedly awaken their ferocity. Even with the Jing clan's assistance, the Long clan might still find themselves facing utter annihilation. The hall fell into a profound silence. After all, the notorious reputation of the Demon Mountain for wreaking havoc over the years is well known, and their strength is formidable. Now that the Long clan has become entangled with this scourge, extricating themselves will not be an easy task. At this moment, the members of the Long clan fell silent, as an atmosphere of impending danger enveloped them. Chapter 42. Journey to the Demon Mountain Tribe. In light of this calamity, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation facing the Long clan. A palpable sense of unease enveloped the assembly, for the disaster at hand was no trifling matter. Indeed, it bore the potential to lead the Long tribe to utter annihilation. After much deliberation, although the senior members expressed a multitude of opinions, no concrete solutions emerged. The venom of Long Tianfang was universally abhorred, yet no immediate course of action could be devised. As discussions ensued, the consensus was to instruct the disciples tasked with reconnaissance to closely monitor the movements of the Demon Mountain tribe, while simultaneously heightening vigilance within the tribe itself. Throughout this tumult, Long Chun remained silent, fully aware that the turmoil stemmed from his own actions. His failure to eliminate the root of the problem had precipitated this dire situation, placing the entire clan at risk due to his missteps, leaving him feeling shamefaced and reticent. Though Long Chun had secured a promise from the Jing tribe, he understood that merely repelling one attack from them would not resolve the underlying issues. Should war erupt, the Jing tribe would not lend their unwavering support. After all, when one's own interests are not at stake, indifference prevails. Long Chun recognized this truth. Furthermore, even if he were to repel the Demon Mountain tribe's assault, it would only serve to escalate the conflict, deepening the animosity between both factions, which would ultimately prove detrimental to the Long tribe. Long Chun contemplated all of these factors, leading him to refrain from voicing any rash opinions. He resolved to tackle the issue himself, sparing the Long clan from further entanglement in this crisis, taking full responsibility for his actions. With that, he departed towards the luminous Sunset Mountain, his mind racing with plans. He knew that attempting to persuade the Demon Mountain tribe was akin to chasing phantoms, for the denizens of Demon Mountain were notorious for their recklessness. Engaging them in rational discourse would yield no results. They would remain impervious to his words. To confront such individuals, they must be made to feel a sense of trepidation, thereby curbing their reckless impulses. However, Long Chun was acutely aware that, given his current abilities, inflicting significant harm on the Demon Mountain tribe was an unrealistic expectation. He recognized that relying on the strength of his tribe was no longer an option. Should these marauders infiltrate his clan, it would spell disaster for the Long tribe. Despite having garnered a commitment from the Jing tribe, Long Chun could not bear the thought of innocent clansmen facing the consequences of his provocations. He understood that even if the Long tribe were to narrowly fend off an attack from the Demon Mountain tribe, it would not bode well for their future. Initially, the Demon Mountain tribe had been incited to aggression by Long Tianfang's instigation, and their vendetta was primarily directed at Long Chun alone, not the entire Long clan. However, should the Long tribe succeed in repelling an attack, casualties would be inevitable, thus sowing the seeds of enmity between both sides. Given the Demon Mountain tribe's propensity for vengeance, it was clear that they would not relent. Should the conflict escalate, the Long tribe would find themselves in a perilous predicament, perhaps even facing extinction. Therefore, Long Chun was resolute in preventing such an outcome, for the tribe's people were blameless, and he was determined not to let his misdeeds endanger his kin. The crux of this predicament lay in strength, for without it, all of Long Chun's aspirations would remain mere fantasies. Time was of the essence for him. With sufficient time, he could fortify his own abilities. Once he attained a level of power commensurate with his ambitions, the issues at hand would resolve themselves. Yet, he was acutely aware that the adversaries would not grant him ample time to prepare, rendering his window for action alarmingly limited. Regardless, Long Chun was intent on journeying to the Demon Mountain tribe. Prior to his arrival, he would not remain idle. He would utilize the remaining time to strive for a breakthrough in his strength. For every increment of power he could harness would enhance his odds of success, and he was unwilling to forfeit any opportunity that might arise. Moreover, Long Chun understood that news of his victory over Jing Tian had already spread like wildfire. Once Long Tianfang caught wind of this, he would undoubtedly accelerate his plans, leaving Long Chun little time to fortify himself further. Thus, time was slipping away, and every fleeting moment bore immense significance. 3 days later, the news of Long Chun's single-strike defeat of Jing Tian reverberated through various tribes, causing a stir of excitement. This event was monumental for the entire luminous Sunset Mountain community. Jing Tian was widely regarded as the most formidable young talent among the tribes, and the fact that the previously obscure Long Chun managed to defeat him with a single blow raised questions about the extent of Long Chun's prowess. Listeners marveled, recognizing that such prodigious talent was a rare find, perhaps only emerging once every 5 centuries. The rise of a youth like Long Chun posed a substantial threat to neighboring tribes. However, a more shocking development soon followed. The news broke that Long Tianfang, the third elder of the Long tribe, had defected, joining the Demon Mountain tribe and threatening that if the Long clan failed to surrender Long Chun, the Demon Mountain tribe would raze them to the ground. The revelation of this betrayal sent shockwaves through the tribes. For years, the surrounding clans had suffered at the hands of the Demon Mountain tribe, which had been formed by warriors harboring grievances against many tribes. As the Demon Mountain tribe's power grew, the surrounding clans had been left powerless to retaliate, and now, the Long tribe had unwittingly provoked them, igniting a powder keg of tension. Long Chun's abilities were indeed formidable. Few from the younger generation could stand against Jing Tian. The fact that he had swiftly defeated such a rival indicated that Long Chun was no ordinary young man, and that the Long tribe had a promising future ahead. Yet, the revelation of a traitor within their ranks, driven by personal vendettas against Long Chun, compounded their dire situation. The Demon Mountain tribe was now mobilizing for an assault against the Long clan, and the outlook appeared grim. The Demon Mountain tribe was not to be trifled with. Just last year, the Liu family had been annihilated for slaying a rogue from the Demon Mountain tribe, leaving no survivors. With a traitor now among the Long clan's ranks, it seemed that even divine intervention would struggle to save them from impending doom. Long Chun, the brilliant young prodigy, had only just begun to rise when he was faced with such overwhelming adversity. It seemed not only he but the entire Long tribe was on the brink of catastrophe. How tragic! In a moment, various tribes were abuzz with speculation, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama involving the Long family. Some lamented, fearing that the rising genius of the Long clan was destined to fall. The external chatter was rife with baseless rumors and chaotic assertions. Yet Long Chun remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil until 3 days later, when he finally emerged from his chamber, his complexion appearing somewhat haggard. "Chunner, you have finally come out. You haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. Your mother has been terribly worried," Long Tianxuan chided upon seeing his son. However, Long Chun felt a warmth in his heart at his father's words and replied, "Father, there is no need for concern. I am fine. Come. Your mother has prepared a meal. She will surely be delighted to see you," Long Tianxuan urged, pulling Long Chun along. At the dinner table, Zhao Yan looked at Long Chun with affectionate indulgence, a smile perpetually gracing her face as she served him dishes. Having not eaten for 3 days, Long Chun devoured the food heartily, unmindful of anything else. "Chunner, speak to me honestly. Are those rumors outside true?" After Zhao Yan departed, Long Tianxuan's expression turned grave as he inquired. Long Chun hesitated for a moment, quickly grasping the situation, and replied with a wry smile, "Father, there is nothing to worry about. I will handle it myself." Long Tianxuan sighed, saying, "Chunner, I recognize your abilities, but you are still young, and the outside world is fraught with peril. There are always greater powers beyond our own. You must exercise caution in your future endeavors and think of your parents at home." A pang of emotion struck Long Chun. In his previous life as a star monarch, he had grown accustomed to solitude and had seldom experienced the warmth of family. This life, enriched by parental care, filled him with a profound sense of warmth. For the first time, with family and clan, Long Chun felt a sense of belonging and home, and after merging with the memories of this youth, he seemed to possess many sensations he had never known before. "Father, these 2 pills possess the ability to refine one's essence and cleanse the marrow. Take one each for you and mother. They will greatly accelerate your cultivation, Long Chun said, producing 2 pills from his robe and handing them over. Due to Long Chun's remarkable performance in his confrontation with Jing Tian, he now enjoyed abundant resources provided by the Long clan, all allocated for his use. We have no need for such things. You should keep them for yourself, Long Xiangshan insisted, hastily declining. Father, I no longer require such pills. They are meant specifically for you, Long Chun replied with a smile. In the evening, Long Chun informed his parents that he would be leaving for a few days. Then he bid farewell to Long He before departing the tribe alone. His destination was the Demon Mountain tribe. Chapter 43. A reunion with Long Tianfang. Long Chun had long been aware of the infamous peak known as the Demon Mountain tribe. Yet he had never set foot in this place. Although it was called a tribe, the Demon Mountain tribe was more akin to a den of bandits. The individuals congregating here were ruthless fugitives, each carrying blood on their hands or having offended other tribes, making them particularly vicious. Throughout the entirety of the falling Sunset Mountain, the reputation of the Demon Mountain tribe was dreadful, yet these outlaws remained indifferent to such notoriety. Long Chun understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the Demon Mountain tribe had already commenced their actions, and time was of the essence. Before long, he was swiftly weaving through the dense woods of falling Sunset Mountain. The distance from the Long clan to the Demon Mountain tribe was approximately 7 days' journey, and now, with the tribe hastening towards the Long clan, it was clear they aimed to intimidate them, preparing to strike first. Long Chun knew he had to reach the Demon Mountain tribe before they launched their assault on the Long clan, allowing him to execute his plan and seize the opportunity to protect his clan from these marauders. Upon determining the precise location of the Demon Mountain tribe, Long Chun set off immediately. With time pressing upon him, he hastily began his journey, his figure becoming a blur as he raced toward the Demon Mountain tribe. He realized that this confrontation was unavoidable. If he were to retreat now, the innocent clanspeople would bear the consequences. Long Chun was acutely aware of Long Tianfang's character. With his meticulous nature, he would certainly not let Long Chun off easily. Previously, Long Tianfang's schemes against Long Chun were aimed at paving the way for his son, Long Hu. However, Long Chun had directly slain Long Hu before his eyes, extinguishing all hope for him. Long Chun anticipated that their conflict would inevitably reach a point of no return. Moreover, by unveiling Long Tianfang's hypocritical facade, Long Chun had left him with nowhere to hide, forcing him to reap the consequences of his actions. Initially, Long Chun had intended to eradicate him entirely, but given his current strength, that ambition seemed nothing short of a fool's dream. The disparity in their powers was simply too vast. If given sufficient time, Long Chun would undoubtedly enhance his abilities. And one day, Long Tianfang would no longer be his adversary. Long Chun maintained a strong sense of self-assurance. All he required was for Long Tianfang to momentarily stabilize, granting him a buffer period. However, Long Tianfang proved to be far more ruthless than Long Chun had anticipated. In the Long clan, betraying the tribe was a grave sin. And not only the traitor, but also their family members would be hard-pressed to escape unscathed. Long Chun relied on the notion that although Long Tianfang had been exiled, his family remained within the tribe. Despite losing Long Hu, he still had relatives. Thus, Long Chun believed that even if Long Tianfang were cornered, he would first attempt to lead his remaining family members out of the Long clan before taking action. Therefore, Long Chun felt he had ample time to prepare. The high-ranking officials of the Long clan had also foreseen these developments, keeping a vigilant watch over Long Tianfang's family to prevent them from slipping through their fingers. Yet, what surprised everyone was Long Tianfang's audacity. Disregarding the safety of his family still residing in the Long clan, he openly committed treason. Now, Long Chun gained further insight into Long Tianfang. It became apparent that he was far more complex than Long Chun had previously assumed. His scheming nature had reached a level of madness. Long Chun had suspected that he was ready to fight to the bitter end, and thus had been on high alert for this very eventuality, spending nearly a month preparing for Long Tianfang's potential actions. Now, with Long Tianfang openly aligning himself with the Demon Mountain tribe, Long Chun realized that the animosity had grown beyond mere personal vendetta. Long Tianfang now harbored hatred for the entire Long clan. If his sole intention were vengeance against Long Chun, he could simply wait for an opportunity to strike him down. Even if he were to escalate his fury and target Long Chun's family, that would have fallen within Long Chun's expectations. However, by siding with the Demon Mountain tribe, Long Tianfang had grown dangerously intent on making the entire Long clan pay a price for his revenge. The Demon Mountain tribe was notorious for its brutality, and should they unleash their power, the situation would become dire. The Long clan, a mere small tribe, could hardly withstand an assault from the Demon Mountain tribe. If a confrontation were to arise between the Demon Mountain tribe and the Long clan, it would undoubtedly result in a devastating conflict, one that could lead to the obliteration of the Long clan. Furthermore, as a veteran elder of the Long clan, Long Tianfang possessed an intimate understanding of its inner workings. Under his leadership, the bandits from the Demon Mountain tribe would find it all the easier to strike. Rather than external foes being the greatest threat, it was perhaps such internal traitors that posed the most significant danger. With his knowledge of the Long clan, even if all the younger members were to rise in defense, they would still struggle against the deranged marauders from the Demon Mountain tribe. Thus, Long Tianfang's vendetta extended beyond Long Chun. It was aimed at the entirety of the Long clan, and no one would escape unscathed. However, Long Chun was determined to prevent such a grim fate. For the members of the Long clan were innocent, mere spectators in the struggle between him and Long Tianfang. They bore no guilt in this conflict. Should Long Tianfang discover that Long Chun was no longer within the Long clan, he would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon all the members of the tribe, leading to a scene of carnage and despair. Therefore, Long Chun was resolute in stopping this calamity from unfolding. He understood that once Long Tianfang and his cohorts appeared within the Long clan, it would be impossible to contain the ensuing chaos. As Long Chun drew closer to the Demon Mountain tribe, his resolve strengthened. For him, the sooner he could avert this disaster, the better. He had no desire to witness innocent lives shed in blood due to his actions. Even amidst this perilous endeavor, he felt no fear. On the third day after leaving the tribe, along a road within Falling Sunset Mountain, a contingent of over 100 individuals from the Demon Mountain tribe appeared in Long Chen's line of sight, with Long Tianfang prominently leading the group. Hidden within the dense foliage, Long Chen's gaze fell upon Long Tianfang, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. At that moment, Long Chun found the man's visage particularly loathsome, yearning to strike him down immediately. However, at this moment, Long Chen's intentions diverged from such considerations. He steadied his posture, preparing to observe the current situation concerning Long Tianfang until the members of the Demon Mountain sect had distanced themselves, at which point he resumed his journey. The sheer number of formidable individuals mobilized by the Demon Mountain sect was astonishing. Through Long Chen's scrutiny, he discerned that there were as many as 30 experts at the Fate Star realm among them, each possessing extraordinary strength. The remainder were all masters above the third level of the body refinement realm. In contrast, the Long clan could muster only 15 experts at the Fate Star realm, leaving them with no assurance of withstanding such an onslaught. Thus, despite the relatively small number of adversaries, even if the Long clan were to rally their entire force, they would still be no match for this group, whose prowess was not to be underestimated. At this juncture, Long Chun felt a twinge of confusion. Long Tianfang had only recently joined the Demon Mountain sect, and even if he were an expert at the Fate Star realm, his status could not be excessively elevated. This was evident from the composition of the team, which indicated that the Demon Mountain sect did not lack Fate Star realm warriors. In terms of sheer strength, Long Tianfang should not have held such a high position. Yet, it was clear that he had managed to sway the upper echelons of the Demon Mountain sect, prompting them to dispatch such a considerable number of warriors to assist him. What methods had he employed to incite the Demon Mountain sect into such fervent action for his personal vendetta? Long Chun found himself perplexed by this matter. It seemed that Long Tianfang harbored many secrets unknown to Long Chun. Consequently, he felt an increased sense of caution towards this individual. After a fleeting encounter with this group, Long Chun hesitated not a moment longer and swiftly made his way towards the Demon Mountain, for time was no longer on his side. Chapter 44. I can assist you 5 days later. Amidst Dragon Chen's relentless pursuit of shortcuts, he finally arrived at the territory of the Demon Mountain sect. Before him lay the sole pathway leading up the mountain, flanked by steep cliffs, with a narrow passage barely wide enough for 3 individuals to walk side by side. Such treacherous heights were unparalleled in the entire region of Falling Sunset Mountain, a testament to nature's formidable artistry. And it was no wonder that the outlaws had chosen this place as their stronghold. The entire Demon Mountain loomed majestically, its rugged terrain adorned with bizarre rock formations, and the cliffs appeared daunting, imparting a palpable sense of oppression. It was understandable that the Demon Mountain sect had thrived for so many years without being eradicated. Observing the towering mountains on either side, Dragon Chen marveled at the strategic advantage of such a landscape, which was indeed easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Now, Dragon Chen had come here with the intent to launch a surprise attack on the bandits of the Demon Mountain sect. After a brief observation, he circumvented the guards stationed below and sought out a more gently sloped area to begin his ascent. This was a necessary course of action. Should he brazenly march up the mountain, he would likely be discovered by the sect's members in no time. Dragon Chen noted that the defenses of Falling Sunset Mountain were exceptionally stringent, replete with watchtowers and guards, enveloping the entire Demon Mountain in a web of vigilance. Even as he climbed, Dragon Chen was cautious, acutely aware that the placement of hidden sentinels followed a specific pattern, compelling him to navigate around their positions with utmost care. After 2 arduous hours, he finally reached the summit, drenched in sweat despite his mastery of the Star Fate realm, as the exertion had been undeniably taxing. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Who goes there?" Just as Dragon Chen was about to catch his breath, the cold inquiry startled him. Had his movements been detected by the sentinels atop the mountain? In a flurry, he turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a man clad in white, seated with a vigilant gaze fixed upon him. The appearance of this man in such an unexpected location caught Dragon Chen off guard. He had presumed this area would be devoid of watchmen. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "And who might you be?" "Humph. You stand within the domain of the Demon Mountain sect. You dare question my identity?" The man retorted with a cold smirk, evidently preparing to strike. Dragon Chen observed his movements, realizing that a confrontation was now inevitable. Initially, he had hoped to infiltrate silently, but that plan had clearly been thwarted. Demon Mountain sect? Dragon Chen's brow furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he suddenly lunged forward, roaring, "I seek the Demon Mountain sect." His attack was swift, a mere instant passing from their encounter to his decisive strike, aiming to catch the man off guard. Cognizant that he had not yet been discovered, Dragon Chen seized the moment to strike first, hoping to subdue his opponent swiftly. He understood that a quick resolution was imperative to avoid detection by other guards, as his intention was to execute a surprise assault. If he were to be delayed, his plan would unravel, leaving him vulnerable to encirclement, a perilous predicament indeed. Boom. The man seemed unprepared for Dragon Chen's abrupt assault, failing to rise before being sent tumbling backward. Dragon Chen's strike offered no opportunity for a counter, pushing the man back with ferocity. "Despicable!" the man exclaimed, rising awkwardly, his eyes blazing with fury at Dragon Chen's sudden aggression. Dragon Chen smirked. "A member of the Demon Mountain sect dares to label me as despicable? While I may not yet know your true identity, the entire Demon Mountain sect stands as my adversary." Without hesitation, he launched another attack. "Humph, what of the Demon Mountain sect? It is far superior to the treachery of those vile men," the man scoffed. Dragon Chen chuckled derisively, such audacity. The Demon Mountain sect is infamous for its ruthlessness, having slaughtered countless innocents. How dare you attempt to defend such actions? The man's face flushed crimson, caught off guard by Dragon Chen's rebuke. He opened his mouth to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he coldly declared, "Your furtive demeanor betrays sinister intentions. I shall subdue you first." With that, he resolutely prepared to launch his own attack. Dragon Chen smiled, choosing not to prolong the exchange. He unleashed a powerful punch, the roar of a tiger echoing as a colossal feline spirit surged toward the man. In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with tension as both prepared to clash. Upon witnessing Dragon Chen's advance, the man, initially poised to strike, faltered, his expression one of shock, seemingly unprepared for the might of Dragon Chen's Tiger Roar Fist. "You are a disciple of the Dragon Clan? How could your Tiger Roar Fist reach such a pinnacle?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The man's face contorted in disbelief. Though Dragon Chen's attack was fierce, he made no attempt to defend himself, merely standing there as the strike connected with his shoulder. With a suppressed grunt, the man swiftly retreated, conjuring a few glimmers of energy to deflect Dragon Chen's blow, managing to stabilize himself. However, the force of Dragon Chen's punch was undeniable, leaving the man visibly shaken and injured. Dragon Chen was taken aback by the man's reaction. He appeared to possess knowledge of Dragon Chen's technique and prowess. The fact that the man recognized the Tiger Roar Fist peak level indicated an unusual level of awareness. Realizing the urgency of the moment, Dragon Chen pressed forward. determined not to allow his opponent a moment's respite. With the upper hand firmly in his grasp, he was intent on defeating this adversary swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. After he steadied himself, the man fixed his gaze upon Long Chun and scoffed. How arrogant! A mere first-tier cultivator dares to dream of leveling the Demon Mountain tribe. Truly laughable. Unfazed by the provocation, Long Chun remained expressionless as he unleashed the tiger roar fist, the sound reverberating across the mountaintop. The man had barely regained his footing when Long Chun's punch struck out, offering him no opportunity to evade. With that blow, the man was once again forced back, and Long Chun's relentless assault drove the figure in white to retreat. Wait a moment, the man exclaimed, feeling the pressure of retreat as he realized there was no escape behind him. He swayed to avoid Long Chun's attack and hastily called out, prompting Long Chun to halt his onslaught, sparing the man from a dire fate. Although Long Chun initially intended to vanquish his opponent, he began to find the man intriguing. This location, desolate and seldom trodden by human feet, had led Long Chun to believe it would be devoid of company, making the man's presence all the more peculiar. Moreover, the man displayed a remarkable knowledge of the Long clan and even the tiger roar fist, piquing Long Chun's curiosity. What intrigued him further was the man's composure. Despite recognizing Long Chun, he refrained from crying out for help, prompting Long Chun to desire a deeper understanding of this enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, the man was profoundly shocked. Though both were first-tier cultivators, Long Chun had consistently dominated the battle, rendering him powerless to retaliate. He could sense that Long Chun was holding back, for there were numerous occasions when Long Chun could have severely injured or even killed him. Otherwise, he would have long since fallen to the ground. What's the matter? Weren't you going to subdue me? Come at me now. Long Chun observed him with a half-smile, intrigued by the odd character before him. A complex expression crossed the man's face. Despite their equal realms, the disparity in strength was stark. Initially, he had harbored thoughts of mocking Long Chun, but it was evident that Long Chun was effortlessly handling him, leaving him utterly outmatched. The man noted that Long Chun appeared to be no more than 14 or 15 years old, yet his power was overwhelmingly formidable, which left the man feeling a wave of despondency. Long Chun's superiority was palpable, instilling in him a sense of pressure. Once self-assured of his own genius, the man's confidence began to wane in the face of Long Chun's prowess. From your appearance, it seems you have come alone to the Demon Mountain tribe, seeking trouble. He sighed, gazing at Long Chun before continuing. Perhaps I could assist you. Chapter 45. Alone in strength. The words of this individual took Long Chun somewhat by surprise, and he found himself at a loss. This person actually claimed he wanted to assist him, prompting Long Chun to question whether he had misheard. Assist me? You are one of the Mo Mountain tribe. Are you suggesting you wish to help me against your own people? Long Chun replied calmly, clearly skeptical of the man's intentions. Although Long Chun had been quite aggressive in his recent actions, he had yet to resort to lethal force against this individual, who had no compelling reason to make such statements at this moment. In fact, he had shown mercy earlier, as Long Chun was not a bloodthirsty person. There was no need to eliminate this man since they held no personal enmity. Long Chun merely sought to subdue him, now entrenched within the Mo Mountain tribe. Every step Long Chun took required utmost caution, for failure could cost him his life. Upon closer observation, he noted that although the man claimed to be from the Mo Mountain tribe, he bore no malevolent aura. Instead, he appeared somewhat refined, even reminiscent of a scholar. Thus, Long Chun felt compelled to test him. If unnecessary, he had no desire to slay him, as this man did not seem deserving of such a fate in Long Chun's eyes. After a brief silence, the man spoke. My name is Hilongyu, and I am indeed a member of the Mo Mountain tribe. Oh, so you are the lovesick soul I have heard about? Long Chun's eyes glimmered with surprise, and a smile graced his face. He was already familiar with Hilongyu's tale, which had garnered some notoriety throughout the falling Sunset Mountain. Hilongyu was originally a collateral disciple of the Hilong tribe, having fallen in love with Hilongxin, the daughter of the tribe's chieftain. However, due to his humble origins and lackluster talent, he was not held in high regard within the tribe. In stark contrast, Hilongxin, as the chieftain's daughter, possessed extraordinary prospects and was pursued by many suitors, including several from noble families, making Hilongyu's position among them rather insignificant. Though Hilongxin and Hilongyu shared mutual affection, they were ultimately torn apart by the tribe's upper echelons, resulting in severe repercussions for him. In a fit of rage, Hilongyu defected from the tribe and fled to the Mo Mountain tribe. Such occurrences were not uncommon, as marriages among noble women often entailed political considerations, and He Longyu was deemed unworthy of such an alliance. At that time, his strength was negligible within the context of Mo Mountain. Yet the tribe welcomed him with open arms, adhering to their philosophy of accepting all. Unexpectedly, perhaps under pressure, He Longyu's cultivation advanced rapidly, culminating in a breakthrough to the Fate Star realm a year prior. This news sent shockwaves through the various tribes of Falling Sunset Mountain, as few warriors could attain such heights. His emergence significantly impacted the power dynamics among the tribes, and the intertwined tales of love and betrayal only fueled the spread of his story. Nearby tribes lamented the loss of a genius from the Heilong clan, while inadvertently bolstering the Mo Mountain tribe's influence. However, the Heilong tribe could not overlook his betrayal, and despite his newfound strength, he remained an outcast. Long Chun had certainly heard of He Longyu's heroic exploits, as his unwavering devotion earned him a measure of respect among many. Thus, upon hearing He Longyu's name, Long Chen's first reaction was to recall the rumors surrounding this lovesick individual. Looking at him, Long Chun felt a pang of sympathy for his plight. Recognizing that a person of such deep affection had undoubtedly faced numerous trials beyond ordinary comprehension. It was said that despite his affiliation with the Mo Mountain tribe, He Longyu had never engaged in any malevolent acts on their behalf. Rather, he stood out as an exception within the tribe, initially intent on subduing him. Long Chen's perspective began to shift, and he found himself intrigued by the notion of He Longyu's offer to assist him. Long Chun perceived that He Longyu was fundamentally different from the bloodthirsty villains of the Mo Mountain tribe. He was far more benevolent and principled. Noticing the sadness in He Longyu's eyes softened Long Chen's heart, prompting him to inquire, "Since you are now part of the Mo Mountain tribe, why do you wish to aid me against them?" He Longyu replied with a bittersweet smile, "To be frank, I cannot abide the actions of the Mo Mountain tribe. I have faced constant suppression from them. These individuals are ruthless, and I find it impossible to coexist with them. My disdain for their conduct has led to frequent disputes, even physical confrontations. Truthfully, if I had any other refuge, I would not align myself with them. Are you reluctant to part with your beloved?" Long Chen jested, fully aware of He Longyu's emotional state. The weight of the moment felt too heavy, and he sought to lighten the atmosphere. In response, He Longyu displayed a hint of embarrassment and queried, "By the way, since you practice the Tiger Roar Fist, you must be a disciple of the Long clan. However, I have never heard of such a remarkable individual within your lineage." This man had taken note of Long Chen's Tiger Roar Fist from the outset, and his interest in the Long clan was evident. Upon hearing Long Chen's name, He Longyu appeared taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. "You are Long Chen. I heard you." Long Chen chuckled, "Let us not dwell on the past. I have come to the Mo Mountain tribe to confront them." Upon learning of He Longyu's identity, Long Chen's initial animosity dissipated. He perceived He Longyu as fundamentally different from the bandits of the Mo Mountain tribe. He was far more honorable. Subsequently, Long Chun recounted the unfolding events. In truth, the current conflict stemmed solely from his enmity with Long Tianxuan, and there was no inherent discord between Long Chun and the Mo Mountain tribe. He had been unwittingly drawn into Long Tianxuan's scheme of vengeance. Despite the Mo Mountain tribe's formidable strength, Long Chun felt no trepidation, for he viewed them as inconsequential. However, he was determined to shield the innocent members of the Long clan from the ensuing turmoil, as they bore no responsibility for his grievances. Long Chen's plight at the hands of Long Tianxuan warranted retribution, and he was resolute in ensuring that justice would prevail. However, the situation has escalated beyond control, and even if one wishes to resolve it, simplicity is no longer an option. Thus, Long Chun endeavors to single-handedly prevent further deterioration of the matter. He is determined to shield the innocent from being ensnared in this turmoil. His presence here signifies a desire to confront the challenges ahead with his own strength, thereby averting unnecessary casualties. The Mo Mountain faction is formidable. What can you achieve alone? He Longyu inquired. Although he admired Long Chen's courage, he was acutely aware of the Mo Mountain faction's power. How could a mere first-tier star destiny practitioner like Long Chun hope to challenge such a formidable force? Relying solely on his own abilities to confront the stronghold of the Mo Mountain faction was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unrealistic. Yet, upon reflection, He Longyu recognized that Long Chun was not a reckless individual. His approach indicated a cautious and prudent nature, which piqued He Longyu's interest even further. If I lacked confidence, would I venture here to meet my demise? Long Chun replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as a formidable aura erupted from him. This time, the Mo Mountain faction will either be annihilated or brought under my control. Long Yu stared at him in astonishment, bewildered by the confidence radiating from this individual. He was tempted to mock Long Chen's audacity, yet as he sensed the overwhelming aura of dominance surrounding him, an inexplicable feeling arose within. Perhaps Long Chun could indeed accomplish what he claimed. Despite his limited knowledge of Long Chun, the power he exhibited was undeniably potent. However, Long Yu struggled to fathom how a mere first-tier star destiny practitioner could possibly obliterate or subjugate the powerful Mo Mountain faction. Such a notion would appear utterly insane to any rational individual, as it defied the bounds of reality. It is essential to understand that numerous forces sought to dismantle the Mo Mountain faction, and these forces were not weak in the region of Falling Sunset Mountain. Yet, time and again, despite their relentless assaults, the Mo Mountain faction only grew stronger. This bastion of banditry, fortified by years of development, had established deep roots, rendering it increasingly formidable. Presently, the Mo Mountain faction stood as a dominant power, overshadowing the surrounding tribes. Thus, Long Yu perceived Long Chen's declarations as the ravings of a madman, utterly detached from reality. Nevertheless, as he observed Long Chen's spirited demeanor, he found himself momentarily entranced. Long Chun exuded such fervor, it seemed as though he could single-handedly stand against the entire Mo Mountain faction. Chapter 46. Implementation Plan. What methods do you possess? Long Yu inquired. Although Long Chun exhibited arrogance, Long Yu perceived an underlying confidence in the young man before him, which piqued his interest further. Long Chun retrieved 3 pills from his pocket and remarked, initially, I found the situation somewhat challenging, but your presence has simplified matters. What are these? Long Yu asked as he accepted the pills. These are the devouring scripture powder I concocted a few days ago, Long Chun elucidated. Individually, or even in pairs. These pills will not induce poisoning. Their potency lingers within the body. However, when a third dose is combined with the previous ones, it transforms into a lethal substance capable of claiming a life. In his previous life, Long Chun was a formidable star monarch, granting him profound knowledge of alchemy. The creation of the devouring scripture powder was not particularly arduous, and these small pills constituted his most critical weapon. During his 5-day seclusion in his chamber, aside from crafting elixirs to enhance his parents' vitality, he focused on producing these 3 pills. His recollection of the poison from the previous encounter inspired him to rely on his memories from his former life to create the devouring scripture powder. You possess the cultivation of the Destiny Star Realm. Even if you face ostracism within the Demon Mountain tribe, your status cannot be too low, Long Chun stated calmly. Observing Long Yu, I trust you understand what must be done. The devouring scripture powder acts more swiftly than the previous poison, with a more ferocious and domineering toxicity. Neutralizing such a potent venom is exceptionally challenging, and the most perilous aspect is that, if an antidote is not found within 3 days, one's meridians will be corroded, ultimately reducing the individual to a mere puddle of blood. Though Long Chun was not a master alchemist in his past life, as a star monarch, he had dabbled in the art of potion making. Crafting these pills to combat lower-tier practitioners was a trivial task for him. While this approach may seem underhanded, Long Chun felt compelled to proceed for the safety of the entire Long clan. Originally, Long Chun intended to infiltrate the Demon Mountain tribe covertly and find an opportunity to administer poison based on the circumstances. This method, akin to using a feather to lift a ton, was more practical than attempting to rely solely on brute strength against the formidable forces of the Demon Mountain tribe. Even with his prowess, confronting multiple adversaries head-on was impractical. Thus, he resolved to employ this cunning strategy. I comprehend what must be done, Long Yu, being astute, understood Long Chen's intentions without further inquiry. Although he had spent years within the Demon Mountain tribe, his inherently kind nature made his existence there feel like an eternity. The individuals within the tribe were largely desperate souls, many of whom were perpetrators of heinous acts, rendering Long Yu increasingly out of place in such an environment. Over the years, his relationship with these individuals had evolved into one of opposition. As the saying goes, those with divergent paths do not conspire together. Long Yu had long yearned to depart, yet he found himself in a predicament, for leaving would leave him with no alternatives. Even if Long Yu steeled himself to abandon this place, he hesitated, as his beloved remained there, and he was loath to depart easily. Long Chen's sudden appearance fortified Halong Yu's resolve to leave, especially since their thoughts aligned closely. Despite his desire to depart, Halong Yu also wished to rid the world of these scourges, as the numerous souls wronged in the Demon Mountain over the years were countless. He aspired to eliminate these threats and restore peace to the surrounding tribes. Encountering Long Chun felt like divine providence for Halong Yu, as their intentions coincided perfectly. Resolute, he decided to join forces with Long Chen to eradicate the Demon Mountain tribe, which had long been a source of calamity. Since you have resolved to assist me, I shall refrain from further elaboration. As I previously mentioned, you are now aware of the method for utilizing the poison. The remainder rests in your hands. You have but 1 day to act. Within this time frame, you must administer the poison to ensure the survival of my clan. Time is of the essence. For Long Tianfang and his companions have already set forth. We cannot afford to delay, lest my clan suffers dire consequences. Though Long Chen knew little of Halong Yu, it appeared that he was the only viable means to realize his plan. Long Chen's original strategy bore immense risk and was fraught with the potential for error. However, time was of the essence, and he could no longer afford hesitation. Thus, he was compelled to take this gamble. Should he fail, the price would be the lives of his entire clan, which filled him with trepidation. As he gazed into Halong Yu's eyes, a tremor of apprehension coursed through him. Long Chun had no choice but to place this heavy burden upon Halong Yu, for he was left with no alternative. He could only leave the outcome to fate. Halong Yu nodded, stating, "If we succeed, it would indeed rid the nearby tribes of a significant menace. The Demon Mountain tribe has wreaked havoc for years and is now at the brink of inciting the wrath of heaven." Despite his words, he felt a sense of unease within, recognizing the substantial risks involved. The magnitude of the challenge was daunting. The Demon Mountain tribe had dominated the surrounding tribes for decades, and its members were notoriously unruly. Would they truly submit to mere 3 small pills? While Halong Yu yearned to eliminate these threats and assist Long Chun in his endeavor, he couldn't shake the anxiety that plagued him. He lacked a genuine sense of confidence in the outcome. "Wait," Long Chun interjected, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "If we succeed, I shall accompany you to the Halong tribe, where you will undoubtedly have an opportunity with Halong Xian." Long Chun understood the complexity of the situation, yet he remained optimistic that their plan could succeed. The warriors of the falling Sunset Mountain were often careless. If Halong Yu approached the task with caution and diligence, the likelihood of success would increase significantly. Now, Long Chun felt compelled to instill confidence in Halong Yu, for he knew his weakness lay in Halong Xian, the one he cherished deeply. If offered hope, Halong Yu would undoubtedly commit himself fully to the task, thereby enhancing the chances of success. At this juncture, Long Chen found himself placing all his hopes upon Halong Yu. It was a desperate gamble, but he had no other choice. Halong Yu's body trembled violently, his face displaying a complex expression. He cast a deep glance at Long Chun, said nothing, and turned to leave. Long Chun watched his retreating figure, his brows furrowed in contemplation. This course of action could be seen as a desperate gamble. After all, given his current cultivation, opposing the Demon Mountain sect was akin to striking a stone with an egg. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and Long Chun was certainly not so impetuous. The might of the Demon Mountain sect was evident from Halong Yu's situation. Any master at the Fate Star realm within the tribe held a high position. Yet Halong Yu was overlooked and constantly marginalized. On Long Chen's journey to the Demon Mountain sect, Long Tianfang and the others had already proceeded to the Long clan, and they were likely already there, placing the Long clan in imminent peril. Thus, Long Chun had no choice but to place his bets. His only reliance lay in the 3 spirit-devouring pills. Should his plan succeed, the Long clan could be saved. However, should he fail, not only would his own life be in jeopardy, but the entire Long clan would also face annihilation, likely resulting in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Long Chen's decision stemmed from the absence of any rumors concerning Halong Yu's misdeeds, and from Halong Yu's mannerisms, it was clear he was a man of deep loyalty. Despite being oppressed and even expelled by the He clan, he bore no grudges and continued to hold affection for a certain girl, showing tolerance towards his tribe's actions. Even after being schemed against once more, he refrained from seeking revenge. This starkly contrasted with Long Tianfang. Thus, it was apparent that Halong Yu was an exceedingly kind-hearted individual, possessing a rare sense of gratitude that allowed him to endure what many could not. Although he had spent many years in the Demon Mountain sect, Halong Yu's innate goodness had not been extinguished. he still retained a fundamental sense of right and wrong, which suggested he would be inclined to assist Long Chun. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would not easily betray him. Even if he did, it would offer him no advantage. Which is why Long Chun dared to entrust such a crucial plan to him. He was taking a gamble. It seemed that what He Longyu had just expressed was genuine. And from their earlier conversation, Long Chun discerned that He Longyu was merely a man entangled by his affections. Nevertheless, Long Chun had to act with caution. He did not linger, but instead moved to the other side of the mountain, seeking a concealed spot to await He Longyu's arrival. At that moment, Long Chun's heart felt as tumultuous as a tempest, yet he had no choice but to wait, for urgency could not hasten his fate. Throughout that day, Long Chun remained in the forest outside the Demon Mountain sect, as this area connected to the vast Luoxiao Mountain, rendering the defenses of the Demon Mountain relatively weak. Although he struggled to calm his restless spirit, he managed to enter a meditative state, seizing the opportunity to replenish the spiritual energy he had expended in recent days. Originally, He Longyu had not been part of Long Chun's plan. Long Chun intended to stealthily infiltrate the Demon Mountain sect and find an opportunity to poison them, thereby executing his scheme. Despite the rigorous defenses of the Demon Mountain, there were inevitably vulnerabilities, and Long Chun believed his chances were substantial, which prompted him to pursue this course of action. However, by a stroke of fate, he encountered He Longyu upon ascending the mountain, a serendipitous event that significantly enhanced the likelihood of his plan's success. As an insider of the Demon Mountain sect, He Longyu would find it considerably easier to carry out the plan. Although He Longyu was not favored by the more ruthless members of the Demon Mountain sect, he still held the rank of elder, which would likely reduce obstacles during the execution of the plan. Observing He Longyu, it was clear that his presence in the Demon Mountain was not by choice, and from his words, Long Chun sensed his profound dissatisfaction with the sect. This animosity rendered He Longyu incompatible with the others, leading to his continual isolation and discomfort within the sect. Despite having been in the Demon Mountain for many years, the goodness within He Longyu remained intact. His words and actions revealed not only his loyalty, but also his inherent kindness, which explained why he found himself ostracized by the more malevolent individuals within the sect. The members of the Demon Mountain were ruthless and merciless, transforming the sect into a lawless territory. For the kind-hearted He Longyu, this environment was akin to a personal hell, as he had to endure daily isolation and witness the heinous acts of his peers, all while feeling powerless to intervene. As He Longyu spent more time within the Demon Mountain, his resentment towards the malevolent individuals grew, making him feel increasingly out of place. Thus, when Long Chun revealed his plan to He Longyu, the latter agreed without hesitation, perhaps subconsciously yearning for the opportunity to act against the injustices he faced. This realization made Long Chun regard He Longyu with newfound interest. He had endured numerous trials and tribulations, often facing hostility and oppression from his own kin. Yet he had committed no wrongdoing. His only pursuit was the girl he cherished deep within his heart, and Long Chun began to admire this youth. Long Chun perceived that, despite enduring countless hardships, He Longyu remained steadfast in his love for that girl. Furthermore, despite the relentless ostracism and oppression, his heart retained its kindness, a truly rare quality, especially given the tragic circumstances he had endured. Although their interactions had been limited, Long Chun, having lived 2 lives, had developed a keen ability to assess character over the years. Thus, he felt increasingly assured about He Longyu, trusting him more with each passing moment. With the assistance of this individual, Long Chun's plan to eliminate the root of the issue has a significantly high chance of success. Now, Long Chun merely needs to patiently await the cautious actions of He Longyu. According to Long Chun's calculations, Long Tianxuan and his entourage should still be several days away from the Long clan. As per Long Chun's strategy, he intends to execute his plan before these individuals reach the Long clan. It is imperative that he hinders their movements to safeguard the lives of the entire Long clan from impending calamities. Having been raised within the Long clan, Long Chun harbors profound affection for this place, feeling a strong sense of belonging. The members of the Long clan are notably kind and sincere. Truth be told, Long Chun does not wish for them to suffer. This is why he has chosen to venture into the lion's den alone. However, this time, Long Chun cannot afford to lose, for a defeat would not only cost him his life, but also the lives of the entire Long clan. Currently, Long Tianxuan has already led the minions of the Demon Mountain tribe toward the Long clan. Thus, every passing moment is crucial, the closer these individuals approach the Long clan. the more dire the situation becomes. Given their formidable strength, the Long clan would face tremendous difficulty in resisting them, as these are desperate individuals who would not hesitate to unleash a massacre upon arrival. Although the Long clan possesses many martial artists, the disparity in actual combat prowess between them and their adversaries is immense and cannot be understated. Furthermore, Zhao Tianxuan possesses an in-depth understanding of the Long clan's strengths. Under his leadership, it would be relatively effortless for these formidable renegades to seize control of the Long clan. Consequently, Long Chun must seize every fleeting second, leaving no room for negligence or carelessness, in order to avert an uncontrollable crisis. He is determined to prevent any innocent lives from being drawn into this turmoil, as it is all stemming from his own actions. Long Chun desires to resolve this matter solely through his own efforts, thereby ensuring the safety of the Long clan from persecution. After contemplating various scenarios, Long Chun has calculated nearly all possibilities. Yet, he realizes that these are merely flights of fancy. What truly matters now is the situation concerning He Longyu. As long as He Longyu successfully executes his plan, everything will proceed in an orderly fashion according to Long Chun's design, which is the outcome he most desires. Resolving to focus entirely on the present, Long Chun concentrated on replenishing his depleting spiritual energy, preparing for any eventuality. Being in the lion's den, every moment is critical. He must remain in peak condition, ever ready for battle. The following day, just past noon, Long Chun appeared atop the mountain, surveying the desolate summit with a look of perplexity on his face. On the third day, having arranged to meet He Longyu, Long Chun waited for an entire day and night, now most concerned with whether He Longyu had successfully administered the poison. This was a matter of life and death for the entire Long clan, and Long Chun could not afford to be careless. "I am here." Moments later, Long Chun heard He Longyu's voice, and upon turning, he saw He Longyu approaching him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, He Longyu assured him, "The task has been accomplished." Hearing this, Long Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. If He Longyu had successfully poisoned them, the most challenging step would have been completed, allowing the remainder of the plan to unfold as intended. Indeed, they currently feel no abnormalities within their bodies. The nature of this poison ensures that they remain unaware until they consume the third pill, at which point the toxin will take effect. Long Chun nodded, satisfied that everything was proceeding according to his design. Simultaneously, Long Chun felt a sense of relief, for he understood that with He Longyu's assistance, he had inadvertently severed his own escape route. Having spent many years within the Demon Mountain tribe, He Longyu's act of poisoning them was tantamount to closing off his own avenues of retreat. Although Long Chun recognized that this was a choice He Longyu willingly made, he could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Turning to He Longyu, Long Chun stated, "I am about to confront them. Will you accompany me? Or will you remain here and await my return?" Long Chun's intent was clear. Although He Longyu had successfully poisoned their adversaries, the members of the Demon Mountain tribe remained oblivious to his involvement, allowing He Longyu to continue blending in. He Longyu gritted his teeth and replied, "I will go with you." Long Chun smiled. It seemed that He Longyu possessed a certain courage, given the perilous nature of their undertaking. If they were not careful, both could meet their demise, as their foes were indeed ruthless and desperate individuals. However, with He Longyu's affirmation, Long Chun no longer hesitated and proceeded toward the entrance of Demon Mountain, aware that time was of the essence. The duo made their way directly toward the Demon Mountain tribe, undaunted by the treacherous individuals that awaited them. As the saying goes, righteousness triumphs over evil, and Long Chun felt no fear in facing these adversaries. "Ah, is that not Elder He Long? And who might this be? He appears rather unfamiliar," remarked two guards at the base of Demon Mountain, their expressions betraying a mockery. Long Chun chuckled inwardly. It seemed He Longyu's standing was not as esteemed as he had led him to believe. Although he held the title of Elder, a mere guard dared to speak to him in such a manner, precisely as He Longyu had previously described. "How dare you? I have brought a guest to pay a visit, and do I require your permission?" He Longyu's expression darkened, having seen through the arrogance of these guards. He had never shown them any courtesy. "Elder He, you know the rules. No unidentified individuals are allowed to enter the Demon Mountain tribe," another guard interjected, his gaze equally challenging. In reality, according to the customs of the Demon Mountain tribe, it was permissible for elders to bring guests, as any warrior who had attained the Destiny Star realm possessed formidable strength. Such warriors were exceedingly rare, even in the falling Twilight Mountain. Thus, Elders within the Demon Mountain tribe held certain privileges. However, these guards sought to vex Hilongyu, for within the entire Demon Mountain tribe, he was the least respected elder, and they relished the opportunity to provoke him. A sharp slap echoed through the air as one guard cried out, clutching his swollen cheek in shock and fury. "You dare strike me?" "Humph." Long Chen scoffed coldly, his tone icy. "What audacity! A mere guard dares to speak to an elder in such a manner." Long Chen had little patience for those who wielded power through intimidation, so he showed no hesitation in retaliating, delivering a sharp slap that left the guard momentarily stunned. However, rage quickly overtook him, for being struck in front of so many was an affront he could not tolerate. "You wretched fool, you seek death," he bellowed as another guard, witnessing the altercation, prepared to intervene. Yet, Long Chen swiftly dealt him a similar fate with another slap. "You will pay for this." The two guards, filled with fear and resentment, turned their ire upon Hilongyu, exclaiming, "Hilongyu, it seems you are plotting rebellion. We shall report this to the clan leader." Hilongyu, taken aback by the sudden violence before even stepping through the mountain gate, had not anticipated Long Chen's aggressive approach. Nevertheless, he found a certain satisfaction in the confrontation. "Let us go. We came to seek trouble. Why endure their insults?" Long Chen said with a smile, shaking his head. Hilongyu, though weary, followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance of the Demon Mountain clan, they were met by a throng of burly men wielding various weapons, who quickly surrounded Long Chen and Hilongyu. This formidable group appeared to have been summoned by the two disgruntled guards. "Hilongyu, you conspire with outsiders with treasonous intent. What punishment do you deserve?" demanded a middle-aged man wielding a spear, his expression menacing. This was Chun Li, the fourth elder of the Demon Mountain clan, a cultivator of the third level of the Star Fate realm. Long Chun nodded slightly, responding coolly, "Bring out Lai Hu to see me." "Huh." Chun Li laughed in fury, his derision evident. "Boy, are you dreaming or have you lost your senses? Do you think you can just summon our clan leader?" The two guards who had been struck were under Chun Li's command, and the news of their humiliation ignited his wrath. Chun Li held a high position within the clan, his authority absolute. He viewed Hilongyu as insignificant, merely a drifter with no real power. Thus, the audacity of Hilongyu's subordinate to strike his own men was intolerable. With the embellishments of the two guards, Chun Li could no longer contain himself and marched out, ready to teach Hilongyu a lesson. He had long held disdain for Hilongyu and sought to impose a severe punishment. However, upon noticing Long Chen, he found the boy's arrogance even more provoking. "I shall not repeat myself." Long Chen stated with an unfazed expression, "Your lives no longer belong to you." Chun Li, consumed by rage, found himself laughing ironically. He was at a loss for words, his hands itching to strike Long Chen. "I do not understand where you derive such confidence, fool. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you." But before he could finish, his imposing aura suddenly dissipated. His body trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and he struggled to maintain his footing. "You have all been poisoned. Should you rashly exert your energy, the toxin will only spread more rapidly, and soon you will dissolve into a puddle of blood." Long Chen stated coolly, his disdain for the assembly evident. "What? We are poisoned? How can this be?" Panic rippled through the ranks of the Demon Mountain clan. "Hilongyu, you traitor!" Chun Li glared at Hilongyu, sweat pouring from his forehead. The surrounding clan members began closing in on Long Chen and Hilongyu. "Who are you to dare lay hands upon my clan?" Chun Li gritted his teeth. "I will count to 3. If Lai Hu does not appear, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Long Chen's expression hardened as he began to count. 1. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated as a robust, middle-aged man stepped forward, followed by a dozen formidable individuals, their expressions grim. "You must be Lai Hu." Long Chen regarded him calmly, showing no sign of trepidation. "Indeed, that is I." Lai Hu's face bore a jagged scar, his demeanor fierce. "Who are you? Do you comprehend the consequences of opposing the Demon Mountain clan?" "Huh." Long Chen laughed heartily, unfazed by the threat, his voice chilling as he retorted, "You sought me, and here I stand." "You are Long Chen." Lai Hu's surprise was evident, followed by a sinister grin. "I never imagined you would come to your own demise. I care not how you fools have been manipulated by Long Tianfang." Long Chen's countenance turned frigid, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. "Today, you have but 2 choices, surrender to me, or perish." As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the surroundings. The members of the Demon Mountain clan regarding him with bewilderment. Hilongyu, anxious, felt sweat pooling in his palms. He understood Long Chen's purpose. Yet the reality of the declaration filled him with dread. These were desperate men, and Lai Hu, as the clan leader, was known for his volatile temper. None had dared speak to him in such a manner before. Lai Hu erupted into a wild laughter. I have taken countless lives, dominating surrounding clans for years. None dare provoke me. And you, a mere boy with the cultivation of the first level of the Star Fate realm, think you can command my allegiance? How utterly absurd. Surrender or die? Long Chen remained unshaken, his tone unwavering. Boy, do you truly believe this paltry poison can subdue us? Lai Hu's eyes glinted coldly. I shall grant you 10 breaths to contemplate your decision, Long Chen said, a mocking smile on his face. And let me remind you, should you foolishly attempt to exert your energy, within an hour, you will be reduced to a puddle of blood. Lai Hu's expression fluctuated. He had already felt the severe pain coursing through his meridians at the slightest exertion, the potency of the poison instilling fear within him. Hearing Long Chen's warning, he was disinclined to act rashly. 3 breaths remain. Long Chen's voice resonated like a death knell. In these dozens of clans surrounding us, none but I can provide an antidote. Even if I refrain from action today, you shall not survive 3 days. The members of the Demon Mountain clan, including the elders, swallowed hard, their gazes fixed intently on Lai Hu. Lai Hu's expression darkened, as the clan leader. Being asked to submit to a mere child was an affront worse than death. Yet, he relished his position of power and could not bear the thought of an untimely end. Time is up. I hope you make the right choice, Long Chen declared. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, as the members of the Demon Mountain tribe anxiously regarded Lai Hu, fearing his potential refusal. No one is devoid of the instinct for self-preservation. Even those who live on the edge cherish their lives dearly. You merely perceive my cultivation as insufficient to earn your trust, Long Chen remarked, his tone shifting to a more placid one. Instead, allow me to present you with an opportunity. Lai Hu's expression shifted, curiosity piqued. What opportunity? Not all among you have succumbed to the poison, Long Chen observed, scanning the crowd. If there exists one among you whose prowess is comparable to mine, and who can best me in combat, then I shall forego the matter of submission, and you may deal with me as you see fit. Upon hearing this, the members of the Demon Mountain tribe began to murmur among themselves. Long Chen's words seemed to grant them a newfound chance. As he had indicated, the majority afflicted by the poison were indeed the higher echelons of the tribe, while many of the lower ranks remained unscathed. Chapter 49. Just like that at present, Lai Hu's body is heavily poisoned. The moment he exerts his energy, he can distinctly perceive the sensation of obstruction within him, accompanied by an overwhelming agony. The spiritual energy within him dissipates, rendering him utterly incapable of unleashing his strength. Moreover, Lai Hu acutely senses that with each attempt to launch an attack, the residual toxicity in his body rapidly spreads, compelling him to halt his movements. He is painfully aware of the potency of the toxin coursing through him. Despite his extensive experience in the martial world, he has never encountered such a formidable poison, leaving him secretly alarmed. Though Lai Hu is uncertain how Long Chen administered the poison, he is well aware of its ferocity, as he can feel the toxins expanding within him, and his condition is progressively deteriorating. This realization fills him with dread, for if this venom continues to spread unchecked, the consequences could be dire, even threatening his very life. Consequently, he begins to re-evaluate the youth before him. Although young, this boy possesses a remarkably astute mind, executing his plans with meticulous precision, even managing to ensnare Lai Hu himself. Initially, Lai Hu held little interest in the Long clan, for the many tribes within the L region rendered the Long clan rather inconspicuous. He was merely aware of its existence without delving into its intricacies. However, with the arrival of Long Tianxuan, this seemingly insignificant tribe has captured Lai Hu's attention. As Long Tianxuan recounts the details of his plans to eradicate the Long clan, Lai Hu begins to gain a deeper understanding of this moderately powerful tribe. Long Tianxuan is evidently well prepared. Upon arriving at the Mo Mountain tribe, he immediately shares his detailed strategy for dismantling the Long clan. Despite the formidable defenses of the Long clan, Long Tianxuan possesses an intimate knowledge of their strength, owing to his years of service as the third elder. He is acutely aware of the tribe's vulnerabilities and capabilities, rendering his strategy foolproof. This revelation piques Lai Hu's interest in the Long clan, especially with Long Tianxuan's assistance, which would undoubtedly simplify the endeavor. As the third elder, Long Tianxuan commands great respect within the Long clan, boasting numerous loyal followers. Hence, should he lead a contingent against the Long clan, overcoming them would likely prove effortless, requiring little exertion. Such a rare opportunity is not one Liahu intends to squander. If he can successfully annihilate the Long clan, the Mo Mountain tribe would gain abundant resources, significantly bolstering their strength. This would elevate the Mo Mountain tribe above the surrounding factions, potentially allowing them to unify the entire L region. By executing the plan to eliminate the Long clan, the other nearby tribes would undoubtedly be rendered mute with fear. The Mo Mountain tribe's status among the tribes would see a remarkable increase, enabling Liahu to systematically dismantle each surrounding faction. Liahu is aware of Long Tianfang's ulterior motives. He seeks to leverage the Mo Mountain tribe's strength for his personal vendetta. Having had his future shattered by Long Chun, revenge has become paramount to him. As long as he can achieve this, he is willing to do whatever it takes, aligning his desires with Liahu's own plans. Thus, Liahu is prepared to deploy substantial forces against the Long clan. His objective is to decimate the tribe in a single stroke, leaving no opportunity for nearby factions to intervene or for the Long clan to respond, employing a blitzkrieg strategy. Originally, this plan was meticulously crafted, but Liahu did not anticipate the emergence of Long Chun. This 18-year-old youth possesses remarkable courage and resilience, having effectively incapacitated the upper echelons of the Mo Mountain tribe with poison. As a result, the leadership has fallen under the control of this seemingly insignificant boy. Liahu finds himself in a precarious position. Even his own life is now subject to Long Chen's whims, an experience that leaves him feeling utterly constrained. However, Long Chen's proposal of a wager offers a glimmer of hope for a change in circumstances. With the situation firmly in Long Chen's grasp and Liahu at a disadvantage, he is determined to seize any opportunity to alter the status quo. Is this for real? Liahu's face betrays a flicker of hope. As a practitioner of the Seventh Star Realm and the chieftain of the Mo Mountain tribe, he is unwilling to submit to a mere novice at the First Star Realm. I assure you, my word is my bond, Long Chun replies, hands clasped behind his back. Very well, I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise, even if we perish from the poison, we will ensure your demise. Liahu grits his teeth. Although he harbors immense hatred for Long Chun, he finds himself momentarily powerless against him. Liahu then turns to the members of the Mo Mountain tribe, calling out, "Who among you remains unpoisoned? Step forward to challenge him." Despite the multitude of skilled warriors within the Mo Mountain tribe, many have succumbed to the poison. Thus, Liahu can only place his hopes on those who remain unaffected. Although Long Chen's toxin was stealthily administered, Liahu refuses to believe that every single person in the Mo Mountain tribe has been incapacitated. Such an outcome is simply implausible. Just as he finishes speaking, 3 elders at the First Star Realm step forward. They had been away on an errand the previous day, thus evading the calamity. Though these individuals are formidable, Long Chun regards them with disdain, his gaze dripping with contempt. Will you face me one at a time, or all at once? Long Chen's expression remains calm. His words are laced with provocation. These elders, accustomed to positions of power within the Mo Mountain tribe, find Long Chen's taunts intolerable. Child, do not be so arrogant. I alone can handle you. One elder, his face darkening, leaps forward to seize Long Chun. Beside him, He Long Yu wears a knowing expression. He is well aware of Long Chen's capabilities, having sparred with him numerous times the previous day. The 3 elders before him are of comparable strength to himself, making it improbable that they could best Long Chun. Although the elder's attack was fierce and venomous, Long Chen's response was equally swift. His figure transformed into a mere shadow, illustrating the astonishing speed with which he struck. In the blink of an eye, the elder who had just launched an attack was met with a powerful punch, letting out a pained cry as he was sent flying, causing the expressions of the 2 others to shift in alarm. The scene unfolding before them was unexpected. They had initially assumed Long Chun to be arrogant, but it was now evident that his strength was formidable, surpassing at least 3 of them. Let us confront him together, Long Chun declared, his aura radiating confidently as he gazed down upon them. The 2 elders exchanged glances, their faces shifting in color, as they had barely comprehended how Long Chun had struck before one of their own was sent reeling. This realization sparked a flicker of fear within them. A bunch of useless fools, Liahu bellowed, his face a mask of fury. If you cannot handle a mere boy, then unite and subdue him quickly. The 2 elders, their faces a mix of green and red, felt a pang of humiliation at the prospect of confronting a youth of comparable cultivation in front of so many onlookers. Let us not hesitate any longer. We must strike together. This boy possesses some peculiar powers. The elder who had been struck by Long Chen still bore the red mark upon his face, and recalling his earlier bravado only deepened his shame. Upon hearing his words, the other two elders resolved to act, gritting their teeth as they charged at Long Chen from various angles. Long Chen's gaze turned icy, and with a fierce determination, he unleashed his fists, each blow radiating a starlit brilliance. The three could see countless stars seemingly erupting from his fists, hurtling towards them with unstoppable force. What? Suddenly, Long Chen's form vanished from their sight. Their expressions shifted in shock as they beheld innumerable stars cascading down upon them, the overwhelming pressure rendering them breathless. They had witnessed a similar spectacle before, but now Long Chen executed the attack once more, achieving a remarkably similar outcome. The trio fell prey to the illusions he conjured, swiftly succumbing to his assault, the outcome of their confrontation beyond doubt. Before they could react, they felt a crushing blow to their chests. Involuntarily spitting blood as the stars faded from view, their bodies propelled backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? Long Chen stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had not engaged in battle at all. The members of the Demon Mountain clan appeared oblivious to his challenge, their gazes fixed on the three fallen elders, each one frozen in shock. Even Lai, whose lips quivered slightly, the faint glimmer of hope he held had been utterly extinguished by the complete defeat of the elders. Most astonished of all was He Longyu. Having previously fallen to Long Chen, he believed he had grasped an understanding of his strength. Yet it was clear now that he had grossly underestimated Long Chen's true capabilities. Had Long Chen chosen not to show mercy, he likely would have been defeated in mere moments, much like the three elders. Truly pathetic, Long Chen observed, taking in the expressions of those around him. He shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his voice. The Demon Mountain clan is nothing extraordinary. Chapter 50. Regaining control. Though the renowned experts of the Demon Mountain sect surrounded them, the situation had turned dire, rendering everyone passive. Even the once mighty Lai, who found himself ensnared by Long Chen's cunning schemes, igniting a profound indignation among the crowd. Yet, they had no recourse but to endure the rules imposed by Long Chen, as he had deftly seized control of the situation. This time, Long Chen single-handedly vanquished two elders of the Destiny Star realm, leaving the members of the Demon Mountain sect in a state of utter shock, even drawing astonishment from Lai Hu. Remarkably, Long Chen was merely at the initial stage of the Destiny Star realm, and under ordinary circumstances, his combat prowess should have been comparable to that of these elders, with only slight disparities in strength. These elders had spent years in the Destiny Star realm, far surpassing the average practitioner, endowed with extensive practical experience that made them formidable opponents. Typically, Lai Hu relied heavily on these elders' capabilities. Initially, it was assumed that with such an arrangement set by Long Chen, victory for the elders would be effortless. However, the current circumstances revealed a stark contrast, as the elders' strength paled in comparison to Long Chen's. Within mere breaths, they succumbed to defeat. Lai Hu witnessed the entire ordeal, overwhelmed by astonishment at Long Chen's speed and skill, which belied his tender age. At this moment, Long Chen emanated a formidable aura, casting a scornful gaze upon the members of the Demon Mountain sect, declaring, "You boast of your prowess, yet it appears to be nothing more than empty bravado." The disdain in his voice suggested that the Demon Mountain sect was unworthy of submission, a notion that was intolerable for those who had long been revered and feared by others. For ages, tribes had trembled at the mere mention of the Demon Mountain sect, and never had anyone dared to belittle them. Yet now, a mere youth at the initial stage of the Destiny Star realm audaciously insulted them, igniting fierce glares from the assembled warriors. However, the members of the Demon Mountain sect found themselves poisoned, their fury exacerbating their condition, causing the toxins within them to surge. Thus, despite their rage, they were compelled to endure Long Chen's taunts, their hearts gripped by trepidation at his overwhelming strength. Behind the scenes, Lai Hu had dispatched individuals to investigate the poison, but despite thorough searches through ancient texts and medicinal tomes, no knowledge of the toxin or its antidote could be found. Initially hopeful, Lai Hu now faced despair, powerless to intervene as Long Chen flaunted his dominance before him. The situation was similarly dire for the upper echelons of the Demon Mountain sect. While they seethed with indignation, they found themselves utterly helpless, forced to silently bear the weight of their predicament, while simultaneously struggling to suppress the toxins coursing through their bodies, wary of the potential for the poison to overwhelm them. Among those unpoisoned were disciples of the body refinement realm, who, despite their resentment, dared not act against the formidable youth before them. The display of Long Chen's terrifying prowess instilled a palpable fear, as he had effortlessly defeated 3 elders of the Destiny Star realm with a single strike. Their own meager cultivation, lacking the ability to condense their own destiny stars, left them feeling utterly powerless against him. This crushing defeat silenced the warriors of the Demon Mountain sect, who, although unwilling to concede, found themselves devoid of options. Long Chen had them firmly in his grasp, and their collective despair was palpable. One elder of the second stage of the Destiny Star realm, who remained unpoisoned, wore a grim expression, struggling to contain his urge to retaliate. Though he too was afflicted by the poison, he regarded Long Chen as nothing more than a fool. In his mind, any of the assembled Destiny Star warriors could easily crush Long Chen. Yet, after witnessing Long Chen's effortless defeat of 3 elders, his confidence waned. Despite being one realm above Long Chen, he lacked the assurance of victory, for Long Chen's demonstrated strength far exceeded that of the initial stage of the Destiny Star realm. A defeat at the hands of Long Chen would lead to a catastrophic loss of face, an embarrassment he could not tolerate. The collective sentiment among the assembled warriors mirrored his own. Though many were filled with indignation, they found themselves paralyzed by fear, as the majority were afflicted by the potent toxin. Even those unpoisoned were simply disciples of the body refinement realm, their powers insufficient to contend with Long Chen. Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, compelled to maintain a tenuous standoff. Lai Hu's expression fluctuated between anger and despair, wishing he could strike down Long Chen. His hands clenched tightly in frustration. Yet, he too struggled to manage the poison coursing through him, barely maintaining control over his own body. At this moment, not only was Lai Hu's life at stake, but that of the entire leadership of the Demon Mountain sect rested precariously in Long Chen's hands. Unaware of the nature of the deadly toxin, they were left without means to seek an antidote, their hearts laden with fear as the specter of death loomed ever closer. Moreover, Long Chen had granted them a choice, yet his true power far exceeded their expectations, extinguishing the last flicker of hope. The day's events had unfolded in a manner that defied all preconceptions, as Long Chen brazenly infiltrated the Demon Mountain, effortlessly asserting control over the entire faction. Although the youth had long been a topic of discussion, it was only now that the gravity of his strength and the terror he invoked became apparent. Such feats seemed nearly impossible, yet Long Chen had accomplished them with startling ease. For the members of the Demon Mountain sect, the absence of options became painfully clear. Should they refuse to submit to Long Chen, they would face certain death. Despite their reputation as reckless individuals, the instinct to survive remained strong, and the thought of perishing in such a manner was utterly unacceptable to anyone within the Demon Mountain sect. Being cornered by a mere boy to such an extent was an affront none could bear. Yet now, the crowd began to waver, for in the face of death, they found themselves more inclined to cling to life. After all, life remains exceedingly precious, and none would willingly embrace demise. These individuals ventured into the Demon Mountain sect merely in search of refuge, driven by an innate survival instinct. Confronted with such a scenario, silence enveloped the assembly. Although the youth before them appeared solitary, the presence of Long Chen instilled an overwhelming dread among the onlookers, an instinctual trepidation rooted in the human psyche's fundamental fear of the powerful. In an instant, the atmosphere grew stiflingly quiet. No one dared to speak, nor did any members of the Demon Mountain sect emerge to challenge Long Chen. Even Yu, standing nearby, was taken aback, unable to fathom the unfolding situation. Initially, he harbored doubts regarding Long Chen's scheme, considering that the members of the Demon Mountain sect were no mere pushovers, a congregation of formidable individuals. Even if Long Chen's poison incapacitated the majority, the nature of these individuals suggested they would not be easily subdued. However, observing Long Chen's current state, it was clear he had effectively seized control over the situation, and even the fierce tiger dared not act impulsively. Evidently, the members of the Demon Mountain sect were gripped by profound fear of Long Chen. Yu began to comprehend the depth of Long Chen's cunning. He had meticulously accounted for nearly all members of the sect, leaving few avenues for escape. A sense of admiration began to grow within Yu for Long Chen, who, at merely 18 years of age, exhibited a demeanor far beyond that of a typical youth. Long Chen's approach was inscrutable and profound. Presently, the members of the Demon Mountain sect were enveloped in trepidation. The prevailing atmosphere was one of palpable anxiety, with nearly everyone beginning to harbor fear towards Long Chen. 3 breaths of time. Long Chen's voice turned icy once more, his gaze upon the members of the Demon Mountain sect sharp and piercing, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Paying no heed to the scrutiny, Long Chen stated directly, "Should you fail to make a choice, then there shall be no need for submission." Chapter 51. Subjugation of the Demon Mountain Tribe. Upon hearing the words, the members of the Demon Mountain Tribe trembled. For every utterance from this youth radiated boundless dominance and confidence. The once formidable Demon Mountain Tribe appeared trivial in his eyes. A flicker of struggle crossed the gaze of the fierce tiger, and as he met Long Chen's piercing stare, an inexplicable shiver coursed through him. He found himself unable to meet Long Chen's gaze directly. This young man evoked an instinctual fear within him. Despite the fact that the fierce tiger had long been a figure accustomed to bloodshed and peril. In his lifetime, he had encountered countless formidable characters, yet before this 18-year-old, he palpably sensed an overwhelming terror. This youth was simply terrifying. In terms of strength, talent, and temperament, this youth was truly unparalleled. Such a prodigious talent was exceedingly rare. The fierce tiger could not help but reassess the youth before him. Despite his tender age, Long Chen's displayed prowess and character suggested he was extraordinarily formidable, and his future was undoubtedly boundless. Although the youth seemed to possess nothing at present, the fierce tiger recognized that he was destined for greatness. With such innate talent, temperament, and intelligence, this young man's future was assuredly limitless. He was bound to become an extraordinary figure. It is important to note that possessing mere physical prowess does not guarantee success. True greatness requires wisdom, which is a rare quality. Individuals of such caliber are indeed exceptional. A martial artist like Long Chen, endowed with talent, strength, and intellect, is a singular existence. His remarkable abilities were simply overwhelming. Even the fierce tiger felt he could not rival this youth. At this moment, an unusual feeling arose within him. Surrendering to this young man might not be a detrimental choice for the future of the Demon Mountain Tribe. As the tribe developed, the fierce tiger harbored ambitions of leading them towards greater strength, even aspiring to stand alongside esteemed sections. However, he was acutely aware of his limited capabilities and the chaotic nature of the tribe's members, which rendered his dreams mere fantasies. In the eyes of other tribes, the Demon Mountain Tribe had fallen into disrepute. Now, with Long Chen employing this method to compel their submission, the fierce tiger felt a deep sense of frustration. Yet he could not deny Long Chen's audacity. At such a young age, he dared to confront the fierce and ruthless members of the Demon Mountain Tribe without a hint of trepidation, managing to instill fear within them. What astonished him further was Long Chen's strength. The fierce tiger was well aware of the capabilities of his elders. Typically, those of similar cultivation from other tribes posed no threat to them, yet these 3 could not withstand even a single strike from Long Chen. The fierce tiger's expression fluctuated as thoughts swirled in his mind. Given Long Chen's current strength, his future was undoubtedly vast, and perhaps the Demon Mountain Tribe could indeed flourish under his leadership. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and declared, "We are willing to submit." Upon hearing this, the members of the Demon Mountain Tribe collectively sighed in relief. To them, who led mattered little. As long as they survived, it was all that counted. Long Chen, with an impassive expression, nodded and suddenly exuded a powerful aura, proclaiming, "From this moment on, I am your master." Bow to the young master. The members of the Demon Mountain Tribe knelt in submission, and even the fierce tiger and the high-ranking members hesitated briefly before bowing as well. From now on, the Demon Mountain Tribe shall be temporarily led by He Long Yu. You all must assist him diligently, Long Chen instructed. His reasoning for this arrangement stemmed from his own ambitions. The small demon mountain was of little allure to him, and he did not wish to be confined here. To him, this place felt akin to a mere pond. Although he currently found himself within it, he would not remain indefinitely, as his aspirations were set upon the boundless sea. In truth, the small Demon Mountain Tribe held little significance for Long Chen, yet he felt compelled to maintain control over this band of outlaws. He needed time to strengthen himself, and the falling Sunset Mountain served as a nurturing ground for his growth. Long Chen must gradually mature before he could venture into the vast ocean of possibilities. He Long Yu, taken aback, quickly responded, "Long Chen, That might not be appropriate? Long Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. I cannot stay here indefinitely. You are more familiar with the Demon Mountain tribe, so you shall manage it in my stead." With heads bowed, the fierce tiger and his companions felt a sense of resignation. Their lives were now in Long Chun's hands, compelling them to acquiesce. "Since you have submitted to me, you must follow my directives moving forward," Long Chun announced, surveying the crowd. "For the Demon Mountain tribe to thrive, all past malpractices must be eradicated." The members exchanged glances, fully aware of the practices Long Chun referred to. The Demon Mountain tribe had long relied on plundering other tribes for survival. To abandon these ways would be tantamount to severing their economic lifeline. The falling Sunset Mountain is too small, and Qingyang City is too, Long Chun mused, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. "Once you are strong enough, you will come to understand the vastness of the outside world." At that moment, all present gazed at Long Chun's youthful silhouette, inexplicably struck by a sense of nostalgia, as if this young man had lived for millennia. Yet, he was merely 18 years old. To the members of the Demon Mountain tribe, Long Chun possessed a maturity beyond his years, for in terms of temperament and capability, it was improbable for someone of his age to have such rich experiences. Little did they know, in his previous life, Long Chun had indeed lived for over 10,000 years, and as a star sovereign, his perspective was far beyond the confines of this place. Even the entire Yin Huang star was insignificant amidst the endless sea of stars. Long Chun spoke to himself once more. The crowd, hearing his words, exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether this youth was overly arrogant or merely naive for uttering such audacious claims. They were aware that even the nearest Qingyang city was dominated by 3 top-tier sects, each a colossal presence in relation to the Demon Mountain tribe, not to mention other powerful families and tribes, any one of which could easily obliterate the Demon Mountain tribe, even leveling the entirety of falling Sunset Mountain, as it was far too insignificant to be on their radar. Long Chun's words now seemed to belittle the entirety of Yin Huang star, and the members regarded him with an air of incredulity. As his voice fell, the members of the Demon Mountain tribe exchanged looks, their expressions reflecting hesitation, for it was evident that Long Chun intended to alter the very way of life they had long adhered to. In other words, their days of unrestrained freedom have come to an end, giving way to Long Chun's stringent demands and delineations. Consequently, these individuals have begun to waver, for altering their former way of life would be an excruciating ordeal, almost akin to an unbearable torment. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, they made their choice. For the vast majority among them had no alternative. They had arrived at Luoxiao Mountain out of sheer desperation. Should they be forced to leave Luoxiao Mountain, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the tribes they had wronged in the past, for their transgressions were far too numerous to be forgiven. Thus, despite their extreme reluctance, they had no choice but to bow their heads to Long Chun, as the tides had irrevocably turned, leaving them with no room for further deliberation. They all respectfully declared, "We are willing to follow the young master." With this, they were to strictly adhere to the regulations of the Demon Mountain sect. Long Chun nodded, a flash of coldness glimmering in his eyes as he warned, "If anyone dares to act as they did before, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." Long Chun was keenly aware that the ranks of the Demon Mountain sect were rife with scoundrels, many of whom were beyond redemption. However, there were also those like He Longyu, who had joined out of sheer desperation. While some may harbor discontent towards the rules established by Long Chun, they would not easily sever their ties with the Demon Mountain sect. Whether individuals like He Longyu or the irredeemable villains, they had already become part of the sect, and without its protection, they would swiftly fall victim to their respective foes or tribes. Thus, even if the methods of the Demon Mountain sect were to change, they had no choice but to comply. Subsequently, Long Chun distributed the antidote. Until he could fully command the Demon Mountain sect, he would not remove their poison all at once. Instead, he would allow them to temporarily harness their powers, informing them that he would send someone to deliver the antidote every half-month. This endeavor to subdue the Demon Mountain sect had been meticulously planned by Long Chun. In his past life, although he had reached the Star Monarch realm, he possessed no influence and met a tragic end. Therefore, in this life, he must establish his own power, and the Demon Mountain sect was his primary target. Moreover, Long Chun learned from Lai Hu that the troubles faced by the Long family stemmed from Long Tianfang's instigation. Long Tianfang had informed Lai Hu that Long Chun had made no progress in his cultivation for 3 years, only to erupt unexpectedly during his coming-of-age ceremony. He embellished the tale, claiming that Long Chun had acquired a certain treasure, thus igniting Lai Hu's greed and prompting him to capture Long Chun to force him to surrender the so-called treasure. Chapter 52. Stalemate in the expansive hall of the Jing clan. The atmosphere was notably heavy. Numerous high-ranking members of the Jing clan had gathered here, with the patriarch, Jing Xiangyang, seated at the forefront, his brows furrowed and a troubled expression upon his face as he gazed downwards. Silence enveloped the assembly, lingering for quite some time, with no one daring to break it. This silence stemmed from a prior agreement made during the confrontation between Long Chun and Jing Tian. If Jing Tian were to be defeated by Long Chun in a single blow, the Jing clan would be obliged to fulfill a condition set forth by the Long clan. At that time, Long Chun had proposed that in the event of a grave crisis befalling the Long clan, the Jing clan was to provide assistance, under the watchful eyes of many. And amidst considerable pressure from various clans, the Jing clan had reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, none had anticipated that the Long clan's calamity would arrive so swiftly. In the past few days, nearly all clans residing near Luoxiao Mountain had received alarming news. The third elder of the Long clan, Long Tianfang, had defected to the Mozhang clan, subsequently leading the Mozhang forces in a direct assault on the Long clan. This revelation stunned everyone. Simultaneously, the gaze of all clans turned towards the Jing clan, as they recalled the agreement established during the earlier battle between Long Chun and Jing Tian. Eager to witness whether the Jing clan would honor their commitment to aid the Long clan in this time of crisis. Given the formidable strength of the Mozhang clan, no clan dared to openly confront them. Therefore, it was clear that others would remain passive, reluctant to provoke the Mozhang clan. However, the Jing clan was in a different position. They had publicly committed to assisting the Long clan during their tribulations. Thus, all clans were keenly interested in the Jing clan's forthcoming decision. Should the Jing clan indeed act in accordance with their pledge, the two clans would surely unite in a defiant stand against the Mozhang clan. Yet, was it feasible for them to withstand the might of the Mozhang clan? The answer was a resounding no. The current power of the Mozhang clan was overwhelming, with only the Jing and Long clans combined. It would be exceedingly difficult to resist them. Should the Jing clan intervene, they would inevitably incur deep-seated enmity with the Mozhang clan. What initially was merely a feud between the Long and Mozhang clans would become a precarious entanglement for the Jing clan, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for them. The Mozhang clan was currently an indomitable force, and even if the Jing and Long clans could withstand an initial assault, completely vanquishing the Mozhang clan was an exceedingly unlikely prospect. Observing the situation, the surrounding clans were quite pleased to witness this conflict unfold. Should the Long and Jing clans engage in battle, even if the Mozhang clan were to obliterate both, their power would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. This, in turn, would provide other clans with an opportunity for growth. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. If such a scenario were to materialize, regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would be advantageous for the neighboring clans. Should the two major clans face defeat, the surrounding clans could swiftly absorb them, thereby enhancing their own strength. Conversely, if the Mozhang clan were to falter, the various clans could once again unite to suppress the Mozhang clan. Even if they could not eradicate the Mozhang clan in one fell swoop, they could still significantly weaken it, thereby altering the current balance of power. Thus, witnessing this predicament, the clans resolved to remain passive spectators, observing the unfolding events with anticipation before deciding on their course of action. From the perspective of the clans, regardless of how matters progressed, everything felt distant and unrelated to them, leading to a general sense of detachment as they awaited developments. Now, the dilemma of whether to intervene had become a conundrum for the Jing clan. The agreement had been made in the presence of all clans on Luoxiao Mountain, rendering it common knowledge. Should the Jing clan choose not to act, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the clans, and their prestige would plummet, potentially positioning them as targets of disdain in the future. After all, the Jing clan held a prominent status among the clans of Luoxiao Mountain, and losing face was simply unacceptable. However, the senior members of the Jing clan were acutely aware that taking action would be fraught with danger. Should they intervene, while they might win the allegiance of the Long clan, they would also irrevocably offend the Mozhang clan. Even with a united front, it was uncertain whether they could withstand the might of the Mozhang clan, and the repercussions could spell disaster for the Jing clan. Consequently, The high-ranking officials of the Jing clan fell into a deep silence, grappling with the question of whether to engage in battle or seek peace. No one could provide a definitive answer, not even the patriarch, leaving the assembly enveloped in a heavy stillness. After a prolonged pause, Jing Xiangyang finally broke the silence, inquiring about the current situation of the Long clan. Upon the elder's inquiry, another silence ensued. This news was hardly favorable for the Jing clan and only deepened the worries of the already anxious elders. The elder, after addressing Jing Xiangyang, continued, "They have already sent envoys seeking our assistance." As high-ranking members of the Jing clan, everyone present was aware of this information, yet even the patriarch seemed indecisive, let alone the others seated around him. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Jing Xiangyang asked. "Patriarch, I still stand by my previous opinion. Having made a promise to the Long clan, we must honor it," replied one elder calmly. The very same elder who had previously escorted Jing Tian to compete against Long Chun. Although he spoke these words, a hint of concern was evident in his eyes, for he understood that the current situation was exceedingly dire, and that abstaining from intervention would be the most prudent course for the Jing clan. However, his inherent sense of integrity compelled him not to betray the Long clan, for he recognized the principle that the fall of one could spell trouble for the other. "Second elder, while we have made a commitment to the Long clan, you are well aware of the Mozhang clan's strength. It was clearly stated that if the threat exceeds what the Jing clan can withstand, we reserve the right to refuse support," another elder interjected. "I concur with the fifth elder. This vengeance of the Mozhang clan against the Long clan is fundamentally their dispute. Should we, the Jing clan, entangle ourselves in this conflict, extricating ourselves later would be no simple task. The Mozhang clan is notorious for their ruthlessness. Just recently, a village was annihilated merely for killing an internal member of the Mozhang clan. If we rashly intervene, we might not only fail to save the Long clan, but also jeopardize our own clan." Another elder immediately echoed the sentiment. "I too believe that the fifth elder's perspective holds merit. This situation is unprecedented. The Mozhang clan has dispatched no fewer than 30 formidable warriors from the Mingxing realm. Even if we were to unite with the Long clan, we would be hard-pressed to match such strength. Even if we managed to fend off this assault, how could we expect the Mozhang clan to relent? If the Demon Mountain tribe were to invade once more, how could we possibly resist? We must consider the long-term implications. We cannot jeopardize the future of the Jing clan for the sake of a moment's pride. At this juncture, we must not deploy our forces." Another elder spoke with equal fervor, asserting that the fourth elder's perspective was rather short-sighted. "The Long clan shares a border with us, and our fates are interlinked. Should the Long clan face calamity and we refrain from aiding them, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught. Have you considered that if the Long clan were to suffer defeat, the power of the Demon Mountain tribe could extend directly to the west of Zhongling? This would allow their influence to encroach upon our very doorstep. How could the Jing clan then hope to remain unscathed? Furthermore, should the Demon Mountain tribe vanquish the Long clan, their strength would surely multiply, making them even more formidable adversaries in the future. Presently, if we were to ally with the Long clan, we might have a chance to contest their might. How could we not seize this opportunity to engage in battle?" The ninth elder's words reflect a scholar's naivety. While the Jing clan may be somewhat mightier than the Long clan, this is a mere comparison. The disparity between us and the Demon Mountain tribe is immense. This time, the forces deployed by the Demon Mountain tribe to confront the Long clan already exceed the combined might of warriors from both our clans. How can you be certain of the number of warriors at their disposal in the Demon Capital Mountain? With the current strength of the Jing clan, how could we possibly contend with them? It is unwise to gamble the lives of our young for such a ridiculous wager. Another elder bellowed in opposition to the notion of mobilizing our troops. "I concur with the seventh elder. To act recklessly in this situation is tantamount to courting death. Have you not noticed that many tribes, usually amicable with the Long clan, are now merely spectators, waiting to see how events unfold? Who among them would volunteer to support the Long clan? To mobilize now would be sheer folly. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If the Jing clan were to strike first, we would inevitably be marked as the primary adversary by the Demon Mountain tribe, which would not spare us in the future. Thus, to act at this juncture would be unwise and could lead to dire consequences. Although many tribes are currently observing from the sidelines, they are acutely aware that if the Jing clan were to annihilate the Long clan, the Demon Mountain tribe would only grow stronger. Consequently, the tribes would eventually be compelled to intervene. Even if we decide to act, It would be prudent to wait until others have taken the lead before we do so. This would serve our interests and fulfill our commitments. In an instant, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. Within the grand chamber, the elders engaged in fervent debate, each harboring their own opinion on the matter of military engagement. Yet, no consensus could be reached, and the assembly found itself ensnared in a stalemate. Chapter 53. The decision of the Jing clan. This state of anxious deliberation persisted for an extended period, with the senior members of the Jing clan expressing a multitude of opinions on the matter at hand. As this issue pertained to the fate and future of the Jing clan, even Jing Xianyang refrained from making any hasty decisions. Matters concerning military action necessitated the consensus of the Elder Council, and at that moment, unity was elusive. Let us heed the chief's counsel. Continuing this cacophony serves no purpose. It would be prudent for the clan leader to share his strategy. Prolonging this debate merely squanders our time. With that exclamation, silence fell upon the assembly. Despite their divergent views, the assembly was eager to hear Jing Xianyang's perspective, for he commanded nearly absolute respect within the Jing clan. Acknowledging the quiet, Jing Xianyang nodded and stated, "This matter bears significant weight. A misstep could spell disaster for the Jing clan. I understand your concerns. This is not merely a significant affair for the Long clan. It is equally pivotal for us, and thus we must act with caution. Elder, may I inquire why you are so insistent on aiding the Long clan? Is it a desire to fulfill a promise that drives your determination to mobilize our forces? You have always prioritized the affairs of the Jing clan above all else, and I recognize your selflessness and deep feelings for our clan. However, I urge you to consider the long-term implications. While we might be able to temporarily withstand the threats from the Demon Mountain clan, what of the future? If we offend them now, it could lead to our utter annihilation. How could we hope to repel their advances later? Moreover, facing an adversary as formidable as the Demon Mountain clan, even if we choose not to assist, the Long clan cannot reproach us. The original agreement included a stipulation. Should our opponents prove overwhelmingly powerful, we need not intervene, and the current circumstances with the Demon Mountain clan certainly align with that condition, allowing us the option to refrain from engagement. Although Long Chun and Jing Tian were both at the first level of the Fate Star realm, the so-called genius Jing Tian was unexpectedly defeated by Long Chun in a single move, leaving him astounded in silence. Long Chun had been labeled a failure by his peers for 3 years, which was a widely accepted notion among the surrounding clans. It was not until the Long clan's coming-of-age ceremony, where he decisively killed the elder's son, Long Hu, that he regained attention. Subsequently, his victory over the newly initiated Jing Tian shocked many clans. The second elder was unaware of how Long Chun had transformed from a perceived failure into a genius. But after witnessing the duel between Long Chun and Jing Tian, he felt instinctively that this young man was destined for greatness. A person of such potential, if made an enemy, should be dealt with before they rise to power, or, if one extends kindness during their weaker days, they are likely to repay that kindness once they have grown. Thus, the second elder addressed Jing Xianyang directly. "Chief, you may be unaware, but the scene during the duel between Long Chun and Jing Tian was remarkable. Long Chun arrived late, and most did not expect much of him. Yet, the youth boldly provoked Jing Tian, wagering that he could defeat him with a single strike. At that moment, such a claim seemed utterly preposterous. After all, Jing Tian had just ascended to the Fate Star realm and was virtually unmatched at his age, even among the disciples of the Long clan. Few believed in Long Chun's potential, for his assertion appeared impossible. However, this young man transformed the scorn of others into an opportunity for success, seizing the moment to achieve fame and win the wager. What astonished onlookers most was his innate talent. While the specifics of his technique remain unclear, the sheer power he exhibited foretold a future of limitless potential. His resilience and acumen were equally remarkable. After 3 years of patience, he emerged victorious, demonstrating a profound understanding of trust and restraint, traits uncommon among warriors of his age, who are often brash and impetuous. Long Chun, by contrast, displayed a maturity beyond his years. Furthermore, winning that wager highlighted his intelligence and strategic thinking, showcasing his ability to secure such an opportunity for his clan. Thus, for a prodigious talent like him, rather than suppressing his potential, we ought to extend our goodwill. This would ultimately create opportunities for the Jing clan's future, a truly long-term strategy. Humph, your foresight is commendable. But he is merely at the first level of the Fate Star realm. Even if he grows stronger, how can you guarantee he will be grateful? A cold voice interjected from among the elders. Currently, the Long clan faces dire straits, especially with Long Tianfang targeting him directly. Regardless of how bright his future may seem, it is doubtful he will survive this immediate crisis. Thus, your arguments are nothing more than illusions. Mere hopes that cannot justify risking the lives of our many disciples for uncertain outcomes. The hall erupted into another round of heated debate, as the assembly found the second elder's rationale unacceptable. In a world teeming with brilliant talents, few ever truly flourish. Moreover, in an era that reveres strength, how many cultivators have forsaken their morals for personal gain? Who can assure us that assisting him now would not lead to future betrayal? As the second elder pointed out, the crux of the matter lies in whether the Jing clan possesses the audacity to take a gamble. If they succeed, the clan's future could be immeasurable. Although the potential of this youth cannot be guaranteed, Jing Xianyang recognized that the moment for resolution had arrived. Long Tianfang had already surrounded the Long clan with forces from the Demon Mountain clan. Should the Jing clan delay, all would be lost. For the Demon Mountain clan had deployed numerous formidable warriors, making it nearly impossible for the Long clan to withstand their assault. Though Jing Xianyang was reluctant to send troops, he understood the adage that if the lips perish, the teeth will be cold. If the Long clan were to be annihilated by the Demon Mountain clan, the Jing clan would inevitably face a similar fate. Thus, sending troops now would have profound long-term implications. As the leader of the Jing clan, he must adopt a far-sighted perspective, refusing to abandon the clan's long-term future due to a momentary challenge. Simultaneously, he pondered the second elder's arguments. Although he had never encountered Long Chun, he felt an inexplicable confidence in the young man. It is an odd sensation, Jing Xianyang, a man who has always shunned the idea of gambling, suddenly finds himself compelled to take a risk. After a moment of silence, he arrives at a resolution and declares, "Since the second elder is so adamant, I, Jing, shall stake our clan on this gamble. Even if we err, it will serve to elevate our tribe's reputation." As Jing Xianyang speaks, the previously raucous crowd falls into a hushed silence, for with the chieftain's pronouncement, all have lost the luxury of choice. The matter has become as irrevocable as a nail driven into wood. With the chieftain's word given, any dissent from others becomes futile, as within the tribe. The chieftain holds supreme authority, and all must yield to his commands. Although there was much discourse prior, following the chieftain's decree, unity emerges, and all must comply, seeking greater harmony while accommodating minor differences in preparation for the adversary. Subsequently, under Jing Xianyang's direction, numerous skilled members of the Jing clan, led by the second elder Jing Xiangcheng, hastened towards the Long clan's territory. Chapter 54. The tension builds at this moment. The atmosphere within the Long clan was thick with oppression. The clearing before the tribe's entrance was suffused with a sense of impending violence, as over 100 burly men wielding various weapons exuded an air of ferocity. These were the warriors of the Demon Mountain tribe, who, under the leadership of Long Tianfang, had encircled the Long clan completely by dawn. The disciples of the Long clan, unaccustomed to such a formidable display, were left pale and trembling, afraid to step beyond the safety of their sanctuary. The entire clan felt as if they were facing a dire threat, silenced by the intimidating spectacle before them. Nearby tribes had caught wind of the situation, and in the face of the menacing Demon Mountain tribe, they lacked the courage to intervene. Thus, the entrance to the Long clan was thoroughly besieged. Long Tianming, the time limit has expired. If you fail to surrender Long Chun, do not blame me for my lack of compassion, Long Tianfang proclaimed, his demeanor radiating a sinister confidence. With his band of warriors at his command, he felt no fear of Long Tianming. Previously, while in the Long clan, he had to obey Long Tianming. But now the fate of the entire clan rested firmly in his hands. What did he have to fear? Though Long Tianfang had spent decades within the tribe, following the death of his son, Long Hu, at the hands of Long Chun, all that remained for him was hatred. He loathed Long Chen's ruthlessness, despised Long Tianming's insincerity, and resented the cold-heartedness of many clan members. As the third elder of the Long clan, he believed his years of service warranted respect, yet he found himself overshadowed by the likes of Long Chun, which fueled his ire. Now, seizing the opportunity for revenge, he would not spare the disciples of the Long clan, for in his eyes, they were all guilty. Long Tianming stepped forward, his voice cold. "Do not forget, you are still a part of the Long clan. Even if you betray us, the blood that flows in your veins is still that of the Long clan." Long Tianfang let out a maniacal laugh, his face twisted with madness. The Long clan? Since the moment my son was murdered and you turned a blind eye, I have ceased to be one of you. Long Tianming's expression darkened, aware that Long Tianfang had descended into madness, no longer capable of valuing clan loyalty. He turned to an elder and inquired, "Is there still no news of Long Chen?" The elder shook his head, concern etched on his face. "None. He has been missing for nearly 10 days, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Rumors abound within the tribe, each more fantastical than the last. Given Long Chen's exceptional talents and intellect, his future was undoubtedly bright. If he survived, the Long clan would not face extinction." With the prospect of Long Chen's success, Long Tianming held on to hope for the clan's revival. Yet, even if Long Chen had remained within the clan, it would have been futile. Long Tianming knew Long Tianfang too well. Surrendering Long Chen would not guarantee the safety of the Long clan. The only path left for them was to prepare for a desperate battle. With their current strength, the Long clan was far from a match for the Demon Mountain tribe. Even if Long Chen were present, it would only lead to needless sacrifice. His departure, therefore, was a wise decision. Long Tianming took a moment to compose himself before asking again, "What news from the Jing clan?" "We have dispatched messengers, but there has been no response," the elder replied, worry evident in his demeanor. Long Tianming furrowed his brow. The second elder of the Jing clan, Jing Shangtian, had made it clear, if the Long clan faced an enemy beyond their capacity to resist, the Jing clan would be under no obligation to fulfill their promise. The strength of the Demon Mountain tribe had indeed surpassed what the Jing clan could contend with, leaving the Long clan with no recourse for support. Originally, Long Chen's hope for the Long clan had hinged upon the Jing clan's assistance, but it was now apparent they would not intervene. Even if they did, it would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Long clan gathered at the entrance, their faces pale with fear at the sight before them. None had witnessed such a display of force, and terror gripped their hearts. They wondered where Long Chen had vanished, leaving them to bear the brunt of this calamity. Fearing that even with their utmost efforts, they could not withstand such overwhelming odds. "I fear Long Chen has fled. He has not been seen for over 10 days. After causing this disaster, he likely wanted to avoid being handed over," lamented a young warrior, his face displaying despair. "He is truly ungrateful, abandoning us in our time of need." Many shared this sentiment, their frustration palpable. They had once hoped for assistance from the Jing clan, yet now even they were unwilling to act. The Long clan found themselves isolated, besieged by the formidable forces of the Demon Mountain tribe. Even if all their warriors rallied, it seemed impossible to repel such a powerful foe. "Why should we allow others to bolster their own reputation at the expense of our dignity?" One young man exclaimed defiantly. "How can we endure such humiliation? Long Tianfang was once our esteemed elder, and now he openly aligns with the enemy. Today we must fight. I will personally take down this traitor." His impassioned words ignited a spark of defiance among the previously despondent warriors of the Long clan. The ancient wisdom of strategy echoed in their minds. Sometimes one must be pushed to the brink of despair to find the will to fight. Now, faced with no other choice, the Long clan resolved to confront their adversaries. They recognized that their very survival depended on this battle, and they were prepared to lay down their lives to protect their home. Though the Demon Mountain tribe approached with overwhelming force, the Long clan would not cower. They intended to show their strength, ensuring that those who dared to invade would face the full fury of the Long clan. "I shall stand my ground. Should these marauders wish to breach our sanctuary, they will have to step over my lifeless body. I will resist until my final breath, refusing to allow these fiends to triumph." In that moment, the warriors of the Long clan, filled with righteous indignation, prepared themselves for the impending battle. Despite their doubts, the thought of their homeland being trampled upon ignited a fierce determination within them. They were ready to fight with every ounce of strength they possessed. Witnessing this surge of unity and bravery, Long Tianming was moved to tears, for the spirit displayed by the Long clan resonated deeply within him. Rekindling hope in the face of adversity, Long Tianming surveyed the throng of people before him and proclaimed loudly, "We vow to live and die with our tribe." The already fervent crowd became even more animated upon hearing Long Tianming's rallying cry. And soon the entire Long clan resounded with a thunderous declaration, "We vow to live and die with our tribe." In that moment, the resolve of every member of the Long clan coalesced, united in their determination to repel the invasion of external foes. At present, The forces of the Demon Mountain tribe had already gathered at the gates of the Long clan. Should the Jing clan refuse to dispatch reinforcements, the Long clan would undoubtedly face utter annihilation today. Apart from a few masters of the Star Fate realm who were away, all remaining 10 members had congregated here. Meanwhile, the Demon Mountain tribe had mustered 30 masters from the Star Fate realm, with the rest being formidable warriors of the third stage of body refinement. Given such an overwhelming force, even if the Jing clan sent aid, a joint effort to repel the Demon Mountain tribe would likely result in grievous losses for both tribes, while they would simultaneously have to contend with the ferocious retaliation from the Demon Mountain tribe. At that moment, Long Tianxuan, positioned at the gates of the Long clan, overheard the resounding shouts from his kin. However, to him, this fervent declaration seemed merely a provocation. These individuals were not expressing a commitment to resist external threats. They were blatantly challenging him, courting death. It appears you are resolutely determined to oppose me. Initially, he had considered sparing them out of familial ties, but now it seemed they were intent on their own demise. Thus, he would bear no responsibility for the consequences. Seeing that his threats had failed to yield the desired effect, Long Tianxuan was consumed by rage, his reason slipping away. He had anticipated that upon leading his troops here, the members of the Long clan would surrender without resistance, for his forces far surpassed theirs in strength. Even if the two factions of the Long clan united, they would likely be no match for his assembled troops, given the vast disparity in power. Long Tianxuan had already prepared himself to accept the Long clan's capitulation, but upon witnessing their defiance, he felt a surge of contempt for these individuals. Their loud roars were nothing short of a direct affront, an insult he could not tolerate. In that moment, he recalled his unfortunate son, who could never return. This fueled his animosity towards the members of the Long clan present, and in his eyes, they all bore responsibility for this tragedy. None could absolve themselves of guilt. Fixing his gaze upon the gates of the Long clan, he bellowed, "Since it has come to this, you shall accompany my son to the grave. None of you shall escape today. All must perish." He turned to his assembled troops from the Demon Mountain tribe. A ferocious roar escaping his lips flattened the Long clan. At his command, the disciples of the Demon Mountain tribe revealed their ruthless, bloodthirsty intent, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the gates of the clan, with the clash of battle imminent. Chapter 55. Blood Battle. The multitude of warriors surrounding the Long clan tribe surged forth like a relentless flood at Long Tianxuan's command, charging rapidly towards the tribe's encampment. These marauders descended upon their prey with the ferocity of wolves upon a flock of sheep. Having long engaged in nefarious deeds, they were either renegade disciples from various tribes, ruthless bandits, or fugitives with heinous crimes. These individuals, accustomed to bloodshed, were already itching for a fight. With Long Tianxuan's order echoing in the air, they rushed towards the gates of the Long tribe as if they were tigers leaping down from the mountains. To them, the members of the Long clan appeared as helpless lambs awaiting slaughter, prepared to unleash a massacre. Although no reinforcements were in sight, Long Tianming still harbored hope that the Jing clan would honor their agreement to assist, as their intervention could still turn the tide. As the leader of the Long clan, Long Tianming was determined to prevent a river of blood from flowing through his tribe. He would do everything within his power to thwart these vicious assailants. It was his duty as a patriarch to protect his kin. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries as the Long tribe's gates trembled under the relentless assault from the demons of the Moshanshan clan, threatening to give way at any moment. Hearing the commotion, nearby tribes hastily bolted their doors, fearful of attracting trouble. In these dire times, everyone sought to avoid entanglements, closing themselves off from the chaos outside. Boom! A thunderous crash signaled the breaching of the Long tribe's gates. As the Moshanshan warriors broke through, the throng outside surged in like a tidal wave, and the defenses of the Long clan crumbled under the onslaught. Old fool, did you ever consider this day when you sheltered that little bastard, Long Chun, during my son's demise? Long Tianxuan's face twisted with cruelty as he led the charge within. Long Tianming, the Jing clan has come to our aid. Why do you not emerge to confront the enemy? A shout from the rear of the Moshanshan forces pierced the chaos. Long Tianming's heart leaped with unexpected joy at the arrival of help from the Jing clan. They know not the peril they face. Long Tianxuan dismissed the threat, directing his forces with ruthless precision. Brothers of the Long clan, the Jing tribe has come to our rescue. Follow me now, let us strike back. Long Tianming bellowed, invigorating his warriors, who suppressed their fear at the sight of reinforcements. 15 experts from the Jing clan and 200 disciples of the refinement realm joined Long Tianming's forces of 10 experts and nearly 300 disciples. While they were outmatched in high-tier combatants, their numbers in the refinement realm far exceeded those of the Moshanshan clan, leveling the playing field. Though the Moshanshan clan found themselves besieged on all fronts, they displayed a remarkable composure in the face of adversity, organizing their defenses against the combined might of the Long and Jing tribes. Their disciples, although fewer in number, were all seasoned warriors of the third stage of the refinement realm, while the combined forces of the Long and Jing tribes primarily consisted of mid-level disciples. As the battle raged on, both sides were engulfed in a cacophony of war cries. However, as the conflict progressed, the initially steadfast resistance of the Long and Jing tribes began to falter, yielding ground to the Moshanshan counteroffensive. The Moshanshan warriors, seasoned veterans of countless battles, began to regain the upper hand amidst the chaos, their disciplined counterattacks revealing the growing signs of retreat from the two tribes. The battlefield soon transformed into a scene of carnage, blood flowing freely as disciples from both sides fell, consumed by the frenzy of combat. The disciples of the Long and Jing tribes, outmatched in skill, often found themselves attacking Moshanshan warriors in groups, some even clinging desperately to their foes in their final moments, striving to buy time for their comrades. Fifth Elder. A scream shattered the air as one of the Long tribe's elders succumbed to the relentless assault of two Moshanshan experts. This marked the first loss of a high-ranking warrior since the battle commenced. Long Tianxuan, may you suffer a fate worse than death. A grieving elder, engaged in combat with Long Tianxuan, unleashed a furious roar, abandoning all defense to strike back with reckless abandon. Each elder represented the backbone of their tribe, and the fifth elder's death ignited a fierce determination among the Long tribe disciples. With eyes ablaze with fury, they fought with renewed vigor, even as their bodies bore the marks of countless injuries. Long Tianfang's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow before he coldly declared, "Blame that little bastard Long Chun for all of this. The deaths of the Long disciples are on his head." As the numbers dwindled, the warriors of the two tribes began to cluster together. What had once been nearly 500 disciples of the refinement realm had been reduced to less than 300 in just an hour, with both sides suffering grievous losses. The Moshanshan clan, however, still boasted over 50 disciples, including all 20 of their experts from the Celestial Star realm, while the Long and Jing tribes could only muster 14. With the battlefield strewn with the fallen, the majority of the casualties belonged to the Long and Jing tribes. The Moshanshan clan, benefiting from their greater number of Celestial Star realm warriors, had effectively decimated their foes, as the refinement realm disciples stood little chance against their formidable opponents. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had persisted for less than an hour, during which the martial artists of the Long and Jing tribes had suffered significant losses, with over half of their ranks decimated. Even those who remained were gravely injured. The members of the Demon Mountain faction, despite being outnumbered, displayed remarkable prowess, executing their strategies with meticulous precision. Their coordination and mutual support rendered it nearly impossible for the warriors of the Long and Jing tribes to find an opportunity to strike. These individuals were seasoned marauders, well-versed in the art of combat through years of plunder and violence, which had honed their ability to work seamlessly together, compensating for each other's weaknesses and safeguarding the more vulnerable among them. This tactical synergy thwarted the attempts of the Long and Jing tribes to mount a successful counteroffensive, resulting in minimal casualties among the Demon Mountain fighters. In the heat of battle, both factions exerted themselves to the utmost, for hesitation or retreat on the battlefield could spell imminent death. As the conflict wore on, both sides instinctively began to regroup their forces. Even the warriors of the Star Fate realm were beginning to show signs of exhaustion, and if the fighting continued, the casualties would undoubtedly escalate, potentially exceeding the current toll. At this juncture, the elite of both tribes gathered, their faces pale from the strain of combat. Long Tianming, his garments tattered and blood staining the corner of his mouth, despite possessing the cultivation of the 5th level of the Star Fate realm, was besieged by two elders of equal strength, suffering considerable internal injuries. Many warriors from both the Long and Jing tribes found themselves in similar predicaments, as the chaos of battle had devolved into reckless slaughter, with neither side caring for the consequences of their actions. Long Tianming, at this point, do you still refuse to surrender, Longchen? Can you bear to witness the annihilation of the Long tribe at your hands? Long Tianfang, under the relentless assault of an elder, also appeared pale and weary. Although the Demon Mountain faction held a slight advantage, the ongoing massacre spelled dire implications for Long Tianfang, for should the Demon Mountain warriors suffer catastrophic losses, even if he were to conquer the Long tribe, the fierce who would not easily forgive him. Moreover, the Elder's willingness to engage in a fight to the death instilled in Long Tianfang a sense of dread. Continuing the battle in this manner was unsustainable. Long Tianming remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the lifeless body of a disciple, his expression a portrait of grief. The sight of such carnage inflicted upon his kin was unbearable for him as the chieftain. The thought that he could not protect his people from such slaughter filled him with anguish. With a fierce resolve, he raised his head and glared at Long Tianfang, declaring, "Today, even if all my disciples perish, I shall ensure your death. Indeed, Long Tianfang, you shall perish today." No sooner had Long Tianming spoken than a chilling voice, saturated with an aura of lethal intent, echoed through the air, drawing the attention of all present. They turned to see a young man clad in black, riding a swift beast, his face bearing an icy demeanor as he approached. "Long Chen," Long Tianfang muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Chapter 56. The Return of Long Chen. With a resounding cry from Long Chen, all eyes turned towards the swiftly approaching youth, whose arrival took everyone by surprise. The members of the Long clan had initially believed that Long Chen had fled, harboring grievances against him. For the calamity they now faced stemmed entirely from his actions. At such a critical juncture, his brazen departure was intolerable to them. As long as Long Chen was alive, there remained a glimmer of hope for Long Tianming and the Long clan, as he held unwavering faith in the young man. The impending battle was now unavoidable. For Long Tianfang was no longer targeting Long Chen alone. This madman sought vengeance against the entire Long clan. Thus, a confrontation was imminent. To Long Tianming, if Long Chen could survive this catastrophe, it would be his greatest victory, even if it meant sacrificing the lives of the entire clan. With Long Chen's innate talent and intelligence, given time to mature, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights, ensuring the prosperity of the Long clan under his stewardship. This was the outcome Long Tianming yearned for most. The demise of Long Chen would deal a devastating blow to the Long clan. The recent turmoil had severely diminished the strength of the Long clan, rendering any hopes of restoring its former glory nearly impossible. The losses incurred from this conflict would not be recoverable even after a decade, particularly the fallen warriors of the Star Fate realm, whose ranks could not be easily replenished without years of cultivation. This was a small consolation for Long Tianming, who, as the patriarch, felt that if he could not protect his people, he would rather perish in battle. Thus, he had already resigned himself to the prospect of sacrifice. However, Long Chen's return plunged him into despair, for should Long Chen fall, all his hopes would shatter in an instant, causing him profound anguish. Long Chen gazed upon the lifeless body strewn across the ground, sorrow etched on his face, and declared, "The tribe suffers this great calamity. How could I leave alone?" With a cold glare directed at Long Chen, Long Tianfang sneered, "You little wretch, since you have returned to meet your demise, I shall use your head as a tribute to my son. How fortuitous! I shall also offer your worthless life in homage to my fallen disciples." A chilling light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. "You insolent brat, even at death's door you still speak so defiantly." Long Tianfang cackled, his hands shimmering with power as he lunged at Long Chen, bellowing, "Surrender your life." Long Chen remained motionless, coldly observing the scene, causing a wave of tension among the Long clan members. "Long Tianfang, you attempted to exploit the Demon Mountain clan to harm the young master. And now you dare strike against him. You are beyond redemption." A robust figure stepped forth, followed by a dozen others, their formidable presence sending shivers through the disciples of the two clans. These were masters of the Star Fate realm. Appearing in such numbers was unprecedented. Long Tianfang stared in shock at the figures before him, momentarily at a loss for words. "Humph," Lai Hu scoffed, turning to Long Chen with respect, "Young master, how shall we deal with this man?" He longed to strike Long Tianfang down, for it was his actions that had compelled Long Chen to the Demon Mountain clan, leading to their subjugation. All present, whether members of the Long or Jing clans or disciples of the Demon Mountain clan, stood in stunned silence at the sight of Long Chen. Lai Hu, the esteemed patriarch of the Demon Mountain clan, a figure feared by many, was addressing Long Chen as young master. When had Long Chen acquired such a title? Long Chen remained silent, his gaze lingering on the deceased disciples, sorrow coloring his expression. These individuals had perished because of him. Lai Hu, noticing Long Chen's distress, bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Hurry and pay your respects to the young master." The disciples of the Demon Mountain clan exchanged bewildered glances. When had their clan acquired a young master? Furthermore, given the patriarch's tone, it seemed this young master was the very person they had come to capture. As Lai Hu's command echoed, the members of the Demon Mountain clan, including the elders, hastily knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We welcome the young master." The uproar was deafening, leaving the disciples of the Long and Jing clans utterly astonished. Though the Demon Mountain clan was perplexed about when Long Chun had become their young master, their strict hierarchy demanded obedience to the patriarch's words. A sense of unease filled their hearts. They had attacked the young master's clan and taken so many lives. If the young master were to be enraged, even the elders would not escape unscathed. Long Chun spoke, "Patriarch, let us set aside these formalities and deal with Long Tianfang first." Upon hearing this, Long Tianfang's expression shifted to one of despair. Just as he believed success was within reach and his vendetta would be avenged, he discovered that Long Chun had transformed into the young master of the Demon Mountain clan. He turned to Lai Hu, pleading in fear, "Patriarch, I have been loyal to the Demon Mountain clan. Heaven and earth can bear witness. You cannot treat me this way." Lai Hu remained silent, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he regarded Long Tianfang, causing him to shudder. "Long Chun possesses a treasure. If you obtain it, you may soon ascend to the martial aspect realm, and then you." Long Tianfang attempted to tempt Lai Hu. "Silence," Lai Hu barked, declaring, "The young master is gifted. Even if he possesses a treasure, it is his fortune and not for others to covet." Long Chen fixed his icy gaze upon Long Tianfang, stating, "Long Tianfang, did you ever consider, 3 years ago when you poisoned me, that you would end up in this position today?" Knowing he could not escape death, resentment flickered in Long Tianfang's eyes as he spat. "I truly regret not killing you back then, you wretch. My son suffered at your hands. Enough. You brought this upon yourself." Lai Hu roared, striking him across the face. "All the consequences of your actions are yours to bear." Long Chun interjected, "However, I can offer you a chance to live." Long Tianfang wiped the blood from his lip, scoffing, "What trickery do you intend to employ? We shall duel to the death. If you win, you may walk free," Long Chun replied nonchalantly. Long Tianfang's expression shifted, his eyes glinting as he contemplated the truth of Long Chen's words. "Rest assured, if you emerge victorious, they will not pursue you further," Long Chen added, seemingly reading his thoughts. "Long Chun, no?" Long Tianming urgently interjected. "He is at the 3rd level of the Star Fate realm. How can you possibly defeat him?" "Indeed, young master, do not act foolishly. Let me deal with him. A mere slap is all it would take," Lai Hu chimed in. His concern was not for Long Chen's life, but rather for the fact that the members of the Demon Mountain clan were still poisoned. Should Long Chen perish, they too would not survive. Long Chun raised his hand to silence them, declaring, "So, do you dare to fight me? Since you have chosen your own demise, do not blame me for the consequences." Long Tianfang chuckled sinisterly. As long as he remained alive, there would always be hope for vengeance, and he certainly would not squander this opportunity for survival. Long Chen cast a reassuring glance at Long Tianming and the others, signaling them to step back, before turning his gaze coldly towards Long Tianfang. Although his cultivation was 2 realms inferior to Long Tianfang's, Long Chen still felt a considerable degree of confidence. His combat experience was unparalleled. It was likely that the collective battles experienced by all present paled in comparison to his own. Moreover, the divine abilities he wielded far surpassed those of the Long clan. "You are my junior, and your cultivation is inferior to mine. Therefore, I shall allow you to strike first," Long Tianfang sneered.